As the season gets closer and closer to the end, it has got all the more important to step up under the pressure. We had 16 teams start off yesterday. We have whittled them down to 8. And by the end of the day, we will only have 4 left. Shogun here, joined, as always, by the European pre-show. Johnny, Cole, and Stumpy has returned to us this weekend. Firstly, how did you enjoy yourself last week? And secondly, how was the dog show you went to earlier on?
It was great. First of all, I had a wonderful time when I was away. CJ filled my boots fantastically. The size 13s had, they smelled worse than when I left them, but they were filled fantastically. And the dog show was brilliant. But tell you what, it's the UK. We're going to talk about the weather. It is so warm today. It's so hot, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 2 weeks ago, my cats invaded the stream. The doors are open today. Cats very likely to attack yet again. Let's have a look, though, at where we are in the season to this point. Oh, my goodness, it's getting closer and closer to the end. You can't look towards the top. If you're looking towards the top, your eyes need to drift further and further down. We are over towards the Spring Split Invitational, our final European regional before we head towards the major and before we head over to Worlds, Cool Cole.
You finally asked me to talk about the season schedule. I've been waiting because it's actually got my birthday on there, August 6th. That's what I'm excited for. But also, you know, there's the wild card that starts a few days before that. And then before that, there is the Spring Split Major starting July 9th. So a huge amount of Rocket League to look forward to, and my birthday.
Can I just get hands up in chat for anybody who cares that it's Cole's birthday?
No, I'm not getting transparent here.
Yeah, anyone who cares. Anyone who cares, put a 1 in chat. Let's just.
I'm putting a 1. I'm putting a 1 right now.
I expect every goal that goes in to say happy birthday, Cool Cole. That's what I'm expecting. I believe in chat. Here is what we have had up to this week. We had first touch earlier on. There were opinions, as always, that were very much disagreed with. I know it's pretty much what we shall expect over there. But this is what is happening this weekend. We've got SSA, we have got the Europeans, we have got South America, and we've got APAC, all the Rocket League that you might possibly want. You wake up, you watch Rocket League, you come over to us, you watch Rocket League, and just before you go to bed, you might watch a little bit of Rocket League. You know, get that out of the way, Johnny.
Yeah, there's a lot of implications for the Major and for the World Championships happening across the weekend. I've got to ask, because the APAC event does go on, it overruns into EU usually. It did. Have Elevate qualified yet? It's only a matter of time before Elevate qualify for this Major. They've won 2 events already. They just have to make it, I think it's around 3, so they've probably done it already. I'm just going to go and check right now.
I mean, they are probably live still at the moment, so they have to condense that into 2 days. Here's what you've got coming up next week as well. North America, all on their lonesomes. They were not here last weekend due to CRL Worlds going on. By the way, good job there. Europe, there we go.
Well done, everybody. CRL became fun again. What a world.
We love it. We love it. We always loved CRL. I'm sure everybody that went to there had a fantastic time. And if you want to get involved in the amazing experience that is watching a Rocket League LAN, then you can do exactly that. Exclamation mark tickets. See you over in Boston. We've also got the tickets live for the World Championship that have been going pretty quickly, so you might want to keep an eye out over there for those. Right, let's break down what we saw yesterday, shall we? A very quick day in the office for you, Cool Cole. I mean, 2-0 and Liquid were done with it.
I'd barely even rocked up and already Team Liquid had guaranteed themselves the top 6, but we'll start with that later. Who cares about Team Liquid? I want to talk all about Moist Esports versus Hogan Mode. Hogan Mode putting up a massive fight. Good to see them returning to form, but Moist back to something approaching a bit more improvement. Yeah, we actually started watching as that overtime was 4 minutes in after Liquid had already won, and Moist, they managed to hold on. But Stumpy, it's nice to see Hogan Mode performing again after they weren't here last time out.
Yeah, they didn't have the best representation when they couldn't quite make it this far.
Liquid!
But Liquid, the boys, Shogun, they had one of the best day ones that we have seen from them for a very long time. I said to Expert, normally the boys don't even come on and do their interviews with us afterwards. For whatever reason, we normally get Expert and we're like, go away. We want an actual player to talk to. And I said, if they go 2-0, please tell one of the boys to come and chat to us. They went 2-0, a Chronic came on, and he said, yeah, that is like one of the best day ones we've ever had. That's some of the best that we felt. We all feel so confident. And going 6-0 on the day versus Fufang Stop and then Moist versus Liquid, it was an absolute thrashing for the boys.
Not the only one as well. Solary 3-0'd out of the tournament by PSG Tundra, but in the upper bracket, they actually looked really good. They took KCorp to game 5. That's not the first time this season they've given KCorp a good series. But unfortunately for Solary, they've not really been able to back it up by beating the teams close to them in the standings all that often. And that's the end of the season for the Legends, Shawset, Fairy Peak, and KDOP. But PSG Tundra, we're not done at that point. This is where their season ended. What a crazy series it was against Moist. It started well for them.
I mean,
they started fantastically.
Yeah,
it looked like it could continue.
I think the issue was as well, me and Cole watched it when we came through show, where the PSG Tundra, they were 2-0 up. We thought, Moist, that's a shame you've let it go. And then they got the reverse sweep.
Can we talk about the game 5 here? Because Moist Esports, I've never seen a team less in control of a game 5. They played 7 minutes of Rocket League. They were in offense for none of it. And the goal they score is from their own side of the field, but it takes them through. They're still here. PSG Tundra, their season hangs by a thread at this point, but we'll get into that later on. Here is your bracket for today's tournament. Over in the upper bracket, it seems to be the same old story, doesn't it? KCorp, Team BDS, Vitality, Liquid. I feel like we've got used to seeing those.
It's lovely to have a big 5 in EU. I've seen some debates either way of people saying either option 1, it's incredibly boring, option 2, it's refreshing. I'm definitely in the latter. I like there to be an established hierarchy in my esports. It sort of makes you feel like it's more firm and proper, you know? And the 5 teams that we have, with Moist sort of in and out as the 5th, I think they're a very good representation of European Rocket League as well.
I feel like it's very different to what we usually get, because usually European Rocket League is like, we have 5 good teams, but there's usually that one special team, like the incredible team, your BDSs, your Dignitases, your Vitalities that tend to dominate. It's been a little bit more questionable this season, although the way Vitality are playing right now, that question seems to be getting wiped away. As for your spring points, I mean, yeah, the top 5, pretty locked in. We are not used to this at all, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, G1 and Hogan Mode on the right-hand side of that table, they are still in the running, but in order for either of them to take Moist's number 5 spot for the major qualification, top 4 obviously already locked in, they're miles ahead. But if G1 and Hogan Mode want to take Moist's spot, they need to win the event. Simple as that. And Hogan Mode would also need Moist to lose today. Either against G1 or against, I think it's the loser of BDS KCorp later on. So it's a long way for these teams if they want to qualify for the major.
So here are your season points as well. Right now, top 6 looks to be going to the World Championship, but there are ways that the 7th team, G1, can get there as well. We will cover that a little bit later on. PSG Tundra, though, are the losers there.
Come on.
Don't forget, PSG Tundra, right, actually. PSG Tundra can't make it. It's not possible.
They can't. They're gone.
Their season is over. They're done. And look where they are. They're on 67 points. Might as well be 0. 20 point Hogan Mode, though.
Yeah, there we go.
If Hogan Mode win this event, if they win the Spring Invitational for Europe, and then they finish top 2 at the Spring Major in Boston, they will make the World Championship wildcard. So Hogan Mode 16th place right now, but sky's the limit.
Let's play the same game we played earlier that Stumpy did for my birthday. Let's do it nicely. Who wants Hogan Mode to make Worlds? Drop a 1 in chat if you're rooting for the bros to make it all the way. I'm going to type one again. This is great. I love this game.
Cole, Stumpy, I hope you are ready for that documentary when it happens. They make they deserve the documentary to start with. But Stumpy, I need one more thing from you as well, mate. I need you to get us started on our top plays.
Oh, no worries, Shogun, because we've gone all around the world yet again for these top plays, and we're seeing straight away Bunny Dummy with 1 from the Ceylon. It is an unbelievable goal from APAC. You know, they managed to get it in game 4 of the lower bracket versus Chapati Dream, but unfortunately they lost it out. But I think, as ever, when we see a couple of these goals, you get a worldie. That's probably better than winning the series, I would say, right? Surely.
Yeah.
We workshopped that 1 from the C-Long line, and I don't know if it, you know, maybe it was worth it.
That took multiple minutes of our preparation time today.
It did, but what didn't take multiple minutes, Shogun, was the thinking speed of KNS. This is pure instinct. He hits this ball here, and there's a bump, there's a pinch, something happens to the ball, and he's already spinning with his Fennec. That's just pure instinct.
Yeah, great stuff, but we all knew that the number 1 goal was going to be Zen's double reset with a little pre-flip flick at the end. I mean, he's just the guy, isn't he? He is him. Him is actually not spelled H-I-M, it's spelled Z-E-N, and this guy is probably going to just add more and more double resets to his name the longer we watch him play. He's already joined the illustrious list of players with a double reset in RLCS to their name, but I think he's coming for the top spot.
So I'm actively trying to find plays that aren't by Zen at this point for top plays. But there's one more play. We've seen the offense, but we know me. I love a defensive play. I love when it all comes together and to just scramble out of the worst case scenario. This from Williams Resolve, I would say, was worst case scenario, and they got away with it and also got a transition. This needed a goal at the end. If this had a goal at the end, I'd have been so happy.
That'd have been top play. That would have stolen it away from Zen. He can get 12 double resets as much as he wants, but that first half flip is amazing. And then, yeah, the team camaraderie to get it away.
But the trust. The trust was incredible. Shall we look ahead then to Boston? Let's get a little bit ahead of ourselves here because it does look like top 5 is secured. Some ways of changing that, as Johnny previously mentioned, but for now, Vitality, KC, BDS, Team Liquid, and Moist seem to be the teams that Europe is sending, and Moist, as of today, can secure that spot. Let's take a look then, shall we, at what they require. They brought cash in, and I gotta say here, lads, this has been a very, very, very good change, Cole, but, well, do you want to talk about his Regional 3 debuff?
No, I desperately don't want to talk
Can
about
I?
it. Please don't make
You can absolutely talk about the Regional 3
Cash has got
debuff
a
because
little
it's actually
bit of a
real.
debuff. It's not good, and Cole, I really would like for you, a fellow ginger, to lay out his debuff in front of us there.
This is from the stats guy. This is cold hard facts. 21-22 full. Misfits 4th in points, finishes last, Mrs. Major. 21-22 winter. Misfits top 5th in points, finishes last, Mrs. Major. 21-22 spring. Misfits finished last, Mrs. Major and Worlds. 22-23 fall. Quadrant finish, 12th to 14th, and they barely squeak into the major. Winter, Quadrant lose game 7 to Liquid that would get them potentially to the major. And they lose a tiebreaker to G1, and they miss the major. So while I am a huge fanboy of Cash, he is Rocket League's second most mechanical ginger behind me. He does have a problem on these third regionals when he has to come in clutch. But it's not going to happen today because he's back in his dominance. So I'm not going to hear any slander.
It's strange as well because you see this and you think, well, all right, surely this results in a debuff when the pressure is on at a live event, but in Rotterdam, he actually seemed very good.
He smashed it.
Yeah,
He was brilliant in Rotterdam, but I think it's just getting there,
carry.
and that's the issue, and it's clearly ways
It's like the full-on
mind.
200 IQ that's happened. It's just like, well, don't have to play good at Regional 3 if you get all the work done in the first 2. And
True.
Yeah, I guess it's worked.
Let's
talk
we all
next
hope
about
we all hope that doesn't come into play.
We
though,
do.
right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about then G1, who are still in the running for this. We're talking towards the start of this split, Johnny, how it was a 3-way dance when it comes to getting into World. It looks like Moist are well ahead there. G1, though, on the outskirts and need a big performance this weekend.
Yeah, they can. Well, they're fully in control of their own destiny. Hogan Mode needed a tiny bit of help. But yeah, G1 can qualify for the major if they win this event because they play Moist first up today, so they can eliminate their main competition straight away. The other benefit for G1 is, although that's a stretch, they do sit 7th place in points. So with EU looking like they're going to send a very strong quintet to the Boston Major, G1 could also sneak into the wildcard if 4 EU teams make top 8 at the upcoming event and a couple of other expected results occur. G1 will probably sneak into the wildcard.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about the way G1 would represent if they got to Worlds? Is that a team that you'd be pretty much going to like, yeah, that's the one we're happy to send?
I think my issue with G1 is we were saying it on day 1 of San Diego as well. They will either do brilliantly or they will flop. In San Diego, they pretty much flopped. They were disappointing as far as they'd be concerned as well, I'm sure. I would love to see them there if they earn their spot there. If they can manage to do that, then I would be very impressed to see how they could do and hopefully be better than San Diego. I wouldn't say that there's any other team that I'm thinking, you know what, let's send them instead, unless it's Hogan Mode.
I'll be the bad guy. No, I think that some of the goals we've seen them concede have been utterly atrocious. They've made this roster change and it hasn't worked.
Oh, just because they
managed to
dropped
get
Marv
through
by
after
8. Stop.
No,
You and your Marv by 8 love.
Look, somebody
Stop crying.
From some of the goals we've seen G1 concede, even back with Mark by 8 when they had their Utopia sort of collapses. Imagine T-Bates having a 40-minute monologue about that being the best EU can offer.
Just tune him out. That's what I do.
I
Just
can't
don't
do
listen
it.
to him.
I tried.
Just don't listen to him.
I've spent years practically listening to you, Stumpy. He's just as annoying.
Just have it make it
we've
go.
got-
"Eee." instead.
We've got
Great,
one more
way better.
team that we can talk about on this one. One team in contention. It's Hogan Mode.
Yeah, that's
for
more
them.
like it. Now we're
Just
talking.
spend the rest of the season not losing. It's really that easy.
Let's go, bro. And we love the logo as well. Look at that beautiful top logo in the middle of the screen. But yeah, for Hogan Mode to qualify for the major, they must win the event, and they need Moist to lose today at some point. If Moist lose in their first match of the day against G1, then Hogan Mode could straight up qualify by winning this event. But if Moist lose their second match today, Hogan Mode win the event, there would be a tiebreaker between Hogan Mode and Moist. So that's the drama outcome that I hope all of you are hoping for, like we are.
A tiebreaker.
Oh,
Nice, very
nice.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. That's good. Just imagine the world right now if Hogan Mode made it to the cup. Like, they've
like
got reverse
unbelievable.
swept by the closed bracket, and they would have had so many more points. This would have been a much easier, a lot more, I don't know, realistic road for them to make it to the major. But instead, they missed out on, I think it's guaranteed 4 points.
I think literally not making a main event is going to screw over any team. But, you know, the other conventional who does make it. So yes, I think that they had a little bit of a whoopsie in the second regional. But they've still got it in their hands. They're 16th right now. I love that they snuck through into the Invitational as well. It's just their story would be the biggest Cinderella run in esports ever.
I just reminded myself, like, they needed help with that. They needed results to go for them.
Oh, they
to
did.
cup,
They
for them
did.
to
A
still
lot.
get that top.
Yeah.
They knew it was
16.
going to happen. It's all part of the plan, Shogun. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so. Well, we'll keep that going throughout this weekend. And who knows, maybe you're seeing a documentary unfold before your very eyes. We'll see soon enough. Let's go to Yay or Nay, shall we? For those of you joining us for this segment for the first time ever, this is your opportunity, chat, to have your voices heard. I'm going to present some statements to the crew over here. They're going to give me a yay or a nay, thumbs up, thumbs down. And you at home as well can put hashtag yay or hashtag nay in the chat, and we'll see what you at home think as well. So we're going to start off with what seems to have been a little bit of a running theme from us on the desk. We seem to generally agree that this is the strongest top 5 or the strongest contingent that Europe has sent to a major. Is that true? Yay or nay? Or do you think that we've sent a stronger group before?
And this is relative to the time, because obviously
Yeah.
better
Yeah.
than
Yes.
So relative to the time is it the strongest.
It's difficult to
top five?
compare errors, but yes,
I'm-
we're going to try.
Yes.
All right,
Big go.
3, 2, 1.
Sorry.
Yep, I'm going yes on this one.
Yeah,
We're
lock
trying
it
to see
in.
if we can agree on something. We just want to prove that that's possible.
Yeah. I think this is just, they are the top 5 like best teams in the world out of like 8 or 9. I can't think of what exactly it would be, but they any of them could win an event at any given moment. The only difference would be Moist, I would say, in that top 5, but we've never had a situation like that in Europe where any of the top 4 could win an event. Like, it's extremely scary. So yeah, I think it's quite clearly a yay.
I think a lot of the time as well, like from the eras that I'm considering, it felt like the NA powerhouses were really, really scary at the time. You know, when you had the NRG G2, C9 group all going everywhere. So yeah, that one was certainly very, very scary indeed. Okay, let's talk about Germany, shall we? Congratulations, by the way. We got some German players that won CRL last week.
Well
Bad
played.
news, Germany did not send a single player to a major all season long. So let's talk about next season, shall we? Does Germany send a player to a major? Do they turn
Next
this around?
season.
Because Cole, me and you have come from an era where Germany was scary in
Big
this
pash.
game, and
Big pash.
it's disappeared.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, yay or nay?
Like me and
That's
Johnny
right.
also didn't play Rocket League when it came out.
Shogun and I come from an era where passion is scary.
Cheers,
He
Shogun,
was
by the way.
rubbish
Right,
by the
just
time
writing
you
us
felt
out of history. Cheers, pal.
You weren't there on the
All right, well, yay or
forums,
nay? Let's
Tuffy.
see if you can predict the future then.
Give us a countdown show, surely.
Yeah, where's the
No, you
countdown,
just went- you
boss?
just went last time.
I'll go.
Why are you going
So
yay?
I'll have.
positive.
Mate, Big Zedo and Fabzo, they've already shown that they can cause an upset at the RLCS level. No, I think Razias is always someone that I back. You know, maybe it's because I saw him pop off at Gamers 8 and I still believe, but I do still believe that he's
shout,
capable.
yeah.
And Tox is always in the top 7, top 8, or whatever. All it takes is one decent split and they've made a major. I don't think it's a 3 versus 1. I think 2 versus 2 would be the fair shout for German players here.
Okay. Johnny fantastically described to you all earlier on how Europe can send 7 teams to Worlds. But the question is, are we going to? Because right now we're sat at 6. We're a little bit behind when it comes to that next one. But
What do we have
get
to
that
do
out
again?
before?
Johnny will know. What
So
do we have to do
essentially-
to
Get
do
top 8.
that?
If EU have 4 teams in the top 8 at the Boston Major, and there's no like crazy run like MENA, well, Rule 1 making a top 4 or OCE making a top 4, you know, one of those would obviously steal it. So, yeah, that's what you've got to have happen.
Yes.
I can't control the thumbs
It's
up.
happening. There you go. There you go. It's happening.
No!
Oh, Rule 1 will
what?
do it. Is this what
Of all
it's going,
people?
Johnny?
Yeah, I've got Rule 1. I think MENA are going to steal it. I think it's going to be the same as last season. 1 Sam, 1
twins.
MENA, and
You
then
betrayed
3 of
us.
NA,
It's the
3
twins.
EU. So that's what I calculated it yesterday. That's what I've ended up with. So no for EU. Sorry, G1.
Those darn
I think
twins.
so.
I feel like I would say an argument of yay is that it's the strongest top 5 we've had. I'd shorten it to the strongest top 4, absolutely. With 3 of those teams, as far as I'm concerned, being the top 3 teams in the world right now as well. I think it then only relies on one other team really to be pulling it up from behind, and then to see a few results kind of go our way. My only worry would be is the EU team kills in those brackets, where we then see it at the end. Do we see
Team
just
kills,
the seedings work out against each other? It depends, but yeah, I'd feel happy on that.
Okay, one more question for you all, and maybe the most controversial of them all. Yesterday, Moist saw Cash and Joyo using the Dominus. How do you guys feel? 2 Dominus, or as we went for Domini, because this was doing Cole's head in during the pre-show as to how to label this.
There's no apostrophe in.
On
It doesn't
Moist.
matter.
You want Joyo on it as well? Because Cash has
Yeah, Big Joe. He switched to another car. I can't remember what it was yesterday, the twins or something.
Johnny, please.
No.
Oh, grow up!
Johnny, you're such a ball.
stuff out,
Why
mate.
do you like rectangle cars? Get a nice Dominus. Have it flap and flop all over the pitch. Come on.
I just think one of them's going to change it. I reckon that there's a good chance. I'm taking the yay on the or the nay on this. I think
You're
one of them's
playing
gonna
the
change.
odds.
Yeah, play the odds. Yeah,
Look,
that's a great,
Dominus
great
users,
odds.
Johnny, don't play the odds. We don't care about the odds.
We don't
care
know
about
what numbers
looking
are.
cool. Exactly.
They
Just
could pull out like
flat
a
pick up.
Fennec. They could pull out Octane.
Sorry.
They could pull out like Mustang. They could be so many cars. I
They
think
could
it
use a
change.
snippy.
Sorry, you've mentioned playing the odds, and you've reminded me of just how terrible my predictions have been. So I suppose we should just get this next bit over and done with, shall we?
Look at the bottom.
For those of
10
you
points.
unaware, we have a prediction competition going on. The person that wins it, that'll be Cole, all the way over there. He's pretty much won it. I'm 10 points behind the, well, joint, I'm going to say 3rd place. I'm not giving you guys joint 2nd place. That doesn't seem worthwhile to me. So I need the weekend of my life right here. So let's
rooting
see.
for you.
What
What
have
you got,
I predicted? I'm
got?
hoping that Europe
be
sort of
big.
just falls apart, to be completely honest with you.
Whoa, Vitality in the lower bracket.
Okay.
And losing. What?
Okay.
Wow.
Right, so Shogun, I hope that you've got your forehead prepped for a pie. Well done.
If
Congratulations.
I go basic on this, I lose. There's no way I can catch up 10 points.
I think
I
every single
need
one is
Europe
wrong.
to just fall apart
KCorp as
entirely.
well.
I look
why
forward to
Monaco?
First
What?
Touch talking about how awful Europe is when this goes ahead.
Shogun, you didn't.
I have got
Top five.
Oh, Shogun, I've got literally
No.
opposite bracket in every way to you.
Which is what I need. Which is what I need.
we go.
Let's bring
That's
Johnny's up.
pitiful.
I'm not completely opposite. I also went for G1, but not. I think I've got one result the same, G1 over Moist, and then everything else is different.
Yeah, I knew you guys were going to go
yeah.
for Hogan mode.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I went
so-
for
yeah,
Hogan
of
mode,
course.
but I went for the obvious upper bracket, obvious lower quarters, but I did put G1 through over Moist because Moist were a bit shaky yesterday, so that's my only random one.
That's
You
very fair.
wait. You wait. All right, Stumpy's going to have the exact same as you because he always has.
No,
the exact
no,
He's
no,
gonna have
no.
Moist. He'll have
No,
Moist.
no. I
Ooh.
have Moist instead. Otherwise, me and Johnny are the
Yeah,
exact
I did. I knew you would
This
have
is why I had
Moist.
to do this.
Yeah. No, yeah. I've gone for the KCorp, the Vitalities, as you do. The only difference from Johnny is I've got Moist and Shogun. You've got to put Hogan mode through. What do you think?
Yeah, come on.
I'm thinking I've got 10 points to find somewhere, Stumpy.
Shogun,
And
you
I'm
need
not
a miracle
finding it
run.
underneath that gold bar.
And Hogan Mode did a miracle run. You guys should be supporting each other, bringing each other up, you know?
Unbelievable.
A rising tide.
What's
raises
the
all
correct
ships.
bracket? Go on,
This
Cole.
is what it's
Spoil the
actually.
entire
Exactly
event
right.
for us.
It's very similar to yours, Stumpy, actually, except I have Moist
Boo.
defeating Team BDS.
Look how
for some
boring
reason-
that
Okay.
is.
I have backed Moist quite a lot more than in hindsight
Yeah, you
I
did.
wish I had.
Yeah, Cole, you've seen
do
my
you know
split
what?
for predictions, right? I can
Yeah.
tell you that is a cautionary tale.
Yeah, if I could swap that back now, I probably would BDS and Moist, but I shan't. I stick with it. Moist are going to beat BDS for.
Out of interest, how many points is Cole ahead, sorry? Than me and Johnny?
Well, I didn't even calculate. I didn't even look it up. I just
eight or
assumed.
six. 8 or 6.
Okay.
It's doable. It's very doable. All
That
it takes
is
because of the
doable.
swings. There's big
Possible.
swings in double limb.
Lovely.
I think the only person that can't get it is me. I don't think there's enough points.
Shogun, we're not even discussing you, bro.
No.
You're out of here.
But here's the points on the board for the team.
Well, for us.
Here's the money on the line as well. $30,000 for making it through to first place, as well as an awful lot more getting towards Worlds, getting towards that major. It is going to be a fantastic weekend of Rocket League, starting off as thus. Monaco versus Hogan Mode, Moist Esports versus G1, Liquid against Vitality, and KCorp versus BDS. Those first two matches are best of 5, and then everything else for the rest of the weekend is best of 7. Right, guys, shall we kick off the action for the final European regional of this season? Johnny, we are going with Hogan Mode against Monaco.
Look at that.
Look at that!
And I don't think many people have expected these teams.
Look at all that gold, bro.
They got gold bars, bro.
That is a mountain of God. The value there has got to be out of this world. We've never seen anything that valuable on the pre-show since Dazarin's chain.
Oh, no, that is an angle.
That is
I think
an
we've seen
angle.
the behind the keyboard angle on the cameras.
It's like Bruce
powerful.
Almighty when he's typing on his keyboard. That's the exact same camera angle, I believe.
That is amazing.
So,
Some incredible setups for all of it. I feel like this is what this turns into. We completely
Yeah,
abandon any sort of
exactly.
analysis. It's just, all right, what are people
Watch
doing?
the camera.
we've got the old
They
blackout
do
curtains.
like the upward angles, don't they? They don't want the camera in their face. I respect it. You know, they want
He's locked in.
distraction.
Oh.
There's some bright lights as well. I would not want lights that bright while I'm playing a game for, tens of thousands of dollars.
Would you be a void child like we see sometimes in these events?
No. I'd be natural light as possible or a lamp in the corner. I like it to be some light so my eyes don't get hurt, but not blinking. I don't care for like blinking green keyboards and stuff. Not for me.
That's very fair.
Not for me.
Well, look, this is going to be a very, very big series for Hogan Mode. We said that they needed to, somewhat jokingly, need to go through and win the entire event. That will be absolute. The last thing on their minds right now is just who is ahead of them. It's going to be Monaco. I think that Hogan have got a very good chance of doing this so long as they harness the energy that they got to get through to that top 6 that they managed to get in the first regional and not the absolute bomb that they unfortunately had in the second.
Scrubkiller's got it right. Great point, Stumpy, but Scrubkiller's got it right with the curtains. Curtains open, some natural light, play your game. I think
He's a
Scrub's
veteran.
He is a veteran. I think of all of them, he's got the setup that I would go for, and that is a lot of water in there. Fair play to them.
The heat, especially the heat that these houses retain.
True.
I think that's the right amount of water.
Oh no, he's in
right
Scotland,
now.
so it's like 6 degrees.
Yeah,
I don't think Johnny would say otherwise.
freezing. Edinburgh is freezing right now. It's always freezing in Edinburgh. Poor guy, but yeah. Tropical in Glasgow, where I am. I'll have you know.
Quick reminder for those of you in chat as well. Hashtag MCE for Monaco Esports. Hashtag HM for Hogan Mode. I get the feeling I know where this is going to go for the predictions from chat. We already know our predictions as well, but here is how these two teams line up against each other. Well, a team here in Monaco that we see, lads, that we have not seen on the Saturday shows. These are new names to us.
Yeah, but they've been on a bit of a run. They had an overtime against Vitality to start things off, which, is not an easy thing to get to. They lost it 3-0. And then they beat Suh, and they also beat Lunar Galaxy. So 1-3. Shogun, why is it that you're backing Monaco, mate? Talk us
Because
through.
I need 10 points. What part of this is getting missed in
He's
translation?
admitting that this is a bad prediction.
I'm
Yeah,
predicting
it's a
against
bad
myself
prediction.
all weekend, which
All
I
day.
should have done from the start of the season. I would have done better.
Does Hogan Mode get over 80% with the fans? I think surely. Surely it's
I'm
over
gonna
80%.
go-
They don't
I think
get
it'll be an
90.
annoying 77%.
All right, let's predict. I'll go 86.
91. 91.
77.
Very high.
87.
You've got one more than me, Stumpy. You are...
Oh, go on, just maybe a little more Monaco so we can have a night just for a second.
Wait,
on,
if
Shogun,
you put me in there, do
make
I
your
count as
pitch,
like
Shogun.
9%?
Bro, through, quick, so Johnny's not right.
All right, yeah, cool. We'll go through with Johnny's right. Well, Johnny, as well, you've got more work to do because DJ CJ is waiting for you in the casting booth. Hogan Mode have got the world to beat. They've got games to win, and they've got Monaco Esports across from them on the table. Can they do it? Let's find out.
I just can't believe we're back here. Hogan Mode, lower bracket time. It is so exciting. If this is not the team to watch, Johnny Boy, in all of the RLCS, I don't know who it is, and they're taking on Monaco.
Let's go, bro. I mean, I've just finished the pre-show, but I said, leave this one to me. Hand me the mic. We've got to cast Hogan Mode again. I can't get enough of these guys. They're back. We missed them for a whole event, but they've made it back in. Scrubkilla's already harassing Ostalon. Didn't land the bump, unfortunately, for Hogan Mode, the fan favorite, possibly in the entire region.
The funny thing, Johnny, about this team, right, is we joke about them, but they are a seriously good team. It's almost hard to believe.
They're genuinely a threat to anyone.
Yeah.
I do say that with confidence, but they're a bit swingy. As we saw, they didn't qualify for Regional 2 this split, so we need to see consistency from them if we're going to really believe that they can win this event. They've got to take it step by step, but that's their goal now. They're trying to win the event. Nothing else matters if they want to keep their season alive.
It feels a little bit like an Optic Gaming. Obviously, they had a bit more expectations going in to the final regional, but sort of give me those vibes, everything on the line, and hopefully they don't overthink it, they just play some solid Rocket League, which is, what they were showing yesterday.
That's an insult to the mighty Hogan Mode to be compared to the measly Optic Gaming. I joke, of course.
I don't know what I was thinking. Oh my goodness, forget about them. Monaco, Dying has just slotted this one. Have a look at the redirect on it.
Oh, look at the Spanish synergies. Stizzy to Dying, top bins, 1-0, just over a minute gone. Beautiful finish. The pass was perfect as well.
We don't like using the word cherry picking, but I don't mind that, just sitting downfield and
don't mind it.
Giving you crap there. I don't mind it at all. Showing a bit of confidence early, especially 1 minute into game 1 of a lower bracket.
Oh wow. Oh what? Oh, no. I think Stizzy got put off there. A goalie jumped in front of him and he hesitated. He thought, well, I better go for a block here or something, but goalkeeper missed. I mean, is it always better at that range, CJ, to just ignore the goalie, play the ball?
Yeah, you've got to play the ball. I think it's a bit different in my region, Johnny, but you almost just expect people to miss the ball. It's a bit different in EUs. Well, they were both missing. The little whifty almost helped Stizzy out there. And I don't know, it's a bit different. I feel like you're probably not asking the right person here, but I'd certainly expect them this.
Have we just unlocked the CJ secrets, the stat padding secrets? He just never actually paid attention to what his opponents were doing. Just played the ball. Just
zero respect. Zero respect. And I don't know, it's worked out so far, but I don't know how well it works over in Europe, particularly at the highest level. They don't particularly whiff the ball too much, except the whifty that I absolutely love. Stizzy has an open shot here. That's nice.
Well, Monaco, we're talking all about Hogan Mode and how they need to win this entire event to keep their season going. Monaco, they know this is the last event of their season. They're just playing out their final event. They have no hope of making the Spring Major, no hope of making the World Championship wildcard. So I wonder if that's just taking the pressure off them. They don't have
100%.
that looming pressure of potential qualification with a Cinderella run.
Trust me, these are the most dangerous teams in Rocket League. The ones that have nothing to lose and nothing to play for as well. Because it feels like it's ranked, and it's so hard in RLCS as well to almost play that way. You're always thinking, oh, what if I miss? What if I stuff up? But these teams, they don't care. They're just playing, they're having fun. And, I mean, that is a great recipe, but you can't emulate it when there's something on the line.
Yeah, you know how it's like, CJ. It's like Monaco, they're kind of like Optic Gaming. They're just better once they're already eliminated. They're eliminated from qualification. They're just simply a better team. So we'll find out who AJ's equivalent is later on. It could be this guy on the ball right now, Stizzy. Definitely mechanical menace when he's on his game. Hogan Mode a bit tame. Not really producing the offense we expected to see from them.
No, this isn't the Hogan Mode that I watched yesterday against Moist, who were really sort of just throwing everything at them and having that aggression. Right now, they're sort of stuck a little bit in defense, and Growli's getting caught out last man here as Ostalon just slings on middle. Another double commit coming out from Hogan Mode. They're looking a little bit trapped. Maybe an opportunity now. Stizzy, double touch central. Growli deals with it. They are good in defense, though, Hogan Mode. I'll give them that. When they do get down there, they batten down the hatches.
All right, time on the ball for Scrub. How's he going to play it? Goes high, blocked immediately. He had options there. Could have 50-50 the ball, maybe gone cut in field, but they're just getting hard red every time they try and clear it. And look at the clock, hardly over a minute to go, and it is all Monaco. This looks like prime KCorp squeezing their opponent into the final third.
This is clinical right now. They're just playing the time game at this point. A couple of goals on the board and then 2 minutes of just back and forth midfield play, keeping the ball in the other team's end. And they've done well now. 50 seconds left. Hogan Mode cannot get this ball. The gold, the team needs to get a chance of the shot on net. That could be in, and it is wedged in by Ocelon. A third on the board for Monaco.
Yeah, that's a goal for every member of their team. Ocelon with a massive bump to set it up. I mean, thank goodness for the goal respawn. Otherwise, I think that I didn't see who got bumped off the screen there. I don't think they'd be back for another 10 or so seconds. It said absolutely flying.
There's something about that, isn't it? When you can just send someone to the moon, it's better than hitting a double flip reset. But we love to see that kind of physicality. And well, game one, you know, the story has been all about Hogan Mode, but Monaco, as you said, the team with nothing to play for is showing up, and Stizzy getting his second.
And really, this could be, I mean, you're only as good as your last series. You're only as good as your last event in the minds of most Rocket League fans. We've got memories like Goldfish, so if they can go out with a bang, everybody will say, yeah, Monaco, you know, underrated season. They always had it in them. So this could be a way that they can really raise their stock going into the off-season, going into next season as well.
Yeah, T-Bates rankings would just have them probably top 4 in the world after this one. He's certainly the king of recency bias. He's our man, T-Bates. Well, this game is all over Red Rover right now. 15 seconds left. Hogan Mode can't even find an opportunity. They can't even get a chance on net, let alone a goal here, as Growli goes for a sneaky little chain dash down the side. Rezi keeping the ball in. Maybe one, maybe a bit of momentum. The flip reset. Can Scrub do it? No. Rezi wanted it all himself, but well, Monaco, they've just been ready all game long. And they deserve this game one. This has been clinical. Having said that, maybe some momentum for Hogan Mode.
We got the momentum, bro. Reset, bro. Regain. You know, Hogan Mode, they can regain. They've done it before. They're definitely gonna have a chat between this game and the next. No timeouts in the first 2 series today. We wait until the best of 7s for those. But congratulations to Monaco on making first touch top 10 worldwide teams power rankings after that game 1-4-1 against Hogan Mode. They've shot up the rankings. So that's awesome to see.
Yeah, and they'll be there for a while as well, until this series is eventually over, and then they'll change it up.
Until they lose this series, they lose game 2, they're back out again.
Until they lose game 2 and everything goes out the window. No, Monaco, a great start. It felt like, however, you know, Hogan Mode just didn't really, I don't know, it feels like they're a little bit sleepy or something. I don't know what time it is over there, Johnny, but it's pretty late for me.
Yeah, it's pretty late for you. Yeah. It's 4 o'clock for actually it's 4 o'clock for all of them. They're all in the UK, so that was easy. It's 5 o'clock in Monaco's time zones. Ocelon from the Netherlands, Dying and Stizzy, the Spanish duo here. These guys, they I think, you know, we joke earlier on about how they're going to be called an underrated team after one good event at the end of the season, but it is somewhat true. I think that they've just failed to put it together when it matters, when the pressure's been on this season. They've been one of the teams who's crumbling, but like we're talking about, there's no pressure here. They're just playing out their last event and seeing what happens, and no scenarios to worry about, no finish that they need to get to ensure qualification. And they're just playing relaxed. They're playing out a brilliant game one. We'll see if they can carry that on to the rest of the series.
But I think this is frustrating, you know, as being in this sort of a situation when you do play your best with nothing on the line, and it almost gives you that false sense of confidence that, you know, we just emulate that next season, or, you know, find a way to do it. But then once the pressure builds back on for Monaco, once they do have something to play for, the points are reset, you know, you can play completely different. It is so hard to play this way when you were just, as I said, playing like it's ranked.
Okay, Hogan Mode do have a bit of pressure to start off this series, or to start off game 2. They've not had too much to write home about, so this will feel nice to get a close-up look at the blue goal. Nothing too dangerous for Monaco though. Calm play in defense there by Dying, just slowing the play down. They're giving each other time to grab boost. Now they have found a way out of defense there, although it came off the back of a miss. Maybe it is going to be more about playing the ball, ignoring the defender in this match than we thought.
Yeah, I'm just looking for that second man right now from Hogan Mode as the shot goes on now, and a double commit coming out. Scrub having to dive across, and they just feel like they're a bit caught under the ball in offense. It might be the fact they're getting less opportunities up front here, Hogan Mode. They're just creeping up a little bit. Scrub before, finding himself under the ball, and they're losing this attack. They're losing this midfield game, and Rez is in big trouble here. Last man does do well and a second touch, but again, they're just back on defense now. Stizzy almost Scrub has to dive his own post. Dying is not in a position to capitalise, and Hogan Mode right now. Well, now there's a chance. Ocelon's in big trouble with the 50. He does go wide. A great little 1v1. Ocelon, Johnny, though, he's up for those kind of situations.
Yeah, he did well to deflect that into the back corner. I love it. You pointed out the second man of Hogan Mode being something to look out for there, because when they are playing well, it's that trust that they've got with their second man that really makes them dangerous. The second man just arrives in the scene so quickly. Oh, he doesn't need a second man, Growli. Just a slow-mo double tap at the near post.
He just got handed this one. He went all himself. The touch went through, and Ocelon, appearing onto the side post, just handed the ball back to him. He got the dunk and found the angle. The first real chance, Johnny, it feels like in 2 games now for Hogan Mode, and it goes in.
Yeah, it didn't even feel like a real chance when he hit the ball initially. It didn't look like that was going to be a goal, but yeah, Ocelon just didn't really make any contact with the ball or with the player at the near post, so no time for the defenders behind him to react. That's a terrible clear ball. It's immediately struck on target by Rezi, and the goalkeeper could only help it on its way.
Yeah, just making sure that looks better by putting your top ins. I think it was jumping across there and
lovely,
just smashing that one away. That's good to see. And Hogan Mode, it feels like they've woken up.
Hogan Mode, they're starting to get the goals, and you know, a goal is a goal, especially when you're having a bad day. It's just nice to get a goal, regardless of how it comes. They might get a third one here. Never mind, Scrub with a back pass to Growli. I mean, the creativity of the young Scot, actually pretty old now, so let me correct that. The ancient Scot. He's still trying to come up with new tricks, even as an old dog.
Yeah, he'll be hiding the gold under his wheelchair soon. Scrub is certainly getting on in age at the moment, at least in the Rocket League competitive scene, which is why I retired at the ripe age of 23. I could barely move my arms anymore. Ocelon can't get the touch. Rezi, one-on-one, goes to the fake, goes low, helped out. Scrub open net, you betcha. He'll just dribble that one in the bottom corner.
Well, if it was 3-0 Monaco in the first game for a while, with 1 goal for each player, now we've had Hogan Mode do the exact same thing. That's everyone on the team with a goal. That'll settle the nerves. And it really wasn't that difficult at the end of the day. They've just capitalized on some very poor defending, some very bad clears from Monaco. But even going back to the first goal, I think it was preventable. So I think Hogan Mode will feel quite good about that. They didn't need to peak there. They didn't need to do anything too ridiculous to get 3 goals.
Yeah, they finally got a chance up front, and haven't they made the most of it? Scrub Killa redirect off his bottom, if you don't mind. Underside of the car, hits the wheels, beats Ocelon to the ball as well.
Shaky by Scrub Killa off the front left wheel, or was it front right wheel? I'm getting my right and left mixed up here. He was upside down, so it's a bit confusing. Well done either way, nice redirect by Scrub. 4th goal, and that is a relevant goal with this much time left. A 3-goal difference is not insurmountable, so now 4-goal difference. Hogan Mode just demoralising Monaco.
You talk about Monaco's mistakes in defence. We didn't see them in game 1, but to be fair to them, they didn't have to defend in game number 1. So perhaps this is why we are seeing them, I guess, out of the race right now for the major with nothing to play for the World Championship. And well, they are getting, when they're in offense, they look all right. This is just so wide open, but they have just taken an eternity to put the shot on target. Dying tries to get a flip reset, but again, it's over that second man, and Hogan Mode looking to push forward. Having said that, this has got other ideas. Free double tap. Can he get it on target? Even the follow-up. Ocelon just couldn't get a hand on it.
I'm getting PTSD here from all these complete whiffs and open nets. I need this to get in the back of the net soon to get me over that. I guess, this game, if nothing else, this series, if nothing else, it really does show why the somewhat popular myth that has been going around the Rocket League scene recently, that defense is too easy, is complete nonsense. It's so much easier to attack in Rocket League. Defending has so many, potential errors and double commits and disasters, immediately resulting in goals against you. And that, has been no more obvious in these 2 games, where defense has just been too difficult for these 2 teams. But in offense, my goodness, Scrub actually just technically floor double there with a dunk at the end. Not bad stuff, although the game is already over.
That really came out of nowhere from Scrub, but I don't mind it. I wish, if I was in his situation, I would have wanted to save that one. You don't like scoring good goals, Johnny, when you've already won the game because you feel like you've wasted it.
Well,
I don't know if you're similar in your ranked experience.
Can't agree, personally. I'll take what I can get.
Oh, okay. I'll have it. I'll edit the scoreboard out so it looks like an overtime winner, as Hogan Mode don't need an overtime at all. They're going to win this one 5-0, if you don't mind. And a fantastic response to tie up the series.
Yeah, and what a collapse by Monaco as well. They conceded once, from a bit of a careless first-man challenge from Ocelon. And then it all fell apart. Double commits, whiffs, there were bad clears straight towards Hogan Mode players. And if you want a quick one-game tutorial of what not to do in defense, this is the game to watch because they did everything wrong that they could have done wrong.
Yeah, as soon as it went down into the blue end, it felt like a goal that game, which, well, it didn't really get down there in game number 1, so certainly some things to work on. Perhaps Scrub just lets everyone know that he is enormous. Look at the size of those arms over there. He's just too big, too strong. The gold man. That's what he has to carry all that gold under his bed, Johnny. So, I mean, that has to be a bit of exercise.
It's all the extra calories. I mean, you think about all of the options you've got these days to add gold to your diet. You've got steaks with gold on them. You've got, over here in Scotland, you've got chips and cheese with gold on top. Scrub's got a lot of options these days to pack in the muscle, pack in the gold.
I haven't thought about edible gold, but I don't mind it, as Scrub is certainly the human embodiment of gold, apparently.
He is, yeah.
Shout out, was it Joyo who started this whole trend on the viewing party, was that?
It was. He definitely pounced on it. I mean, the whole UK Rocket League scene have been huge Scrub Killa fans for a long, long time, of course, and all of his antics that he's been famous for, but it's the recent, success of Hogan Mode. Joyo was a day zero fan of this team, though. Before they even won a single game in the first qualifier of this split, he was telling everybody, you need to pay attention to this team. They're the real deal. They're going to go far. And he was absolutely right.
Yeah, it's good to see that a fellow competitor can be such a fan. It was certainly disappointing to see him knock him down into the lower bracket yesterday, but, well, at the end of the day, Joyo's got to look after himself, and right now Scrub's got to look after this ball. He's got a nice air dribble. Just trying to play the dunk right now. Hogan Mode trying to build a little bit of an offense. I don't mind this from Rezi. He's done this twice now. Maybe he can get it on target. It is off the post. Growli follows up, but Ocelon on the backboard should be able to deal with this one. And for the first time, Johnny, it feels like Monaco have not let the ball get in their net.
Yeah,
why have they?
It's changed. Rezi! With a massive redirect, 1-0. That's unbelievable. I mean, Dying tried to keep it away from danger, but Growli was all over him.
Oh, it just spoke way too soon. As soon as I saw that ball getting pitched up there, oh, Rezi off the sidewall. That was in as soon as the clear downfield came in. Great pass as well. Great setup from Growli, but I mean, this is what Hogan Mode could do. They're a fantastic team. They make the most of those little half chances, those opportunities, and Rezi just looking to sit downfield. He recognised that Growli was going to win that touch, had a free clear, and made the most of it.
They're challenging early now. The confidence is absolutely back for Hogan Mode. They're following up very quickly on each other's touches. It's just keeping so much pressure on Monaco. They have not answered now 6 goals in a row. In fact, 7 if you count the one in game 1, which wasn't really relevant at all. It's really adding up here. Oh, it's almost going to be one back for Monaco. Can they end the streak? Not yet. They're still potentially hunting. It's like the attack comes to a quick end with a Growli cut rotation.
Yeah, Stizzy was getting to work there with the double, but he just couldn't quite find the angle as Rezi's awkward on the backboard. Ocelon, they're certainly picking up the heat here. Monaco picking up the pressure, starting to speed up, and that could be an opportunity. Now, surely Stizzy gets a free touch, but Growli rotates back in time. It was a double commit from Hogan Mode, and now a shot on net. Surely this can go in. Surely, but Growli again just finds himself under the ball. Hogan Mode are flailing around. Put the ball in the net, please. No, please. Oh my goodness, it just cannot find a way in the back of the net.
It's all going wrong right now for Monaco. It's just one of those days. It's one of those games where it doesn't matter what you do. The ball hits off the inside of the post and clears itself. The ball bounces off the little curve next to the goal and clears itself. Well done, Hogan Mode. A couple of key touches there to keep the ball in safe locations that, if nothing else, were difficult to shoot on target.
They've got, as I said, they've got fantastic defense. I don't think they want to be down there. They'd certainly rather be in offense. Growli might have had a chance to sneak on the backboard there. He opts for the boost and opts to go off the roof as well. Rezi comes flying across. This is like a double classics rotation. I don't mind it. Grabbing both corner boosts, but it does give Monaco a chance out here. Dizzy, solo play. Does get over the top, but a great bump from Rezi. And he just finds himself on the ball. Couldn't quite reach it, but I don't mind that play.
Yeah, good vision there by Scrub. He saw Rezi landing downfield, just pinged the ball straight towards him. Hogan Mode have just settled into this 1-goal lead now. They've realised, okay, defence looking a little bit vulnerable here. Let's see if we can keep a clean sheet. And this would really frustrate Monaco if they can't score 2 games in a row. This is a team who started off with 4 goals unanswered. And now they've almost gone 2 whole games without scoring.
Yeah, they've certainly invested in this 1 goal, Johnny. They're hoping that can be even more valuable as the game goes on, as Scrub last man in a 1-on-2 does well. Gets the clear in the meantime as well. So Dizzy now pops the ball up, but this is big trouble here. The demos are coming through, but I don't think anyone's back. Monaco just straight back in time. Ocelon trying to work the ball out. Dizzy gets a reset. It's far enough away, but it almost centres out. Growli ready again. Hogan Mode. They've got all the answers. Their positioning's flawless at the moment.
Yeah, it's just not happening for Monaco. Ocelon's been a bit more Ostel off, and, you know, Stizzy needs to get busy. Dying needs to keep them alive in this series with a goal in the next 30 seconds.
They all need to do the opposite of what they're called. I don't mind it, but I don't think that's going to work for them right now. As Scrub just playing the 50-50 game, but Ocelon gets a huge flick out. Great 50 from Rezi. They're still willing to make those big challenges even when they are a goal up. Scrub very awkward. I wouldn't trust him right now if I was behind him, and he does get beaten. Rezi's there. Gets a touch across. 10 seconds left. What can we do? Can Monaco find a goal? Growli's a little bit awkward. Stizzy there, but have a look at the redirect. Rezi fires it downfield. Hogan Mode take their 2nd game of the series.
Oh, just a really, really smart cut of rotation there by Growli. He realised the danger that was about to occur. You know, anytime your teammate's got a difficult clear ball, try and look out for where it's going to land. Maybe you can help it along, and that's exactly what Growli did there. Just really took away the danger at the end of the game, knowing that Monaco would all stay very high upfield. I mean, they stay very high upfield pretty much all the time at these teams whenever they're attacking, but Hogan Mode have managed somehow to keep them scoreless in that game. And I don't think that they'll even know quite how they managed that after looking at the positions that they were in. This is just so silly to watch. They like the ball went across the net. But yeah, I think maybe a little bit of a smile there by Scrub, acknowledging that wasn't the cleanest defense, but they got the job done.
Yeah, you talk about helping each other out, and that comes down to communication as well. If you're letting your teammate know that you're awkward, they're certainly going to be able to help out. But, you know, if you're just like, yeah, mate, no, don't worry, I've got this one, and then you just flop it down on the ground, it can certainly make things harder for your teammates. So certainly the comms, the communication right now for Hogan Mode is locked in. They've done this before as well, Johnny, I'm being notified. They just drop game 1, and then they go on to absolutely stomp the next 2. So perhaps Hogan Mode just not the best starters in series.
Yeah, is this going to be the end of Monaco's season? They need to win, or this will be the last game that they play in RLCS 2022-23. And there's a long way to go, potentially. Oh, there it is! There's a bump that opens the nets up for them. Dying gets the goal, but well played off the ball to make it possible.
It's as good as a demo, this bump. He has absolutely sent Growli into the corner of the net. No way he can recover. And finally, Monaco shows some sort of offense that lands the back of the net. It felt like last game they were doing everything they could to not get it in. It's off kick off straight away. Rezi levels it up.
Oh, what a first touch by Rezi. Close cheat went their way, but he played that one so well for himself. He didn't have a lot of boost to play with, but that first touch just gave him the perfect run-up to slam the ball over the top of Dying. Absolutely no chance for the goalkeeper. It's not what Monaco wanted. They've worked so hard for that goal, more than 10 minutes, and it's immediately cancelled out.
Almost another bump goal coming through from Monaco. Perhaps they found something here with the bumps, the physical play, or perhaps they found an open net for Scrub to put in the back of the net. Monaco in the midfield here. Ocelon just winning last man, Johnny. I don't think he needed to go there.
Yeah, it looked like he just got a little bit antsy there, waiting to find out if he was going to be on the receiving end of a bump, maybe, if he's going to be on the receiving end of a Growli air dribble. He thought, I've got to go now or else maybe he just didn't see a better chance later on, but didn't work out. Didn't have any help from anyone in defense. And what is happening now? Growli's just walked the ball in, very close to the ground, and there's absolutely no one at home.
Credits for the flip reset. He does beat Ocelon, but Stizzy has rotated completely out of net. He's avoiding bumps. He's trying to get wide back post, but he's just too slow to help anyone out.
He's tripped on the post as well on his way back in. I mean, the idea is there. He's trying to, like you said, stay away from any potential bumps, but you can't go that far away. What's the point of dodging the bump if the net's completely open?
Just put yourself in another continent.
He's like, nice, I'm not going to get there with excellent job. We're alive.
Sometimes that is better than conceding, or conceding sometimes, not getting demoed. At least that was Stizzy's mindset there, but they are 2 goals down now all of a sudden. Monaco getting a first goal of the game, and then Hogan Mode getting 3 right back. It's only been a minute 20. There's been 4 goals in a minute here.
Oh.
Absolute shootout in game number 4.
Yeah, this is what Hogan Mode can do. Their consistency has been lacking this split, but when they get rolling, they can produce the firepower in offense that's required to win series in one of the most stacked splits you've ever seen. Look at Growli go. Free play double for Growli, 4-1. And Monaco do not have an answer.
This is just what Hogan Mode do so well, finding each other downfield. We saw it, Growli to Resi in the previous game, and now Scrub just launching it downfield off the sidewall. Growli, as you said, just gets an absolute free play double. There's no defense on the backboard. There's no one in net to stop it. And Hogan Mode, after game 1, Johnny, this has just been absolute one-way traffic. Dying, no, throws one on net. Throws one in for Scrub. Has just appeared out of nowhere, out of nothing, from under his bed finding the gold, and he's found the ball.
Not even close, bro. I had it covered all the way, bro. 4-1.
Under control, bro.
That's all they're going to get, bro. They're not getting another goal, but they better tighten up the defense. If we're going to look forward just briefly, we don't want to, gloss over Monaco just yet. Oh, maybe we will have to if they concede again. Hogan Mode are on a fast track right now to play against the loser of Liquid Vitality. I think they're going to need to do a little bit better in defense than this. I reckon those 2 teams would have put away so many chances that Monaco have been close at times to scoring.
Yeah, I think their offense has been commendable after game 1, but they certainly, I would say even yesterday, Friday, day 1, they looked a little bit stronger in those series, but they could just be that team, Johnny, that elevates to whoever they're playing. I know it's certainly a thing in Rocket League. You can play down or play up to certain teams, and play styles can be a little bit awkward, and we have found that Hogan Mode have been awkward in defense, so perhaps it is just the unique attack from Monaco that they're throwing at them right now. Is this is just going to be it. Straight in. Scrub this time does a Stizzy and just leaves net.
Yeah, it looks like Scrub was hunting for that back corner boost. He didn't realize that there was a shot coming in immediately there. Bit greedy though. He could have saved that if he just played on the slightly faster rotation on the small pads. The inner circle, as some call it. Yeah, sometimes the big boost is calling. Scrub Killa, he saw the gold in the corner. And he got sucked in like a moth to a lamp, CJ. Couldn't resist.
He just gets, it's so easy to get sidetracked, especially when your favourite colour's in the corner as well. He probably thought it was a nice little bar there that he could stash away, and he just couldn't quite find the ball as well. He forgot there was a game of Rocket League on, but Growli has it. 5-2 now for Hogan Mode. They get that 3-goal lead back.
No problem. It really is just, it looks over. They've had 3 very comfortable games here. Monaco have shown very little resistance to Hogan Mode's counter-attacks, very little resistance to Hogan Mode's pressure. This really does look like the end of Monaco's season, unfortunately for them. Going out with a bit of a whimper here. They would have hoped for more of game 1. Instead, it's just been a flash in the pan, and then all Hogan Mode, one-way traffic.
Yeah, it's been a flash in the gold pan as well for Hogan Mode, as Scrub has just been electrifying so far. I tell you what, I wouldn't say this has been the highest quality of Rocket League, Johnny, but could you think, ladies and gentlemen, of a better way to start your Saturday than Hogan Mode just advancing through the lower bracket, making it through to the best of 7s as well, top 8. These guys are absolute superstars.
Oh, they've come together at the end of the season, and most of the time teams do this. It's very difficult to build up a story. Oh, what a shot by Growli! It's very difficult for teams to come together this late in the season and get as many fans as these guys have and really have so much of a story around them. And you've got to give credit to the way they're playing for most of that, because the goals that they're scoring have really captured the audience and made people believe that they've got a chance and that they can't just beat teams like Monaco, but maybe the Team Liquids, the Vitalities, later on today as well.
Yeah, they're not just a meme. These guys have put themselves on the map, on the treasure map, the gold map, based on their gameplay. It just hasn't been the story of Scrub. It's been the story of how well these guys play. And that last goal almost, I guess, personifies the way that they do score their best goals. It's finding someone downfield. It's those pass plays. It's not just, you know, this, I don't want to say the standard, but almost the meta now. The solo plays, the double flip resets, the ceiling touches, the ceiling resets. These guys are playing good old-fashioned link-up Rocket League.
Yeah.
And Ostalon just gets one for the road in perhaps the final series of the season here for Monaco.
Yeah, they've all scored again. It's the second time this series that every Monaco player has scored in one game. But it's not looking pretty for them. They're going to need to probably have Scrub-Killa disconnect. No, Scrub-Killa's not disconnected, so they're eliminated. That's it. Monaco are done. Hogan Mode advance to play the loser of Vitality. Team Liquid later on today.
I mean, everything's scripted, ladies and gentlemen, and were we expecting anything different here in the first series of day number 2 of the Invitational? It's Hogan Mode moving through the lower bracket in style, taking the 3-1 victory. One more best of 5 to come as well, Johnny, but gee, I'm looking forward to Hogan Mode later on today.
Oh, I cannot wait. It is still possible for this team, not just to make the major, still technically possible for them to represent Europe at the World Championship wildcard. It would be the biggest comeback story in Rocket League history, and we're not exaggerating even slightly when we say that. Hogan Mode have got a chance. They're showing that, you know, no matter how small the chance is, there's still a chance, and that's what you have to hold on to.
I mean, look at the energy as well, the vibes from the team. These guys are on cloud 9. Scrub, I've never seen him just enjoy himself so much while playing Rocket League. Usually he looks stressed, you know, there's all this pressure on the Wonder Kid, but he is just having the time of his life.
Yeah, this is just really well played by Hogan Mode. They're going to need to tighten it up a little bit, but the positivity, the trust they have in each other is what gives us all hope that they can continue into the final day of this tournament.
Been phenomenal gameplay, but ladies and gentlemen, that is the first series of the day under wraps. We've got one more best of 5, and then we're into the best of 7s. Do not go anywhere. Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling.
Out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. One another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field on the reset. Can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly. Hogan Mode to prove that they are as legit as everyone thinks they are. For all the laughing that happens around them, when they're on the field, they get the job done yet again. And with that, Monaco Esports season does come to an end. He flexed on them, they flexed throughout the entire series, and now I am joined by Growli. Firstly, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So let's very quickly jump into the here and now. You guys are aware of what you require for the major, correct?
Yeah, 100%.
How does that go at the moment? Are you taking it one match at a time? Is there any thoughts about the major, or what does this look like for you guys?
Well, I mean, it's not in our hands, so I try not to think about things that are not in our hand. I just try to think about if we can win, what we can do to, give our best shot at it. That's all I do.
Let's go back 2 weeks then, shall we? Because this has got a little bit more difficult due to the fact that you guys did not qualify for the Spring Cup. Can you give some insight as to what was the camp like at that point? How did you bounce back to jump back into the Invitational?
Well, I mean, after the first regional, I think we just got really overconfident, and we started just playing like we were always the best team, we were always thinking we were better than the other team, and that's not how we made top 6 the first time. So we had a stretch, even the week leading up to this event, where in scrims we were playing really bad. We played a few smaller tournaments, we were getting destroyed, and we basically had to switch up everything that we were doing midweek of this week. So we had to just change everything and like just try and go in with a fresh mindset and like not think that we are like toxic. Basically, we had to go in thinking, okay, we can beat these guys. Be confident, but don't like play like we are always going to be the better team.
And I want to talk about you in particular, because there's a whole host of players in Europe that we look at and just say, one day that is going to be one of the top players. And I feel like a lot of the European team has considered yourself as one of those players for the longest time. Now that you are in that conversation, that you're making these Saturdays, you're making these Sunday events, what does that mean to you in terms of the grind that it's taken to this point and what you're going to do to keep this position now that you've got there?
I mean, I'm just going to try as hard as I can to keep it. I mean, in the past, I've had some not so favourable situations that I put myself into, I'll be honest, but sometimes it's not been in my control. But now that I've got a team that I enjoy, I get along with in-game and out of the game, it's always going to be a fun time playing with them. And in the events, it's just like, go out and have fun, that's the main thing. Winning comes second, but of course, it's always nice to win.
What are the comms like during the matches? Because it looks fun. It really does. You got Scrub flexing every single time he scores a goal. Let's have a sit here as to what it sounds like in there. Is it just a good time?
Yeah, it is a good time. Of course, when we, go 2-0 down in a series or something like that, we have to start we don't like to analyze our own gameplay after one game because there could be some situations where it's like you can't control it or it won't happen again. But then for the most part, we just have fun with it. We crack jokes, we have good solid comms, and it's just a fun time with them.
Right, well, I'm going to let you go because you've still got another match to play today. So good luck with that, my friend, and we'll see you later on today.
Yeah, see you later. Thank you.
It always is wonderful to see a team getting along like that. And I think mentality is a huge aspect to probably a lot of their success. Corelli, when you have a fun time, you tend to play a little looser, a little more confident.
I feel like in the situation that Hogan Mode are in, that's all you can do, right? You got to take the pressure off yourself. You know that you've got a huge mountain to climb as far as your qualification status. But realistically, it didn't even seem like Growli was really interested in talking about that. He's more like, hey, we're here to play. We're going to put on the best show that we possibly can. And we're not going to hyper-focus on any one thing. It's just like, we're going to go out and play the best Rocket League we possibly can.
In my opinion, CJ, they absolutely were out there playing too. Growli, in my opinion, was impressing me so much over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, he's a superstar, as we said. He's a budding and an up and coming player in the region. It's good to see that. I guess he's got Scrub by his side, Corelli. I know he'd like having the experience of Mr. Scrub Killer as well. It certainly helps having that experienced player. He's been to the World Championship. He is a world champion by his side.
Let's take a look at the bracket now to see where we are at our journey. So we've had day one yesterday, so most of that bracket's already filled out, and we're on to day two here, where we do start to eliminate some more teams, of course, down in that lower bracket. But there is the upper bracket that we will plow on through before the end of the day, where KCorp, BDS, Vitality, and Liquid all hang out. That's a quite an intimidating CJ top bracket, I would say.
Yeah, we've got the French battle up top, and then just more French players, Corelli. They're everywhere right now. Team Liquid trying to be the only other team.
You really got all the staples of Europe there at the top. That is the top four. Just no one has a debate about this. Those are the best teams, and I think it's great because you want to see the best teams qualify in that upper bracket. You get all the best matchups so early. That's what makes it fun.
Well, we're going to check that out in a little bit, because right now we're staying down in that lower bracket with another best of five. It's going to be Moist facing off against G1. A lot on the line for both of these teams. For Moist, they have a couple wins they need to be able to clinch that major, where G1, their life is on the line. Losing means missing out on the major and then sitting back and watching to see if they make it all the way to Worlds as well, CJ. So this is quite a intimidating position for G1 right now, but of course, Moist also thinking about their fate.
Yeah, not just what's on the line for these teams, but also their form this regional coming in. These two teams, we've lost to Liquid and Vitality, both of these sides. I mean, really, they're just the best of the rest right now, and both sides, I think, Corelli, are playing fantastic Rocket League.
Yeah, they've looked better. It's a funny dynamic here. There's Cash. What's up, buddy?
Hey.
It's a funny dynamic here between these two teams, too, because last split, Moist couldn't beat G1. And that was when Moist was going through some pretty big turmoil there, just kind of going up and down and really not pushing through. Moist have looked a lot better here in this split. And even with changes to G1, it'll be an interesting matchup just in the sense that this was a team that Moist couldn't overcome. And this is a humongous matchup, as Leaf was just mentioning. Moist... they need to beat G1 here. They need to go 2 for 2 here on the day to take down maybe KC and BDS later on as well. But going through G1 has been difficult for them before in the past.
I guess the question is, who do you... I guess I want to focus on G1 a little bit, Growli, because G1 I feel like was one of those teams that I always look at with the brand name, with the players on the roster, and I say this is a team that's going to perform. But it feels like it's been slightly underwhelming, in my opinion. And the fact that they've now found themselves in this spot makes me, again, question what the performance is going to be like going forward.
Yeah, well, G1's had a crack at a couple of the top teams, right? They've had a couple opportunities to play Vitality. They had an opportunity, I believe, to play Liquid as well. Weren't able to come out on top. In fact, I think they only took maybe 1 or 2 games in total out of both of those series, or those 3 series that they've played. So G1 have really just beaten maybe their peers. They've beaten Guild, Monaco, and SA. And I mean, that resume is not the strongest in my opinion. So this is probably the biggest win that G1 can get at the moment.
Well, stats-wise, they're winning over Moist in every category, but it's close enough that this really could go either way. We see your picks coming in right now, chat, with predictions. Let's get the analysts on the board before we get this match going then on what we think. CJ, you look like you want to get something out there. You're ready to put your prediction on the board.
I think this is going 5. I've got Moist. Give me Moist there, but yeah, I think this is going all the way.
Growli.
Give me Moist. I'm on the Moist train. I agree. I think it's going to go deep, but I got Moist.
Oh, man. Are we about to curse him? Because I got Moist as well.
No,
in this.
it's a blessing. It's a blessing.
Okay, it's a blessing. All right.
This desk is a blessing.
What I've seen from them so far has been something that I like. And chat, of course, is also going to be going with Moist with a 77%. The only way to find out is go down on the field. I believe Chiefs and Johnny are there to cast the match for us. Moist needs a couple wins to clinch Major, and their journey starts with G1. G1 has their own mission, though, as a loss means G1 misses out on Major. With everything on the line, let's hope we get an awesome game.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the... Sorry. No, it's not Johnny. It's not a Chiefs.
Does that
It
mean
is,
I'm not
in
a
fact,
Chiefs?
Cole and Stumpy. Oh, my word. And we are here with the Moist versus G1 lower bracket round. And Cole, you had a little bit of a rant about G1 on that pre-show desk. Let me hear everything that you have against these boys.
I was really hoping you wouldn't bring that up, because here I am now commentating over them. Could get a little bit awkward, but I guess I've been frustrated because I loved their unpredictability before, okay? In winter, sure, they had a collapse them on Utopia every now and then, but with Mark by 8, they were unpredictable, and that could get on the team's skin. Since bringing in Oli, they seem more predictable, and their defending seems to have slowed down somewhat. But the good news is that definitely seems to be on an upward surge, okay? They had a massive victory yesterday. Hopefully that's the start of something more. Oli against his old team, Oxygen. So let's hope we're now seeing the true version of G1.
There's also the question mark, Cole, where you said that you were the most mechanical ginger in Rocket League over Cash, and he's got a little bit of a debuff, bless him, on him, where you absolutely ran through his results saying that he is got that Regional 3 lack of ability, it feels like. But this is his chance, right, to make sure that he is able to actually get to those majors.
I mean, Moist have started well in this first game, and I'm proud of my boy Cash for sticking with his dominance, because he moves away from it every now and then, and I just think, come on, man, you're a player that suits it, the way you play, the play style. But as I'm talking, G1 are showing why they are a dangerous team, and it's 1-0 to them.
Dorito from a near standstill here as well. Absolutely bangs it top bins round the side of Cash and can send it just out the reach of Joyo. Open up the scoring here for G1, and they have had their way with Moist over and over again. The last 2 series that we've seen these guys play, it has been 3-1 in favour of G1. That was back in winter. They've not played each other in spring just yet, so it's a good chance to see this brand new roster of Moist with Cash, hoping that they're going to be able to outdo the new, not quite new, but the new in terms of this matchup roster in G1.
There's only the new player getting a couple of touches in that awkward Moist corner, and Moist struggling to deal with it. You have to remember as well that Moist have been a team in transition since the start of this season. First losing Batira, then losing Rise. Poor old Joyo being alone, standing on the ashes of what Moist once was, doing his best to bring it back up. And in my opinion, he's done brilliantly in that.
Yesterday, he was on something. Joyo put forward a performance that would, I think a lot of people were saying, I saw on social media, were saying, that is a performance that shows it was not about Rise. It was not about Vatira necessarily even. Of course, it was to do with the trio, but Joyo had as much part in that as the other guys. He was sensational yesterday, utterly unstoppable. Some great solo plays of his own, but also making sure that he is facilitating the other two on his team. And Cash, he's able to step it up now in these big moments, but this is the biggest series for them. Win this, and you get even closer to making sure that you attend Boston.
Well, there was the least experienced man on the Moist roster, Juicy, just barreling his way forward, trying and get some Fett defending going. But G1 are just refusing to be shaken away, Stumpy.
A lovely pass as well from that midfield. Atomic shies away instead of falls to Dorito to find Oli utterly unmarked. Cash and Joyo both skybound, and so you shoot the lower left corner, no one's going to be there to defend it. 2-0, G1 are looking spicy.
Yeah, a perfect start for G1. They are just barreling down upon Moist at every opportunity, and Moist can't really handle them right now. The aggressive half rotations, this team dynamic they seem to be building finally from G1 is working, but Moist are coming back. 1 or 2 passes, and they're quite working. This is where G1 have been dangerous, so the counter attacks. Juicy gets in the way of that one, and then Juicy again can get some boost and clear away.
I'm upset with Joyo. He's not using the Dominus.
I know.
Cash is rocked him in the Dominus. That means Johnny was right, that there's not going to be the 2 Dominuses, the Domini. Which is a big shame, but Cash is still making sure that he rocks it. And Joyo, after yesterday, quite frankly, actually, he's got as much right to do whatever he wants. But he was performing in the Dominus, so why would you change? But Joyo, over in that Octane, slightly different game style. He's then going to be employing Atomic. Does manage to get rid of Cash. 1 shot, 1 pass, 1 kill. Atomic, 3 on the board, going in favor of G1, 1 apiece.
I'm glad Atomic could see what was going on, because I had no idea with both times after the touches, a demo coming in straight away. All I saw was the word boom. Atomic, though, he followed it home and completed this frantic start for G1. This is the best G1 I've seen for a long time. Probably this split, Stumpy.
I mean, after you, quite frankly, were rude to them, you insulted them frequently on the pre-show.
They're proving me wrong.
They are proving you wrong, and that's a coward's way out. I'd like for you to double down on that opinion, quite frankly. G1, though, here, they are fighting absolutely for their lives. It's going to eliminate them from those major chances, and then they can only watch that major for any chance of them going to Worlds. That major is huge. There are more points than ever available. It is scary times if you don't manage to make it. And Moist, they've near enough locked their position in. A win here, as I said earlier, is going to be vital for them, though.
Atomic just sends that one high. Oli's following it up past Joyo. Dorito into the centers, gonna just smash it as far as he can forward. This is a good play from G1. They don't need to do too much work. Maybe they still will. They're making connections in the final third. They were doing the same against Oxygen yesterday. And every time they do, Moist just have to scatter a little bit into fence. And Moist aren't dealing with that in any way right now.
Yeah, Moist aren't looking to have too much team synergy, I feel. They passed a couple of times, but almost felt like they saw their big brother G1 do it, and so then they fancied to go. Instead, Moist aren't able to really make too many threatening plays for themselves. Solo, counter plays, whatever it ends up being. Good fake out, though, by Joy, but nobody's there. I like the idea, but with no man able to actually receive that ball that you've let fly past you, then you may as well get the touch yourself.
And it's only a best of 5 as well. The opening game is a big part of that statistic. Who's going to win the race to 3? G1, in pretty much every single way, have started it better. Cash is currently rocking 86 points, so a quiet game from him, but then it's been a quiet game from all 3 of the Moist players. Will we see what we saw earlier on for Hogan Mode? A late goal to bring some momentum into game number 2, or a Juicy and Moist gonna have to just settle for second best all over the park? That's gonna be the case. G1, huge winners in game 1.
Massive win. And also, there are no timeouts, bear in mind, at this point either. You can't take an extra minute. You aren't able to talk it through more. If we look back at what we've seen timeouts do for teams, they have that winning percentage afterwards. We know those speeches that some coaches have done historically to bring their teams back up. It's only a 1-game loss. Yes, it was a 3-0. It was one team on the pitch, as far as I'm concerned, really. Moist really did not put too much up. 3 shots in total. Not particularly impressed with them in that first one, but yesterday, Farah Michael goal, they got a reverse sweep versus PSG Tundra.
Yeah, they did, and it was a bit of a scrappy reverse sweep. It never looked simple for Moist. But if you can do that, you can lean on that experience. You can remind yourself of what happened before and take it from there. But there's still a lot of work for Moist Esports before they even think about winning games. First, they got to get on the score sheet. First, they got to get some pressure against G1 without looking like they're overcommitting, because G1 are just taking Moist apart on the counter-attack.
Game 2, Forbidden Temple opens up. Every egg takes their seat. The waterfalls are flowing, the pagodas are pagoda-ing, and Moist are looking for that first game win.
Could be a terrible start. It's almost going to be the case, but it's just hit the crossbar. Juicy was watching that one, praying it wouldn't bounce in, and his prayers, thankfully, were answered. G1 starting game 2 as well as they ended game number 1. Dorito puts that one to the side. It's a little bit better from Moist, though. Cash, can he get more involved? He's changed cars. I don't blame him. For all my love of him in the Dominus, that's the perfect time to switch up.
I like to say I don't blame him, but I also don't respect him for it. And I think that's valid. I think that's valid. With one pass, though, fine in Joyo, take it back, because he is rocking up in that Mustang. He goes for a lower, flatter car, and the power that he has generated on the end of that brilliant pass from Cash daggers the heart of G1.
The fact that 2 Moist players, at least I haven't seen what Juicy's rocking, have changed their cars suggests there was some, if not tilt, inherent frustration with the way they were in game 1. And that's why I was saying I don't blame them for it at all, because it wasn't working. G1 all over them. And now, even if it's just in their minds, there has been a mindset shift.
Joyo now with that beautiful Mustang sends it long, but with Dorito to receive, he sends it high towards Oli, low on boost though. Dorito removing Joyo. This is going to open up that orange side for a push from the Moist boys. Juicy getting rid of Dorito on the pitch, and Atomic just lets that ball fly a little bit too far. Cole, we were talking a little bit earlier about what this means to Moist on the pre-show, but when you look at the support that they have also got on the Moist Critical stream, they are frantic. Every single time that these guys play, it is a ritual fest over there. They don't do anything differently. If someone's gone to the toilet recently, they're like, okay, you don't go again because we won when you went to the toilet in that previous game. They'll like wear the same t-shirts from when they've won historically as well. It is madness on that stream, and Juicy, causing a little bit of madness of his own, manages to get the second for Moist.
Whatever t-shirt they've changed into recently will not be changed for a good 6 months, because Moist are looking like a team refreshed, and it is Juicy, a player who's been blowing hot and cold for Moist. He looks, I would say, the most delicate of the 3 of them. When there's a poor moment or a misplay or a whiff, he's the one who seems to retreat into his shell the most from what I can see. I really hope they're building up on that, because if Moist are to make it to the major, which is of course likely, as much as we love Hogan Mode, he has to have that inner strength placed into him by himself and his teammates.
I'd like to see Joyo back at those lands too. He missed the 1, and I didn't like it. I didn't like not seeing him there. It didn't feel right, especially then when you've got the chance to see Rise and Matera also taking part. But those boys still staying very much in contact, very much still being friends too. But under 2 minutes gone, and only enemies being made on the pitch of Forbidden Temple. 2 goals in favour of Moist, holding onto this lead very well. And G1, not a single player has broken 100 points yet.
Let's see which one will be the first to. Atomic's rocking 14. A complete swing between one game to the next between these two, where G1 suppressed everything Moist tried in the first one. And now it's the opposite. Doritos look most likely so far for G1. He just sends it forwards. Can't quite get around it for Joyo. And Joyo can take this one away. He gets the Musty into the center. Cash is warming up. He's warming something up. He gets the double tap. It's not quite in, though, because Atomic dodges it away.
A beautifully safe 50 as well from Juicy. Knows that he's the last man back. Can't rush in. Instead, gets that 50 into a brilliant position on the sidewall. You'll see it here. That's very safe. It goes into a very fortuitous position for him. Sees Dorito turn on the sidewall, knows that the net is open, and it is pixel perfect from the post. 3 goals for Moist now, and that's a 2 for Juicy.
Who needs a tactical timeout when you can just change a preset? You go to options, quick change preset, just hit it at random, see what ends up, use that, and apparently you'll beat G1 by 3-0. And I say that, they haven't won anything yet, because G1, they were so dangerous in the first one. Can they turn that back on? They've slowed down in this one. Moist are just sitting that slight step back, allowing G1 to come onto them, and G1 haven't adapted their own tactics. I'll have to do so. Look at that dunk from Joyo yet again. G1 clearing it, but not far enough. Juicy's there. Oli, a man who had his own career to save, I'd say, after what happened to him with Oxygen, is next one up. But yeah, much improved from Moist.
It's great seeing Oli do well as well. Yes, G1 haven't done as well as they did previously. Get into that tiebreaker at least. This is a lot harder. They need to literally win that regional to even have any chance. But it's good to see Oli finding a bit more of a home. You're going to have those moments where the team will not be perfect straight away. You very rarely see that happen. Even with Moist, we've not seen that happen. You saw with Oxygen previously when they changed, and with G1, that hasn't happened either. So it's good to see Oli getting onto a decent team. Hopefully he's going to be able to get more consistent results, work into that very unbreakable top European 5. And Cash, with a couple of 50s and a couple of sneaky plays and a slow roller, it's 4 for Moist.
Disappointing for G1 after that first game, though. That shot from Dorito had no business being at this level. Cash was clearly charging him down. Got to put that one to the side to make sure you're not getting dunked. I appreciate you trying to rush things when you're 3 goals down, but he still had 1 minute and 7 seconds. There's time to play with. At 3-0. At 4, though, Stumpy, not quite the case. And again, like the first series, a massive swing between both opening games.
Yeah, it's huge. And you said the change in the cars, that is absolutely part of it. D-Rex, on for mission, said that when he tracked it after the RLCS X season, when players changed their cars, it resulted in a game win of 55 to 60% in that following game. Like, it does help. You've got that mental reset just to play that little bit differently. And Moist, they have done that perfectly. They've shut out G1 so far in game number 2. Chance for them, though, to be getting 5. Probably won't happen, and it's a good time for a reset, I feel, for G1 going into game number 3.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned at this point, they should just be chatting about what went wrong in this game. This one's well and truly done. It has been for at least the last 50 seconds or so, which essentially works as a pre-timeout. You know, this is completely meaningless Rocket League we're seeing right now.
Garbage time.
Juicy scores a banger. Must be. Whoa, he was following up. Little team pinch. There you go. G1 have got themselves a goal. Take that with you to the 3rd, and who knows what happens next.
Even if that is off a fat double commit into the most ridiculous dunk we've seen, you've still outsped, you've still got the goal, you've still done well to secure that one Dorito. So with 3 seconds left, yes, it's going to be complete garbage time, but G1, opportunity for them to have at least chipping away at the block that seemed to be in their mind in this second game. Joy with one reset, and that is a dangerous chance. Moist, congrats. You turned it round after the first.
It's getting pretty nervy in this one here. Moist will be thinking that they're confident about going to this major, but if they go out, they'll be thinking of all the permutations. You know, what if Hogan Mode do this? What if that happens? Surely we can't not make it from the position that we're in. But, you know, you asked me about it at the top of the series, Stumpy. Cash has been in the position of going into day 3 and day 2 at an event, everyone assuming he's going to win, and then going out in 16th and not making a major. That sticks on your mind. I'm so happy to see him smiling, because that implies that those ghosts are being exorcised.
Without going into it in too much detail, that encompasses 21-22, fall, winter, and spring, where they were so close to coming on that last regional just to secure that 5th place. Then the first regional of fall, the first major, the fall major of this season, they managed to squeak it through despite finishing 12th to 14th. Then in winter, they lost. They, I believe, got reverse swept or something by Liquid, or they just got beaten by Liquid, and then they couldn't beat G1 then to go to San Diego. This is a chance for Cash to rewrite that story, or at least change what this ending of that story would be. Start to have this uplift when it gets to Regional 3s. You've not got the Regional 3 debuff. You can be a Regional 3 merchant and make sure that you do succeed in 5th place.
Against G1 as well. G1 who would love to break Moist's heart all over again after blocking their ticket to San Diego. And they start with Game 1 best, and they do it again in Game 3.
It's somewhat poetic though, isn't it? That it comes down to G1 and Moist, G1 and Cash again to be able to try and fight for that land spot.
Well, Juicy's going to close this one down against Oli. And for the first time, I would say the opening 30 seconds or so have been even. After the first couple of games were so weighted towards one team or the next. Who's going to be the first to really change that and try and claim that initiative back? That's a good close down from Juicy, who is looking confident today, Stumpy. I'd say of the 3 Moist players, Juicy's looking most likely to be demanding that ball.
And the only one so far to not change his car either. He's stuck firmly in that Fennec, whereas you've seen Joyo go over towards the Mustang, and then you've got Cash heading to the Fennec as well. So, yeah, seems to be very much locked in and wanting to continue to the success from last time.
I believe that Joyo uses the Mustang. The Moist.
Yeah, I was so close to moving on, Carl. I was so close. I really wanted to, and then you said Mustang again, and
Joyo.
Just a little bit of sick in my mouth.
In the Mustang, follows it up, but Oli gets it to the side.
Mustang. Minute and 30, near enough elapsed as the ball flies its way back down towards Cash in this back corner. Atomic goes to the ceiling, Cash completely misses, whips it round, then just sort of tries to hold on, gets a strong 50, challenges versus Oli, then creeps it out into the opposite corner. Cash, those nerves starting to form. Juicy can't block that one out. Not by any means, and Atomic is there to strike.
Look at the angle of that double tap. Juicy couldn't get past Dorito, and then Atomic smashes his second touch home. No one from Moist can get there. Joyo and Cash were going for it. And that's exactly what G1 needed to get themselves going again after they'd slowed down so much in game 2.
I feel like just opening up those goals, we've seen how much it did for Moist. They got 4 in the end versus G1 in the second game. G1 coming back and getting one after getting 4-1. That's going to be huge for their mentality. Joyo just one towards the net, but with nobody there. Seems to be the tale of Joyo in this series so far, where he has an idea, he gets the ball there, and then it's just Baron in the midfield. Tumbleweed flies past Cash with one fake and dribbled in the net by Atomic. It is an own goal, but it was orchestrated by this man.
You can see the desperation on Atomic's car. They're like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? Do I hit the ball? Especially when Joyo was charging him down as well. There was nothing the poor man could do in the end apart from roll it into his own net. So his beautiful double tap earlier, completely and utterly undone a few seconds later, but he's got another chance to make up for it. He shoots into the top corner. Cash gets the save. G1 coming forward again. Dorito about 14 touches. There was a pancake in there. There was a flip reset. There was all sorts.
There's a waffle.
Dorito waffly pancake sounds weirdly delicious, but we'll get back to that one later. As Joyo gets it towards Cash. Very twosy game this, very ground-based. Lots of fakes and lots of, feints going towards the ball and then leaving it. Let's let him often in threes.
Lovely pass from Dorito Central. Oli can't quite get the first touch, but instead recovers and can then catch. With 0 boost, he has to leave. Cash, monstrous flick onto the back wall, caught by Atomic on that chance. Under half of the game left, drawn completely level in games and also in goals. Then we approach that final 2 minutes. That one's high, lurking above the goal. A blue player to shoot, but Joyo with 150. Juicy under the second. Oli, time on that side wall, but as it scoops up high, so only Joyo in the skies to shoot. One to flip the backboard. Central pass again. Probably wanted that to be a shot. Wasn't able to get anything from it, though.
But on the other end, G1 might be able to do just that. Dorito, he goes around the corner. Juice is closing in. Where's the next touch here from Dorito? Couldn't quite get it. Atomic, the only goal scorer so far in this game, isn't able to get his third on the board between both teams. And Dorito takes a go against Joyo. Joyo's starting to worm his way into this series, I would say. Cash just takes a snapshot. Atomic sends it high. And it's 1-1. Precarious balance between Moist and G1.
I think that Joyo has been good in this series so far. I'd rather put it on Cash and Juicy to not be there for his passes. Yes, there's going to be part of the onus is on the player passing as well to make sure that somebody is there. But I think that you need to be playing a little bit more proactively. What a clear from Bang! Kisses the ceiling, just barely. And a minute remaining with the possession falling back down towards Cash. Another snapshot, another redirect with one pass down from Joyo. Slows it devastatingly in front of that orange net with one fake. A chance. Dorito jumps just to get the save for the shot that never came.
Joyo can slam this one down again with the attempted assist. Cash leaves it out. Good composure from him, even in these high-pressure moments, but he is tackled in the end. Atomic, though, misses his wave dash. And Joyo can come forward. He's been so close to sinking one of these. He tries again, if only to get the assist, if just to do anything. But G1 now come forward until Cash is met. Juicy misses, though. Another chance goes begging for Moist. Can they just do what they're so desperate to do and push this ball in? The goal not with Joyo being challenged by Oli. Juicy keeps the pressure on, though. Dorito up against Joyo. Surely no! Oli from underneath clears yet again.
Time and time again, G1 skin is saved. Final 15, Cash with one reset with 0 boost. He has to fall back down to the floor. Joyo up for one, down for two.
Finally.
It's the second goal. Finally, Moist put themselves ahead.
Joyo with his 6th shot of the game is finally able to sink one. And Moist Esports, they can taste the Boston Major.
Joyo with only one shot less than the entire rest of the lobby combined. The final 10 seconds ticking down. Gonna be desperation from G1, but a good chance. The Atomic goes that central, but Dorito's far too far away. That's gonna hit the floor. No, not quite until Cash slams it down. Moist Esports 2-1.
That was a scrap, Stumpy Goblin. I think Moist Esports in the hot English weather are going to be absolutely steaming right now because that was high pressure. I think they won't believe they didn't score earlier on. There were 7 saves from G1, and sometimes I feel the saves statistic can be a little bit misleading. You know, like you get a 50-50 and they call it a save. That was 7 proper saves.
That was. Sorry, I just took a sip of coffee. I thought you were going to continue.
No, I was letting you speak, mate. You sip away. Do you want me to carry on
I'm
those
done.
saves?
No, honestly, I'm done now.
Good coffee? Good coffee?
Oh, yes, I made it myself. It's nice iced coffee. Oh, decaf, of course.
Brew your own beans.
Moist Esports looking like they have turned this round from that not a horrible game 1, but definitely a game 1 that they would like to forget, and they have done good work to do so. Joyo harkening back to the early Moist days of getting those repeated under like 10-second goals to go ahead in a series or tie it up, but a vital goal to go through. Juicy, with the sidiest cam I've ever seen in my life, and their coach Noah need to be able to continue with the trend that they have been on. We're making sure that they are passing intelligently and not just giving that possession away. G1, they continue with their hopes in their hands and their hearts on their sleeves. They need this win, otherwise they are gone from the major.
In winter, Cash lost to G1 as he played for Quadrant, and they didn't make the major. Now he has the chance of all but confirming that his new team Moist will make the major if they can just get through one more game of the 2 they have left. G1 are going to do everything to make sure that's not the case. Juicy has Atomic in the corner, Oli there now, getting involved. And this is what G1 want to do. They want to just completely overload the Moist defense like they could in game 1. It's looked less likely in the following 2, but that danger's always there. But here's real danger for G1. What a finish. Top right corner from Juicy.
Open net for Juicy to shoot on, and you bet that he is not missing them. A lovely 50 from Joyo forces Oli then to come in just to clear it anywhere by a haphazard, sloppy touch. Sees it fall towards Juicy, and Moist with 1 goal in the opening 35 seconds. They're starting as they mean to go on.
With each goal, with each block, with each good defensive clear, the pressure will just start to drop away from Moist Esports, and the belief will start to overtake them. That's a great punt forward onto the backboard. Atomic places it to the side. There was a demo that came in from Juicy to Dorito. Haven't seen too many aggressive plays between these 2 teams just yet. It's been quite clean Rocket League, especially from Moist towards G1. I see G1 have got more demos overall. Dorito comes from the side, but he's dunked out by Cash. Cash now wants to get involved in everything. I'd say all 3 players from Moist are the same. It was Juicy earlier on, but now Joyo has awoken. Has to be blocked by Dorito and is. Cash puts it into the center. Juicy can only force a save between 2 G1 players, but look at the pressure that Moist have.
And that has been the absolute key for them as well. They don't do too many counterattacks, I feel. They're just going for most of the opportunities that they get until Dorito on the opposite side. Dorito, no. He's not able to get anything from it. Shoots it completely wide, trying to be sneaky and get it into the corner with no defenders. In the end, it just bounces completely awry.
Oh, look at Cash, pre-jumping on the ceiling. He's already there. This is the version of Cash that we want to see when Moist have a little bit of pressure on themselves. Already all but nailed on for this major, but this would just make the belief all the sweeter. And making yet another championship Sunday wouldn't be too bad either. Juicy is punted out of the air. Is he going to land somewhere helpful for Moist? No, he's not. He just falls to Dorito. G1 can come forward, but Stumpy, it's Moist that have all the pressure.
3 minutes remain for G1's live. Juicy on the back ball, clears it nicely below until he gets bumped horribly from behind. Good opportunity taken from G1. Look at Oli bumping here. Completely destroys Juicy's touch. Dorito comes in for that low 50, sneaks it beneath. 254, a goal back for G1.
It has to be said, though, that that was a defensive mistouch from Juicy to go so low and get the ball so close to his own goal. So keep a close eye on him. Will he be able to step back up? We have seen him try and hide a little bit after making mistakes so far in Moist's split. I'm hoping that we still see him attacking, still see him going. Because Moist are playing at their best. And that's not helping either, is it?
Yeah, I mean, he got harassed during that touch. Yes, it was low. I think there were a couple of touches that then came on him, which made it a lot harder. But yeah, he's just getting harassed whenever he stays a touch more sedentary, which is what the opposition are going to want because it makes it a much easier target to hit.
Summit puts that one into the center, but that should be savable. No, Dorito has such great speed. Oli's there. Could make this 2-1 if he can angle the redirect. Not quite there. A huge chance for G1.
G1 going to be seeing these chances go by over and over again. Juicy up for the second touch, but cleared away by Dorito on the backboard. Joyo now midfield, sees Cash, goes solo instead. 50 alongside Oli. Dorito with a nothing touch, and yet again falling back down towards a Moist player. Under 2 minutes. Time starting to run out for both these teams to win it in regulation.
Joyo play from the ceiling. Follows it up as well. Dorito's challenge just sends it high as far as Juicy. He has got himself involved again. To the backboard with him. Atomic misses it. Oli, though, he nips in ahead of Joyo. And asks the question of Cash. Does he have the answer? He does for now. It's a good challenge yet again. Moist doing well, but there is a huge demo from Dorito on Juicy. Oli's coming forward, putting that one to the corner. Following it up himself, but it's a bit too floaty. And Moist should be able to get this one away safely. Joyo going for a flip reset above his own goal. I wouldn't dare do it, but then I'm not Joyo.
Joyo with a shot, just goes below the crossbar on that chance with a good setup by Cash. Nothing can come from it on this chance. Instead, now it falls to Dorito. Now, just attempting to get this ball out of their half. Instead, it is pressure. It is G1 completely under the press. And this time they've conceded before. That's another shot from Joyo. Goes just high. Cash opts to the backboard touch, but Atomic's already there. Juicy was waiting midfield with no defenders on him. Potential misplay, but the pressure begins to abate for G1.
You got to say credit to Oli as well. He read that post hit that was not simple to do. Cash in danger of overplaying things. I'd say that's Moist's biggest weakness so far here on Utopia. Maybe getting a little bit too confident, trying to not be scared, you know, and potentially making a mistake. Overcompensate. Joyo's up. He's got the read. Who's going to be following this one up next? The ball is just landing in front of the blue goal. Oli was nowhere near, but now he gets his chance.
The scary touches, and they are coming out again from G1 with one bump, one demo, one touch. It falls down back towards Juicy. Another save. Now Moist under that press. A pinch wide of the net. Final 10 seconds ticks down. G1, this final push. Joyo to cut it out. Juicy to turn. Cash is there instead of 1v1. Does he go low with it? Instead he goes side with it. Cash, banishing his demons, may well have secured Moist the Major.
Put the storyline of Cash not performing in third regionals away. That goal there may just secure Moist the Major and the trip to Boston if they can survive for 3 more seconds. The kickoff comes in. Oli's underneath it. It's a scrap and it stays up as well. Oli has Atomic in front of him. Atomic into the center. He gets it above the goal. Oli was so close to putting that one away. Somehow it stays out. Joyo says, let's go. I think his teammates just go, phew.
Unbelievable.
Because Moist make it through against G1.
The story of Cash. To be so close, time after time. I asked our statistician, if Moist win this series, what would you say their chances are? Before, without the win, he was saying 99%. He's locked it in at 99.99% chance of now going to the Major. That's G1 eliminated. It's Moist with a brilliant push from them to get rid of that Game 1 issues that they found that they were having. But G1, they fought, they made that roster move. It has not paid off.
It hasn't paid off, but that was at least a better performance from them. Their finish in this regional has been higher than what we've seen from them recently, and I'm glad about that. You know, there's no shame in finishing, I believe it's 7th to 8th, which G1 have just completed there. So it's still a decent performance overall. Not quite what they were after when they brought Oli in. The story here, Stumpy, is all about Moist.
Yeah, and I think that Moist have got a lot to be proud of back at that HQ of theirs. I'm sure they did huge cheers when Cash was on that dribble towards the end, the final 6 seconds, I believe it was. And G1 had a couple of chances, but Moist Cole, they were a lot better going through that series. 3-1 in the end. Fantastic push from them. After the break, we're going to be having one of the most anticipated series of the day. It is going to be Vitality versus Liquid.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Doesn't have a flip. He's trying to use it to pass out. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rise under pressure.
children of the sun.
Welcome back to the EU Spring Invitational. We are 2 series deep. We are finished with the second and final best of 5 of the tournament, and that is the end of G1's tournament run. Moist eliminate them with a convincing 3-1 win, and I am blessed, as we all are, to be joined by Joyo right now. Joyo,
Hello.
You just cemented yourself as a clear top 5 in EU this split. So after missing the last major, how much does that mean to you guys to be convincingly back in the top 5?
Nothing much. I mean, that's just what we do. Expected, really, but you know, we're back, so you know, it's like we never left. So it doesn't feel any different than normal.
So with that win against G1, you guys have secured at least a tiebreaker for the major. But in order for that to happen, Hogan Mode needs to win the entire event from this point onwards. So it's pretty simple. If Hogan Mode lose their next series today, you guys have qualified for the major. So I have to ask, obviously we all know you're a big Hogan Mode fan. Who are you rooting for between Hogan Mode and it's either going to be BDS or KCorp?
Bro, I think that they can do it, bro. I think they've got what it takes, bro. But I want them to make the final, bro. Actually, no, play us, bro. They play Moist Esports and lose, bro. I want to take them out myself, bro.
So you're the one who sent them to the lower bracket. You want to beat them again. You want to beat your favorite team twice.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
about?
Show domination, you know. I built them up and then take them down.
All right, so the people, obviously, they all want to know more. Well, they all want to hear more of your Scrubkilla impressions. We've already got one, but if Scrubkilla was here right now, what do you think he would have to say about your guys' performance?
Bro, that was a golden performance, bro. What a game, bro. It was absolutely golden.
I agree, Scrub. Kyle, I totally agree. Golden performance. Now, I'm sure you guys have got bigger goals to shoot for. Top 5 EU looks all but secured, but really, for you guys, how far can this Moist team go, and how far do you think you will go if you make the major?
I mean, there's obviously boundaries and there's barriers we have to cross, but I think we have limitless potential, and you know, we're gonna go there. We're a bit of an underdog, you know. We're not exactly one of the best, like, top secure teams, favorites or anything, but you know what happened in fall. You know, came into it 5th seed, got into the final. So, you know, anything can happen. I mean, I'm confident. Why shouldn't I be? I mean, I have one of the best LAN records in the game, so.
You absolutely do, and you know, there are many doubters, but you guys have proved them all wrong. This is being called the best top 5 EU's ever sent to a major. You guys are this close to being part of it. Sorry, I've got my hand off camera there. This close. But do you have any shout outs to anyone that you want to thank for sticking with you through the hardship, through the previous split where it didn't go to plan?
I mean, Moist.org itself, I mean, always given us so much support, especially me. You know, they've helped me a lot, and you know, they trusted the vision, and you know, it seemed to work. I'd like to thank my family and all the fans. You know, keep supporting. But a big thank you to Curtis Cannon, the Cannon. You know, people were not sure about his regional 3 performances, but I mean, I think he's ice cold, and I think it's a myth.
Well, Joyo, you tweeted not so long ago that you aren't the player that most Moist fans wanted to be the remaining Moist player out of the original 3, but I can, you know, say for myself, and I think I speak for many when I say that I'm glad you stayed, I'm glad you're back, and good luck later on today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think Johnny can speak for all of us, to be honest, because that's a player I want to continue to see representing that org. I think it just fits so perfectly, and now seeing Juicy and Cash specifically, I think so many people rallied behind Cash on that roster. Growli is, I think, something that again we all kind of get behind.
Yeah, I mean, pretty powerful words coming from Joyo, especially when he tweeted 2 months ago when he had that tweet talking about, I may not be the one that you wanted to stay on, Moist, out of the 3, but I promise to do anything in my power to win for my team and everyone supporting us. And it's really great to see this team stick with the roster, produce the results they have, and ultimately qualify for a LAN. And, I mean, he kept his word. You got to hand it to Joyo. He kept his word. He did everything in his power, and he certainly willed his way through the series.
And it was also pretty convincing over G1 too. It was a 3-1 in the end. Yes, that first game very much did not go their way. They got a couple of last-minute goals, but I think that when you look at Cash, especially on that roster, what a pickup he has been. Like, yes, he has had, and it's been memed and maybe beaten to the ground a little bit. He has had that Regional 3 debuff when he has to try to compete, to go to majors over and over and over again. I hope this is the start now of that. Not the issues that we've seen, the plateaus when he gets to the 3rd. Now it's okay, I can perform, but how high does that line go?
Yeah, no, that's. I'm glad you brought that up because it is an important thing that they still. Hopefully, he's not even thinking about. But the regional's still going on, right? So things can still pan out in a different direction. But Moist does win this one against G1. They move on into those lower quarterfinals. They'll wait for their matchup, which will be coming from the uppers there. And Hogan Mode also down there. I think this is a fantastically fun story, Stumpy, that everyone's still on, and it sounds like Joyo is on that train as well.
And all they need to do is win the entire event. So I don't know what everyone's worried about. Why are we thinking they're not going to do it? Yes, they need to beat the loser of Vitality Liquid. That's whatever, though. Hogan Mode, they've got the chance. It's in their own hands. Destiny? Question mark. Are they going to do it? I hope so.
Well, they'll be doing it in a best of 7 if they do it, and that's where we're at now as we move into the upper bracket. Let's talk about our next matchup. It's Team Liquid facing off against Team Vitality, 2 of the powerhouses of the European region. One, maybe a little more so than the other. Growli Vitality definitely has made a huge statement. They've cemented themselves as the best in the region. I don't even know if I want to say in my opinion. I would just say that's fact at this point. And Liquid, yeah, right. And, but Liquid again, still a consistently strong team in this region.
Croc's got to wake up there. I don't know what that's about. He can't be yawning here. You're going up against the best team in the world right now. But I mean, Team Liquid, if they're going to win this series, because listen, this is a series that they've lost 0-2, right? They've played Vitality twice in the first regional. They lost in the upper finals, and then they lost in the grand finals, right? Those series were, arguably some of the best series we've ever had in Rocket League. It's going to demand perfection from Team Liquid. I think we've gotten perfection from Vitality over these last few regionals. Obviously, they're winning, but Liquid is one of the few teams that can also hit that level. It's just minor inconsistencies that hold back Liquid against teams like Vitality. And really what we've said about Liquid their entirety of this this team's existence is just minor inconsistencies. Because we know that their potential is through the roof. It's on par with Vitality. They just can't seem to get all the way to their peak every single time they take the pitch.
You know what, Corelli? You know what, pal? You talk about the inconsistencies that you're seeing from Liquid. And yesterday on the Liquid stream, we saw none of them. They were so good. Chronic was literally saying, when we chatted to him after, guys, he always sounded worried. He was like, guys, we've never played this well. Like, what do we do? We are just amazing at the moment. The only team that I think are going to beat them when they are also peaking is Vitality. Like KC, they are beatable by Liquid. Liquid can take them. They have taken them in the 3rd regionals. Liquid have had these moments where they take the 3rd regional and they stop the Grand Slams. Vitality is a bit more of another hurdle for them.
All right. Well, chat's getting their predictions in already. They've been spamming the hashtags. I think I know which way this is going to go for them. And where it goes with this. Stumpy, you guys have a competition going on. So start us off here. Remind us.
Well, 3 of us have a competition going. And then Shogun's also there. I actually had Vitality on this one. Like I said, I think Liquid beat any other team in this competition right now, just not Vitality.
Growli.
When in doubt, I go with my favorites. I'm going with Team Vitality, but I think this one's going to be really close.
Yeah, I have it in 7 on the scores.
I mean, I'm not going to hesitate at all. Vitality for me. I mean, this is, again, we're talking about the best in the region, potentially the best in the world right now. So there's no way I can go against them. What do you think in chat? a lot of love still for Liquid. It's not as high as maybe I thought I'd be for Vitality. Well, let's see how it goes as we have our casters in the booth ready to go. EU's #1 seed going into the major. Stand tall against Liquid, their brethren in representation in Boston. For Liquid, wins mean better seeding. For Vitality, wins mean further cementing their dominance in the region.
Kills achieves, like we've heard this story an awful lot of time. Of course the Team Liquid can't go and win it. This team's really dominant in the region. And then we get to the third tournament and they prove everybody wrong. Is this any different, or is Team Vitality just that squad?
Well, Team Vitality is pretty good, but Liquid, they've been giving them a run for their money as of late. So I don't know if it's quite as clear-cut. I think the desk may be onto something thinking it goes 7, but you're right. It should favor...
Hey, there we go.
Actually, a restart off the rip wasn't quite expecting that, but what are you going to do?
You got 7 seconds of gameplay there, chat. The prediction thing is not done yet in chat, so the information that you just gleaned, you need to use it incredibly quickly. Okay, well... There we go. All right, we'll work with that as we go through. But yes, this is a best of 7 for those of you joining us for the first time. From now on in this tournament, we are running best of 7s, and also these teams get access to a timeout, which they can use after the game. Or if you're like Guild 2 weeks ago, you forget that you can use it, and I don't think either of these teams are going to forget that they can use it. They are well-oiled machines right now.
Yeah, Liquid, especially yesterday, a phenomenal start to the day. 3-0 Fufek stop, 3-0 Moist. So Liquid was looking quite dangerous, and as well they should. Moist definitely not a team to push over, but they kind of just walked right through them. And Vitality also, of course, in fine form as they always have been since they've picked up Zen. So this really is probably a lot of people's favorite matchup of the day, I would guess.
And in what will be the least controversial unpause ever, we're just back at 5 minutes, 0-0. And Alpha, but that would have been fun for me though, if we managed to score a goal before that timer had even hit 7 seconds in.
Liquid, I think you really want to see them come out here with a lot of control, and Zen just doing his best. That's what he does, makes people dance, makes everybody wary. Those mechanics.
I think the one thing that we're going to see, though, is a complete lack of respect for who Zen is. The Team Liquid don't care. They are sending the house at you. You want to flip reset? Tough, we're already there at you. You want to go off the backboard? Tough, we're already there at you. A toe off the backboard to himself. And Radosin, who has maybe been the biggest winner. Oscar made a bit of a mistake, but he's been the biggest improvement, I feel, this split.
Radosin, I agree. A lot of people, obviously, and rightfully so, should be high on Zen because what he's brought to this team is incredible offensive potential, but Radosin had quite a showing in the previous regional and earned a lot of respect and also fans for his performance. And you're looking to see that level of elevated play continue and perhaps lead them to a major championship. Who knows?
Zen, she didn't get the demo there. I'm a little surprised by that. A Chronic takes it past one, goes at the top of Alpha, who does scramble, doesn't get for the second save. Tried all he could, but Team Liquid just too much.
Yeah, Zen gets caught out with no boost, and Radosin can't even really get a hand on the ball. And to be fair, Alpha, to his credit, really nice job even keeping that first one out of the net, but too many people, too many threats. And Liquid on the board first and doing exactly what we wanted. Like you said, Shogun, they really want to get as aggressive as possible, prevent any sort of ball control for Vitality and really force them in a particular way. And oh my gosh, it's going to happen. The pinch straight into the net.
All right, I want to have a look. Can I criticize the turn? I kind of can. He did put himself on the wrong side of the ball. There's only one way that ball can go.
I mean, that tipped off a Zen spoiler. He wasn't even the guy challenging the ball. He's just kind of parked the bus there to create a lane, and it just went right off his back spoiler straight into the net. That's wild.
If you're going to take anything from us this weekend, chat, it's, well, don't challenge those on the wall when you're on the wall. It just doesn't work. It never works, and you're usually just pinching it with somebody else. Zen's positioning, making that even worse for Team Liquid, who have seen their lead disappear. Radosin just camping on the backboards. He trusts Zen on the goal. I think trusting Zen has kind of been the tagline for this revitalized Vitality. They just look comfortable.
It makes it so hard as well because Zen has become quite comfortable in that, deep back third man role, which I think is the right place to put a player like him, where he's got that sort of magician capability to just make people miss and get the ball where it needs to go into a scoreable position. He's not a scorer, he's a setup artist. Him being in that deep back position, sometimes you put them back there on that island and you can't help but he's got the space to work with, and I think that's a great slot to put him in.
I feel like we've seen that very frequently. It's something that maybe people don't necessarily expect from the mechanical monsters, but even looking back to like season 5 Justin, he was also I think second, first on the saves. But those style of players just enjoy being the last man, enjoy getting that first touch and playing the ball out.
Yep.
You see Zen passes the ball across. Alpha actually even got a little bit wrong-footed by that. Is going to move on up, but Toe by himself. And we'll be happy to see that shot was so down the middle. That gives Team Liquid a way out.
And they got that boost steal in the corner, though. Vitality going to keep building pressure, and Atoe able to make another nice save, but Liquid really just needs some type of space. And Alpha, look at that demo on the supporting player. It forces Atoe to continue to press, and they might actually score. Zen just in time to clear it away from the right side.
Oh, and another touch that goes wayward for Team Liquid, but they've got time. Play it to the back corner, force for a dose, and then almost went for the pinch off the ceiling. Difficult play to go for. Zen, backboard, double tap. That's been this secret weapon all the time. And you see now the threat that's caused. The second touch from Radosin wasn't quite wanted. Still 1-1. Oski on the counter. Alpha gets rid of it at least for now. Boost stolen, though. Resources might start running low here for Vitality unless they can shore up the lines. Radosin again on the backboard. And again, he's made it work. That's some valuable breathing room.
Oh, Oski, what a great recovery, but Zen, too smart, knew where the ball was headed, back down into the middle. Atoe there to cut it down. And yeah, if this is how game 1 is started,
it's going to be a fun time.
I believe this very well could be 7 up in front of the net, but no problem for Alpha. But Liquid definitely circling here.
Liquid just play with nameplates turned off. I'm absolutely convinced at this point. Oh, and Chronix clattered into his own teammate. Zen off the backboard, and Team Liquid not like that.
Oh, the self-destruct. I mean, it's not even really anybody's fault. Acronic is just trying to flip into the back corner to get the boost, while Atoe is trying to come forward and go for the challenge. And in the worst twist of fate, give each other a little bit of a hug in midair and let Zen work his magic right on the goal line.
A little bit too much emotional support, and now it's all gone downhill. Zen doesn't quite find the opportunity. The backboard. Alpha goes to try and find the angle. Oski's moved very early. Backboard again, 15 seconds now. Team Liquid look to try and put a play together. They've got the pass back down. That's going to be such an awkward landing, though, for Atoe. And Zen will just caress the ball, trying to find nothing more. Now backboard. Atoe and Oski both went, and they both didn't quite get enough on the challenge. Infield, Acronic pops the ball up high. They're both beat to it by Zen.
Oh, but they're not done redosing. Yeah, just hit it as hard as you can. Really force Liquid to work for it.
Atoe looks to follow. Doesn't have the boost. Acronic does. Has he got any options? Oh, he's giving himself a lot of work to do. That is going to finally hit the floor. And Team Vitality have won it. But if you were to ask me the 2 goals that Vitality might score, that was not the style I expected them to go in.
Yeah, if you think about it, neither of them really actually, quote-unquote, earned opportunities, right? I mean, the first one's just a pinch that tips off of Zen's car and just goes straight into the back of the net. And the second one is a team bump. Definitely not the most productive offense for Vitality, despite having, 11 shots. Certainly out shooting Liquid, but just an unlucky game 1 if you're a Team Liquid fan.
I feel as well from what I was seeing, though, Vitality had statistically more opportunities, but also more clear-cut opportunities. And a lot of it, to me, I feel like if Alpha can just settle into this series, this could get really rough for Team Liquid, because there was a lot of passing choices there that I feel like Alpha misread the situation on the field. But that's not going to happen for 7 games straight. That Alpha will start locking that in.
Yeah, I have to agree. Alpha always has been, I think, one of the greatest follow-up players to find off of Zen's execution is, I think, the right way I want to go with that. Generally tends to read the play quite well. Not his best game 1 performance, to be sure, is already another
this one's quicker. I want to point out, Cheese is wearing a full suit. It is far too warm in this room. There is not a chance. There is no shot. I've got cats around me hibernating. It's that warm in this house right now.
It's a rainy, it's a very London day where I am, so it's not super hot here.
Yeah, I think Johnny describes it as an Edinburgh day. He's very determined that Glasgow and Edinburgh are very different weathers. So another pause update for you all. We're going to start again at 5 minutes. It's 0-0. You've heard that one previously. What's the whiteboard got? They've removed the whiteboard. I've not seen Vitality lose since the whiteboard's been removed from this room, and it's upset me greatly.
I did like the whiteboard, especially because, you know, we can always have some really high quality team Vitality based memes, but that's all right. Whiteboard, are you a superstitious person, Shogun? Do you think Vitality's superstitious?
I wasn't until the predictions started for this split, and now I'm absolutely out of it. It's not even been a Rocket League exclusive thing. It has been everywhere. I can't get anything right now. I was playing earlier on Freeze with Stumpy and Cole. I said this is fine, and out of nowhere, a goal free hit a triple tap.
You're just having a rough
the goal
right
raise a
now.
champ free. I shouldn't go too far now. Not that low down. Stumpy might be, though. All right, let's get ourselves back into this. 1-0 here for Team Vitality. Team Liquid, well, know that they can't go giving up those style of games again. Like, Vitality are hard enough to beat as it is, let alone when the silly goals go against you.
Yeah, and you really just want to find a way to cut down those shot opportunities, obviously, but that's so hard to read, and Alpha trying his best to keep this one in a scoreable spot. They run completely out of boost, and Liquid, here's a chance to really get the offense going on the right foot.
Zen back out to Oski. It's not a strong touch, though. When you do that, it leaves the ball open to everybody. That happened again. Team Liquid's first touches are just letting them down at the moment, inviting Vitality to follow up on the challenges.
They're all trying to have to chase the ball. It's not really passing for Team Liquid. It's just getting the ball to where Vitality isn't, which is generally not the way that Liquid likes to play. Don't really like that dump and chase approach.
It's the classic European style of just be faster.
Yeah.
Oh, Radosin, he sets himself up for the double. That was fantastic.
Just enough space to work with as well. You can see Zen and Alpha rotate through the goal line, just that extra bit of disruption, and it gives him just enough. And the important thing, Radosin getting that flip reset perfectly off that ball from the backboard allowed him to get that extra bit of power and just squeeze it by.
I'm trying to figure out if that bump came in from the backboard to somebody inside the goal. If it was that, I very rarely have seen anybody manage that angle. Chronic. Oh, he finds the top shot. Well, again, there's an early response. This time it's Team Liquid.
And Chronic just went for it. You had a good angle to see that Ato was definitely winning that ball, so he instantly started running up the field as fast as he could, and it's a good thing he did, just able to beat out the defense and bullet top of the net. Great shot.
Alpha has to work hard to keep that ball under his own control. So plenty of time. Zen reads him.
Jeez.
Zen's happy to just dive on in, leave his teammates to deal with it if it goes wrong. I'm sure his teammates feel much the same way. Now Zen, ball under his control. Again, the early challenge. That has to be the case. But you can see what Zen's done afterwards. He's just chasing. Vitality's rotations are almost the exact opposite. They're two. Well, this time they were too laissez-faire.
Just a little too lax. You're right, Zem went for those demos all the way deep into the opponent's half, and he took the straight line down the complete side of the pitch, and the worst part wasn't even any boost anywhere on any of those side pads, so if he took any inside line of boost towards the net, he probably gets there.
Appreciate the trust, and Alpha tries to go for the bumps again. Team Liquid are going to be very difficult to find, though. Of all the teams in this bracket, I think Team Liquid are the hardest to go and find a third-man demo on. Unless, of course, as we saw in the last one, they're bumping each other, but that's an entirely different story. The ball here from a toe. How again? Vitality, clear the lines. But it is just giving the ball back up, but they do still some boost. They do get rid of a player. This is a good opportunity for them. Zen already up. He's beat Oski. Couldn't quite find his teammate.
Vitality really trying to dial in on those passing lanes, but now you kind of see that offensive production while there is still a goal. Forget that. Hello, a toe out of the corner. Did not think this was going to be a scoring opportunity. So good.
He's just so good at this game.
I mean,
what a read.
Nobody on Vitality even thought that was possible. They're just like, oh, that's going off the wall.
To quote myself, he hasn't got that. He actually just does.
What a shot. Wow.
It's absurd, the angles that people are able to do now.
Yeah, there's 4. Okay.
All right, that one, however, is a little bit less of a shocker. Toe definitely has got the ability to hit those.
Yeah, Alpha kind of got, he was trying to decide if he wanted to challenge there and ended up going for the fake challenge, but unfortunately pulled him too far forward, so he never could get all the way behind that ball, really get that ball to safety, and easy enough counterattack for Liquid. Vitality deep in the hole here in game 2. I won't even say that they're really trying to do too much. It's just Liquid is trying their best to make sure that that defense is rock solid.
This is the difficulty when you play against Liquid, is that it's kind of a skill check, but it's not on you. If Team Liquid are playing at their mechanical peak, what do you even do? Because they're going for stuff that you don't think should even be possible, that it doesn't make sense to go for. And they put it off. Back into the midfield. If Vitality are going to make a game of this, it has to start very quickly. Zen back out. Toe does get the block. Zen continues onwards. The wall dashes, but nothing really working right now. Zen can still move around for the shot, but Ato fakes the challenge, turns himself around, gets the block. And now they should have got rid of it, but Radosin dives in. And actually Zen's won the challenge. Well, that required a little bit more work than Liquid were expecting.
Fortunately, though, Vitality's a oh, nasty challenge. Oh, my goodness.
Skill check.
Oh, Ato, look at this challenge game. He's like, oh, all the space, I'll just buy it and then just turn the car upside down, angle it right to Oski. Oh, talk about manipulating the timing. That was perfect.
It's when you see stuff like that you're not entirely convinced that he's not got a way to see your screen somehow. He just knows. Man. And that's so difficult to do because when you go for those style of plays, there is a brief moment where the ball blinds you. You don't actually know where your opponent is anymore. And he just went for it, and he got it perfect.
Just a beautiful display of spatial awareness. What a game for Ato here. This one's been lights out. 2 goals, 2 assists, 3 saves, and 3 shots. A well-deserved MVP medal, and maybe another. Oh no, he saved it! I was about to say give him the playmaker, but he kept it out.
Listen, nobody else is allowed a hat trick, only him. If anybody's going to get it. Well, we were talking earlier on the pre-show about whether or not the cash debuff exists in Regional 3. I think, Joyo doesn't agree with it, but I think one thing that we all agree exists is Team Liquid just find another level in the 3rd Regional every single time of asking. This is that extra level, and Vitality just got punched in the mouth.
Wow. That's actually a really intelligent drop pass from Radisson there. Just knows that Zen is waiting close by the net, and sure, you can make the argument maybe Radisson should have just shot it, but it's okay. Get the job done. Take it the easy way.
All right, are we going to get a hat trick? It's Oski and Ato that can get it. Vitality having none of it right now. Oh, they are over the top. Oski! Hat trick! Let's go!
Ask and you shall receive, Shogun. Even that, though, it's not enough. An extra 125 score. That's still not enough. Ato at 700. Or I should say 699. But that was an absolute banger of a game from Team Liquid.
Incredible.
Man.
Yeah, I guess gauntlet thrown down. Team Liquid will not be intimidated by the stellar record that Vitality have got coming in here. Reminder, only 1 series loss, and that was in the bracket reset of the last regional, so it meant that they just went on and won the 2nd series. It was fine, no worries for them. Team Liquid, though, have that reputation, and it's a reputation that appears to be very well founded.
As it should be, especially when you have a huge game like this from Oski and Ato. It's rare when one of your players has a 500 score game in a Chronic, and it feels like they're completely invisible. And
he's carried from the bottom.
Absolutely bonkers. That That was pop-off. That was what Liquid was talking about yesterday. Guys, we've never played this well, and that was it.
I think it's very impressive as well, because as much as I hear Colin Stumpy, complain about the highs and the lows of this Team Liquid squad, they're always top 4. They always get the result done. They're one of those teams that can win whilst playing badly. Not in this series, though. They need more of that. That game 2, I don't think they need that level the entire time, but a good 70% of it will certainly not go amiss.
Yeah, just enough to really keep Vitality honest. And if you get that level of play again, even half the time, you start to wonder, is there really any way that Vitality are going to crack that? Because even in game 1, where they ended up losing, Liquid's defense still quite stingy. And as time has gone on in some of these majors, we've started to see defensive teams really put people through the ringer. You think like Complexity and Crew, and those are teams that had absolutely lights out defenses. And even at this past CRL championship, Dr. Boomin were playing some lights out defense. So defense certainly making its way back to the forefront of the Rocket League meta. And that's where you're really needing some of that offensive inspiration in players like Zen to come through and really break people down. And maybe even players like Oski, Acronic, and Ato, who just hit the low opportunity shot and really just put a lot of pressure on you.
That mix up. Ato met in the air by Radosin. Oski, what a catch that is. Gets the infield. He's unchallenged and would have wanted to do more with it. Oski in. Goes top corner, and that one's off target. Team Liquid are swarming them. Surely it finally goes in. And Ato adds to the tally.
Vitality a little panicked here. Alpha obviously knew he was up against the wall there, and Radosin did not think that ball was going to just hover on the goal line off that bounce off the backboard. He thought it was going to go more into the middle of the box, but it stuck right there. And Liquid finally get their just desserts, starting off another game with a goal.
Liquid now have gone for quite a period of time as the better team. Again, looking back at that game, it was their own mishaps that gave the game over to Vitality. Dominated them in game number 2, playing well at the start of game number 3. Vitality,
so much space.
This feels like a big one that they've got to start turning back around.
Ooh, and an opportunity to do it, but look at that timing on the defense and the instant reset with that type of clear all the way down the pitch, and the pressure on the box to completely freeze that Vitality counterattack with the back pass. Man, Liquid know ball control is the way to victory against a team like Vitality.
It's absurd that they can play so fast and then they just kill the ball. Like, as soon as they get there, it's just, all right, it's mine. I'm going to have it stick to me like glue. Chronic. Oh, that's a good challenge for him. He'll be so happy to see the side-on challenge. In goes Oski. Back out to a Chronic. No rush here from Team Liquid. They know they had a bit of time. Again, Ato back up. That's over the top of Radosin. Zen had to pre-jump for him. Did make some contact. And Alpha tasked with getting rid of the danger.
It's ugly. Vitality's structure on both offense and defense is really not a set opportunity. They're just kind of following the play and seeing if they can make it work. It is not going to plan. It's putting them in some really bad positions and having to play some tough challenges from awkward angles.
And again, it's a mix-up. Every time Team Liquid go for a shot like the one we just saw, you have to figure out, is this on target? Is this a pass? Is he just going to control it? Those quick decisions that have to be made at this level. Zen, that is so good. Now Radosin, infield to Alpha. He just didn't make it. That deserved something.
Oh, Zen had such a beautiful recovery off his backboard, and that was the 1-2-3 counterattack, and just missed the finish. Could not square it up off a beautiful opportunity, and now you get put back under the press of Liquid.
And Liquid, that is still one goal to the better. Ato. They've gone infield quite often here for Team Liquid. Now Alpha had to avoid being bumped. Oski seems to be happy to challenge everybody right now. He went 1v3. Only finally defeated by the third. These bounces are just going Team Liquid's way every single time. They're so well positioned on the second man. Is this going to be a 2 goals to the better? No, Alpha now controls it. Flicks up. And because he was under pressure from the bump potential, just kind of gave it away.
Nice. Zen, great awareness there, understanding, get this one under control, force possession back in your favor. and they finally managed to at least break that Liquid attack. Now they've got an opportunity here with 30 left. Can they find an equalizer?
Can't find a chance. Zen controls. He's been met in the air every single time, and that clear from Oski hurts so much for Vitality.
Ooh, that one hurts worse. Just stays on their own half, but it'll actually work out. They've got the ball in the right hands. Zen towards the net. Alpha just steal that boost, and can you make something happen? Not yet.
Just shut down every single time. Zen is trying everything to get some space. Up one more time. This is the most time he's had on the ball. Has he created it? No! So close. There's the danger. A warning shot fired, but nothing for it. Team Liquid have now got the series lead.
Knew he needed to get something done. Tried his best. Got the ball as close as possible, but I believe it was Alpha 54 kind of camping that left side of the box. He was trying to figure out, is it going to get tipped out? Do I have to crash the net? What's the right decision? And that's the unfortunate, very tough part of the game where you have to be able to read those challenges perfectly. And Alpha was so focused on making sure that ball didn't hit the floor that he wasn't there to try and jam it home.
So we have got a timeout now from Team Vitality. I think much required with the way that this is going. Team Liquid are well on form with the way things are going right now. And for me, the key is Alpha at the moment. He looks like he's the one that's struggling the most with the pace. I think Radosin, without him, this series looks ugly with the amount of defensive stocks that he's had to put in. Zen's doing incredibly good at trying to create plays, but Alpha just seems a little lost.
It's tough. Some of those replays in the game and the setup from Vitality, they really were struggling to get ball control away from Liquid, and I think Vitality's just so used to being in control of the game that they start getting in each other's way a little bit, and you're right, that structure completely collapsed there for a good couple minutes. And you're right, I think Zen, again, great identification, understanding when there's space, where to position himself, to put himself in the right spot to make something happen, but it really does seem like that follow-up just not quite as lethal as we're used to seeing from Team Vitality. And Liquid, I mean, just a beautiful couple setups in the past couple games alone.
This all right now comes down to one simple sentence. Team Liquid, their second man, is quicker. Every single 50-50 that we get, Team Liquid control.
And they get that deep third man as well. They got that lead, and if you noticed, they had such immaculate positioning in the midfield that it really did force Vitality to go for that long clear, and then it always just went right back in to the hands of somebody who was just out there on the island ready to catch those big clears, because they knew Liquid's like, okay, we're not going to allow that air dribble through the midfield. We're not going to let them beat us that way. We're going to force them to just punt the ball, and we're going to make sure we stay out in command. As Zen towards the net will score to start off game 4. Can't ask for anything much better than that.
Yeah, that is about as good as a timeout can possibly go for you. All right, well, now we might have a controversial one.
Now, our first actual controversial restart. Here. This is going to be...
All right, I want chat. I want you to remind you. I might have to deliver news. I don't know what's going to happen here. Just remind, I'm the messenger here in this situation. I have a comfort kitty to my right, just in case.
This is going to be very...
This is going to be fine, Achieves. It's going to be fine.
Some players saying they were experiencing...
We should just start off paused.
Yeah, that's probably the safest way to do it. Everybody join teams and then go, and then... This one may require some sort of review, but players currently talking amongst themselves saying, nah, that goal's fine. But unfortunately, that's not up to them, right?
I'll tell you what, if I was Vitality, I'd be like, no, actually, you take it back. What do you mean you're okay with that goal? You say we couldn't score if it wasn't? It's incredible mind games from Team Liquid.
I don't know how you Europeans do it when you play football.
This is becoming incredibly British lobby out of nowhere. I mean, no, you don't need the goal. I mean, we could take it. I don't know, man.
Two teams agree to something. Does the referee let it go, or does he play by the book?
Rule set?
Very interesting questions.
We'll find out soon enough.
I really want
Way, it's an extended timeout here for Vitality.
Yeah,
want it.
unintentional extended timeout. This is what happens when the kickoff goes too well. Imagine scoring a goal on the kickoff, but wanted a technical restart. And everything works out spick and span for you. Honestly, I don't think Vitality.
Do you want to be the person that has to tell Farah a goal doesn't count? Would you want to be that guy?
You know, I think Farah in the coach position, he might be like, you know what, at least I'm not playing, and if my players are happy with it, then I'm happy with it. Which I don't think it's really going to upset.
I can imagine Farah being an absolute monster. You know this guy's that's just like
oh, yeah?
the nicest guy ever off the field, but the moment that counts down.
On Twitter, firing off the Twitter fingers. How can you take that goal off the board?
No, Vitality seem pretty comfortable about the whole thing. They're just waiting to get back into the game.
Yeah, I don't think
a quick reminder for those of you that have just joined us, wondering what's going on here. We have got a goal that was scored 3 seconds into this, because of course it was. And then we had a timeout called for, or a pause called for. That timeout, very different terminology. So we're just working out what goes on with that for now. I'm curious, actually. Like, Achieves, I respect your opinion an awful lot.
Sure.
So this following question, I'm very curious on your response to, because we've been talking an awful lot about, this is the greatest European top 5. Where do you stand on that, as somebody looking across the pond?
As in, like, KCorp, BDS, Vitality, Liquid, and Moist, probably?
Yes. Also, congratulations. You're the first one that's actually remembered Liquid when this has been brought up.
I think no questions asked. I think KCorp, BDS, Vitality, Liquid, definitely top 4 for sure.
Strongest. That's a fence-sitting answer right there.
Strongest top 4 in Europe ever. I will hard agree. Moist. I don't know. I feel like there's
I don't think anyone knows when it comes to Moist.
A few teams back in the day, I might say could probably give them a run for their money, and I'm less inclined to say that they're definitely on that pinnacle as well.
Listen, Moist can win everything if they don't lose a single game. The moment that first game goes against them, you start getting a little bit worried.
It's always the hardest part, you know. You're always playing so well until you concede, and then that second one goes in real quick.
Mate, I love the Moist org. I love the Moist players. They are the reason why I'm 10 points. Actually, I think I'm closer to 12 points back now in this prediction competition. It's all their fault.
Well, I think they have had a good turnaround. They've had a great turnaround with Cash, obviously. You're justifiably frustrated. But remember, Moist is playing to make that
I don't care if I was
right?
unjustifiably frustrated. I'm gonna air my grievances here.
Yeah, bring the dirty laundry.
I'm curious, like, the copium right now for everyone in the world is, as you can see, Team Liquid want to get back into this soon as well.
I think everyone's just like, whatever, keep the goal or not, we don't care. Let's just get back to it.
So we'll get you the information on that as soon as we possibly can. And, I can read this from the in-game chat. Okay, goal stands will resume from here.
Oh, there we go. All right. So everyone's seeming to be okay. Liquid's like, yeah, all right. I think they kind of understood that regardless of what happened on that technical issue kickoff-wise, it really didn't impact them in any degree. So.
Getting mauled by a cat now, so there we go.
She's not happy.
She's here to help out. She's here.
Like,
you need a conversation topic? I'm right here for you, mate. No, she's just after the heat of the PC. She'll run away from me immediately.
So do we actually get to see the replay of that goal? Because I don't even remember what that kickoff looked like.
The kickoff was popped out to the right, player went to the right boost, didn't get back in time because it went bottom left.
There we go. It's all
It'll definitely be in the replay package at the end of this. Hopefully we don't lose the pause in that as well. That would be...
With Vitality, boy.
No, that was, sorry, I just want to point out, I really would have loved the life where 6 seconds later, it's just all tied up anyway.
Yeah, and then who cares? Why didn't we just restart? Oh my gosh, they're going to score again. Radostin coming in here in the middle of the box. Zen to Alpha, really great follow-up, and Zen really just forcing the defense to respect a shot on net. They kind of freeze in the goal line. And Zen just throws one off the wall, gets it back into the middle, away from the defense. That's the terror of a player like Zen. You kind of see him start going up and you think, okay, I got to defend this shot. And he's just got that visual acuity to say, okay, this ball goes here instead. And he changes that mind in an instant. He can make it happen.
All right, so game time mode. Back on here for Team Liquid. We're playing fantastically, but we know how much skill and form can fluctuate in Rocket League. That was quite a bit of time to between the timeout that might have iced you already, the extra time on that pause, and now it bounced out to Zen, and he hits the crossbar. Alpha has got himself a reset, looks for it off the triple. That's not quite in. Team Liquid have to just try and refine their footing in this game.
Ooh. Double demo. Chronic just has to buy time. Dawson, not quite the way to get that one to middle. I think smashing it off the back wall there and letting it bounce out was the way. But either way, Vitality up 2. And finally, for the first time, or it feels like quite some time, in the driving seat of the game. Up 2, pressing Liquid back on their own half. This is really what they want to be in terms of their position on the pitch.
Let's play out here from a toe, but immediately read by Alpha, who is kind of the player I've got an eye on at the moment. Zen goes underneath. Has he got options to get a Chronic? No, not quite. A follow-up not around from Vitality. But again, every time Zen's got the ball and you're on defense, there's that little stutter step when you second-guess yourself.
Well, because you could even see it with the missed flip reset, he took himself right into the path of the optimal line to save that ball, and he made that save even more awkward than it should have been, even messing it up. And that's a terrifying thing to realize when you're thinking, okay, this should be savable, no sweat.
Time here for Team Liquid to work with.
Nice.
Vitality, though, this is the pace that they can work with. They like this a lot more. The demo as well, so Chronic's gonna have to go solo. Has the reset, went low! And it required all of Vitality to stop it.
Just froze everybody there on the sidewall, thinking he was going top of the net. And had it not been for Zen, that lower right corner was all his. Vitality keeps the lead to 2, just past the halfway point. Look at Liquid feeling like they're ready to get the engine revved up and started here in Game 4.
Now running out of time for it. Vitality, not easy typically to get goals past when they know that they don't have to chase the game. Again there from Mato. This has been a transition masterclass from both of these teams. Ooh, so decided to go for the if I shoot badly technique of defense.
And on Liquid's side, I really look to players like Oski when they're in this situation. I want to see him get out in the middle of the field, catch a pass, and then get that ball to somebody else. He seems to, more often than not, deliver when they need to. A Chronic just in time on the back line. I'm looking for Big Oz. Make something happen.
I get the feel. I can see a Vitality long shot goal very soon because Team Liquid, they've got to start going at this point. They need to start sending everything. I will say, I do like the refocus from Vitality on who they're trying to demo. Previously, it was just constantly going for the goalkeeper. Ato can't quite find the ball, and there was some bumps on Vitality's third. Alpha over the top. Wipe out again. Vitality are finding the target, and it is ruining the rotations of Liquid.
Huge spawn from a Chronic right on the ball. Almost caught Vitality unawares. Great recovery from the Dose. And Zen, he's just going to absolutely pull the string on the guy on the backboard. It's just not fair.
All right, so what do you do? What do you do? Yeah, no, you don't have a chance. What I love there is that Zen just hovers so close to the ball that visually for a toe, I mean, Zen could be now starting to rotate his car into that ball and just hit it normally. You always have to have that on your mind. This game's done.
Well, ready to go to Game 5 all tied up. Did you think it was going to go any other way?
I was, well, given how the last game went, I was very worried for them. But, Vitality answer back incredibly well. This better not be one of those series where like it goes to 7, you're like, wow, that must have been such a close series, but every single game was a blowout.
And then 7 is just an absolute stop. It's like a 5-2 type of thing. Over in 4 minutes
None of that.
because they're down.
I believe in these teams.
That's okay. Each team kind of gets their blowout game. You know, game 3 was Liquids. Game 4 can be Vitalities. That's all right. And then you already know game 5, 6, and 7 is going to be this 1-1, 0-0 overtime type of stuff.
You're right, though. This one is a blowout. What are we up to on everybody? All right, we're going hat trick watching again. Zen's on 2, Radosin's on 2. Alpha's kind of out of the running here. He's on 1.
Alpha wants any points at all. He's at 274. Zen at 605. 7 shots. He's 2 and 7. Does it feel like Zen's had 7 shots on target?
No. I'll admit, I don't remember that many of them, but to be fair, to me, this game feels like it's been going on for quite a while now.
It's that pause, messing with the head.
Right, are we going to get the hat trick?
Oh my goodness
Alpha
gracious.
took the shot. Then goes Alpha again. Radosin looking for the hat trick watch.
One up it.
Oh, he's not got it.
Not as good as Oski, confirmed.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they did it better. That's the only victory that they got out of this game. And we are going to see the second timeout burnt here. So Vitality used theirs previously. Liquid are going to now use theirs.
It's an interesting choice from Liquid. I'm surprised to see him take a timeout right here. I don't hate it. I'm just wondering why they called it. You know,
I feel like if this was if you took out the technical pause, I wouldn't dislike this at all. But I feel like when you usually hear teams just say, "Oh, just we want to keep playing Rocket League and find our flow," I think Team Liquid could have done with just finding their flow here.
Yeah, because it's like I guess they really want to just not let Vitality get going because maybe they feel like this one kind of got out of hand really quick with that timeout. They feel like, okay, let's just stop it before it gets started and then just play, 3 games straight instead of potentially being on match point and deciding to take our timeout.
I think that there's definitely pros and cons either way. This is not one that I'll be questioning for all that long at all. Especially with match point, as you said, very much on the line here.
Now that's
Team Liquid. It's entirely that pace. They've got to find their pace again. They play at such a pace that Vitality looked awkward. And we have not seen that just yet. We've seen Radosin look a little bit awkward during the last regional finals, but that was just a full wildcard moment from him. But Vitality as a whole looked like they just couldn't quite cope with that pace previously, and it's up to Liquid to try and find that 6th gear yet again.
Yeah, and you think about what was working so well for them. And that obviously we knew Liquid didn't have to, chase the game. They were up by, 2 or 3 goals, whatever it was at that point, but they did have an incredibly strong positioning there in the midfield. They left that one guy deep back on the island, and they just prevented that air dribble clear out of the midfield. Made sure to force people to just punt the ball. I wonder if that's something they want to try and go back to, or if that was really only what they were trying to do when they're ahead in the game and they know that's how they like to turtle up.
Well, let's find out then, shall we? Liquid trying to get the entire field to restart from 0. And work out for them. We've seen 2 blowouts back to back. Vitality again with the demo. I think that's a big telling point here, though. Vitality was struggling to get those in games 2 and 3. Games 4 and at the start of game 5, less of a problem.
Really nice delay touch from Zen. Actually sets up Alpha quite nicely, and extra touch looking for a little more help, but Oski's so patient.
Sonic over the top. Zen almost pre-jump. Radosin gets clattered into. Backward again. Radosin will still be there first, but it's a bit wasted. Chronic to his teammate. Well read by Alpha. Oh, it's a misread from Oski, and that was almost in, and Oski's actually stopped moving here. So we might be going for number 4.
Yeah, it might be another pause.
They just called for the... I spotted that one real early, so...
Yeah, I was about to say...
Hi again, it's us. I'm still underdressed. That's not changing.
Weird thing from Oski there. I think it was an internet issue for him, so he should...
I don't know when he undid that one, though, because I feel like I might be misremembering. Didn't he almost score an own goal with where that ball went?
I don't know if he almost
Came
scored the
close
own
to
goal.
crossbar, didn't it?
Well, it went off Alpha. Alpha tried to skim it towards the net, but it went off the bar. So Alpha.
That's having a go at my shirt. Chat, I'm roasting here, chat. Please. Please. It's 29 degrees in here. Come on, man.
29. Gee, that is quite hot.
Yeah, the British buildings like to retain heat.
Yeah.
Season X was worse. Season X was a lot worse. Season X was full on heat wave sort of mode.
So we are going to reset to kick off. 4:15 on the clock. It was just, I do believe Oski has reset his connection. We'll get this one set back up and ready to go.
Can't take the heat. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. His modem's overheating, and it's just.
I am honestly, I'm shocked that I've got a cat currently sat on my PC. That feels like too much there. That just seems silly.
It's comfortable, you know?
It apparently is very comfortable. She's also incredibly close to the power button, so be prepared to solo cast. Is there any particular
Okay, I can do
moment?
that. I've had that happen to me before, so I totally get it.
There you go, Alpha, off the ceiling. We've had a lot of goals scored, very close to the unpause.
Oops. It's not actually going to be a goal. I think Oski, he didn't have the boost to actually follow the ball up, despite Vitality. Rare, complete whiff of the ball. Just let Liquid through, but nobody ready for it.
Chronic off the demo, looks to go against the opponent. Here comes a toe. He goes low of his challenge. Surely that goes in. A toe. That was pure disrespect.
Lovely job from everybody on Liquid here. They see this soft clear from Alpha. Actually, Zen doing an excellent job to even keep that one on the goal line. So easy to get out-muscled, but Ato, he was just focused on keeping that ball in the box, making sure he was going to be able to get another follow-through. That guy would not be denied.
Let's find out then. Have we got a close game or is it going to be another blowout? Oh, can't quite find Alpha, and now Alpha's on the ball. Ceiling, he's got the reset, backboard, double, wiped away from him. Now the infield, oh, that's unchallenged. Good save. Difficult to read as well because they sent two, so that could have gone left or right. Now Alpha on the shot. Team Liquid started to show off some of the defensive chops, and they've had to because Vitality look lethal.
Nice little team pinch as well to clear the space, and you're right, Liquid having to work decently hard on defense, but seeming equal enough to the challenge. Here's another tester, and they're first to it again. Zen just freezing that defense, saying, you got to come take it away from me or I'm going to make you pay, and like that level of aggression from Vitality.
Vitality have done it again there, and this time it was Redosin, where I feel like this has been the pace. Oh, wait, second passing play, and Oski, well, for every single pass, he was just going to sit on the goal line and wait for it to come to him. But I feel like Vitality have done this on a few occasions where they expect somebody to be challenging them, and they end up just putting a soft hit into the blue side of the field that it's quite easy to recover for Team Liquid.
Well, here they just need help. They don't really have a strong presence on the ball. Zan forcing the issue, and Oski
just down goal
for it.
Oski's already up to 4 saves. We've got 2 minutes left to play.
That's the real tester for Vitality, you know, that can they get through that just deep island, man, as Redosin, great pop off the wall, but it's way too high for Zen. He's actually going to try and make it work. He goes back to the middle.
He wants another top play. I'll tell you what, he's sort of started to own that section now of our pre-show.
Yeah.
Toe off the challenge. Good thing for Vitality that they had a demo, otherwise who knows if the follow-up would have been there. Oski up against Alpha. That was awkward for him, but read the play well, realized that he wasn't under any real threat.
They're going to start seeing a little divey from Vitality, I think. 90 seconds. They know how hard they've had to work to crack this Liquid team. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one either gets tied up or they just give away a freebie.
Pass now. Alpha trying to pop over the top. It's what you mentioned earlier on, though. Every single time we see those sort of plays happen, Team Liquid's third man is so deep.
Yep.
Happened yet again. Chronic looks for the pinch. Didn't quite get it as much as he wanted. Now a toe on the backtrack. Good first touch from him. He's just taking it away. Vitality have no way of following that one up. Pop up though. Alpha looks to chase. Team Liquid still first. 50 seconds. Vitality gonna have to start sweating here.
There's that long, slow air dribble, but no possible follow-up. Alpha gets caught one step forward. Oski is not in time to finish the job. Vitality just need to win one big challenge, and they're going to send everybody.
I think they've been having that idea for the last 2 minutes. Just not been there for them. Team Liquid have always got that extra touch. 20 seconds. Radosin pops up. It's going to be tasked to him. Try to go high. He's past the toe. Doesn't get the ceiling reset. Instead, it's Alpha moved on in. The reset didn't happen. Zen pops it. That's wide.
Oh, he forced it.
But it's still dangerous. And a toe. What a save that is. Final few seconds. Team Liquid just trying to kill the clock. Alpha with Zen in support. Instead, trying to go by himself. And they haven't managed to create the play. Team Liquid survive.
Yo. They just needed that one get through. Radosin finally got their air dribble through everybody in the midfield. And another game from Team Vitality. 9 shots. Unable to crack the net a single time. The Team Liquid's 5. That setup from Liquid so difficult. And I think the thing that's making it really bear so much fruit for Liquid, they get that 1-0 lead, right? And then comes that structure, that single island deep back defender. And what's making that work so well is that first touch control. They always keep it tight. They always get it to a place where the only next touch comes from their team. Liquid's so focused in that scenario to get a quality first touch and force Vitality to re-obtain possession of the ball.
It's been a very impressive performance, I feel, from both teams, because they're being tested on something new here. And especially for someone like Zen, where you come in and you're expecting RLCS to be this, that, the other. You just go and you play games. But there are also the intangibles, the things that you can't expect in a series like this, where it has been very stop-start. You have to deal with that. You know, the things can go wrong at any moment, and it is difficult to get yourself in the mindset of, all right, how do I just keep playing at my best? And that's what these players have been challenged with.
How do you stay zen in such a chaotic
It was there. I'll give you that. It was there.
Appreciate it.
Right, how long are we going to give on this? Is there going to be a pause? I'm not seeing any calls yet.
If we get through the first 30 seconds, I think we'll be good.
I reckon we go to Champions Field, goal gets scored, 1 minute left, pause.
Pause right about to shoot.
It does look like we're just going to be able to jump on into this one. Alpha, ooh, can he get the reset? Low boost, and didn't quite work out for him. But didn't quite work out has been the MO of Vitality to this point.
That's actually a good, yeah, you're right. It didn't quite work out. Feels pretty apt at the moment.
It either didn't quite work out or it worked, but why is Oski still there? Oh my goodness, Oski, that was ridiculous.
Why is Oski still there?
Oski's been a menace this game.
Oh boy!
Oh, he doesn't care who you are!
You want to see the difference? Like Team Liquid, if this is Liquid trapping this ball right here, they catch that one perfect. It goes straight across the floor. It's not a bounce dribble. It just goes into the corner and they just dribble it up the wall. You see Alpha, I think it was Alpha, but he caught that ball straight on the nose and the toe. It just says, cool, I'm going to try and jam it home, and it worked out.
Just full send.
Why not? He had 2 people behind him. Force the max amount of pressure on the opposition. They cracked again, and they get it right back. Alpha from the side wall.
I'm trying to have a look, actually, because this has been rare from Team Liquid. They have not made this mistake at all throughout this series. And for once, nobody was there.
Yeah, it was Zen, again, rotating through that play. He forced Oski into the corner to avoid the demo. Meanwhile, the third man, he hadn't quite rotated all the way back yet, so just that little bit of disruption pulled him out of position. And Alpha able to make a nice slot.
Oh, Zen got hit, but he's still there, and he's still forcing people to second guess. Maybe one of the worst positions you would actually find yourself in against Zen. Well, surely he shouldn't have that, but he still might. As Oski just 3-point turn, get himself back into position. Down to Radosin. Vitality having some luck here on the second man, getting them quickly to the ball. Need to make the most of that. And they are hunting for the goalkeepers.
Nice. Huge bump on Oski to slow down that Liquid counterattack right there as Vitality was also getting bullied out in the midfield. Somehow they've maintained possession through a very dicey bit of play.
It's turning into one of those series where just eyes are darting everywhere. The ball is not the full story. It's what can you do off the ball? Who can you hit? What boost can you steal? And more importantly, how do you adapt when it goes against you? That's going to be the crossbar. Oski also couldn't find Radosin, but Ato's got a bit of time here. Took the ball low, and Chronic and Team Liquid will happily see this ball back corner, but they took a little bit too much time. Zen Alpha, he's got the bump on a Chronic. Zen will walk the ball in.
Oh, you wanted more from Alpha earlier on, Shogun. Do you think you got it?
That was vicious.
Oh, talk about laying out the red carpet for your buddy. Zen had no boosts. He's just like, I don't know if I could score it. Alpha says you could score it.
I've got you. Alpha again off the wall. He's going to leave it for Radosin. An incredibly physical series this has become. Very disruptive the way both teams are trying to play this. Wall. Alpha does get it past the first. He's now got the ceiling. He's got Zen in support. Zen was kind of bumped and still managed to recover it. Now the infield pass. A Chronic decided to go straight for net, and that was covered.
Monster block from Radosin and a free ball for Vitality. Man, it feels like 2 minutes on the clock is an eternity when you're trying to outlast this Liquid team. One goal, certainly never feeling safe, especially with how dangerous some of these Liquid attacks have been. But right now, Liquid, the biggest issue is even really getting the offense in a consistent state of rotation. Right now, they're just kind of fighting for possession of the ball.
Trying to dodge bullets that are coming towards them. Vitality just keep sending themselves. Oh, there's a power hit. So, good recovery from him.
Oh, man.
Oh, what a good first touch. And that's now Zen one-on-one against Oski. In that boost, but still, position here to play. Zen recovers. Had that boost stolen from him and still got there.
That's the unfortunate reality with Oski. You made a really nice play to beat him, but you're playing Zen in the corner. He can dance around the walls all day.
One of the rare players that seems to recover in Supersonic. Oh, wow! Oh, the vision! And Oski turns it in for 2 each, but Ato, what a play! He just kept them guessing.
Oh, and you're right, Zen. He was trying to get close there to close down a shooting angle, but he lost track of Oski, who's just going to keep going up the field. Beautiful give-and-go pass. Lovely bit of shooting and execution. You're right, the vision, amazing from Liquid.
The gimmick air roll just kept on spinning on the way up. And yeah, it's just what you do. You just have to guess and hope you're right. Oh, Radosin's slightly misplaced, but they've still got players. Alpha from the third man position can come and slot it in top bins.
One of the most annoying parts about playing Zen, how he challenges the ball so well. For a guy that's a mechanical wizard, boy can move the ball around the pitch in any 50, it feels like. What a challenge to stick that one right there for Alpha.
You just feel like you have to. You feel like there's something you've got to do, and when the answer is actually nothing, you feel like, surely not. No way. Well, 20 seconds, or we're going to Champions Field. In a series that I will remember for quite some time. Do Vitality get themselves yet another upper bracket final. So, oh, we didn't get the reset, and now it's gone as far away from Liquid as they could possibly want it. Is that going to be an extra? Not quite. Radosin can't slot it in. Doesn't matter. We're going to Champions Field.
But Radosin, all I'm saying is I don't want him shooting at 0 seconds in Game 7. He's 0 for 2 on the 0-second freebies.
He's got 2 assists here. You know, if you want somebody to set you up for the 0-second goal, he's your guy.
But man, that was an excellent game. I mean, Liquid had to really battle back, but the one constant thing throughout this whole series, Vitality consistently able to generate shots on target, and Zen consistently able to challenge the ball and move it around in just the right way. A stunning bit of execution in all facets of the game from both teams here, really. I mean, Liquid's really feeling that true team composition, on defense and transition. And Vitality, just the master of offensive improvisation and how to make something work from nothing.
Yes, very much so. And for Vitality, it's all about keeping that structure as best as they possibly can against the pace, against the physical plays of Team Liquid. If they can manage that, they're in a fantastic spot. The problem is managing that.
I don't know what to expect for Game 7.
I
I already
really
expect a 9-shot game from Vitality, but I've seen a couple times in this series that's not enough to win sometimes.
All we know is that this first goal is going to be mega. Both teams have held leads very well. Zen decides to go for an early shot. And again, I'm just going to go back to what has been the story of the most recent games. The demos, the bumps, the off-ball plays. Whoever can get themselves into a free-flowing rotation where doing that is easy will very likely be the winners here. Alpha looking for support. A toe. Has he got it over to Crack? No, Asowski controls that midfield. Look how early everybody has to jump. Just find some way to meet somebody in the air. Zen not going to recover that one, and even then still got a challenge.
Oh man, Vitality.
Wait, our toes back. Surely, there we go.
They're just forcing Liquid to stay honest. Zen actually completely whipped that ball and let Liquid out of the cage, but Vitality.
Oh,
keeping them on a double demo. Shogun, you're a genius.
Well, the writing was on the wall, and so was a toe. Wiped out, gone, goodbye, Oski. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
What a display. And there's that demo off the wall. You find the person in the net. Such a difficult angle to manufacture for physical play. Alpha open net, not quite, I thought. Had a small gap to work with, but clearly not big enough. Liquid jam the door closed.
Now Zen, with Toe immediately meeting him. Team Liquid have had to commit the resources to that every time. Delay from a Chronic! And I tell you what, Radosin needed the help. He was in checkmate.
He was up so early. Definitely got caught out. Zen, a lot to work with, and he will blast one right side. Tie it up at 1.
Look at this from Alpha. Just forced the bad touch. Immediately went for the player. Alpha had that fully under his own control. And Zen, perfect shot. Top bins. These teams are playing fantastically. Chronic, he almost found Radosin's car. Well, Radosin is in the wars here. And he's done all right to this point. Oh, Zen's actually slipped up. Maybe Radosin caught him. That's still a moment that you don't want to see too often.
Especially because it cost him so much boost to do it. Thankfully, Vitality really weren't under a whole lot of pressure right there, but definitely something that you really can't have happening in a Game 7 scenario, to be sure.
Oh, Oski to a toe. They just want to challenge. Fake challenges coming out so often from Team Liquid. Vitality have struggled to get the read right on when they're happening.
Great
toe. Oh, what a good touch. He's got the reset. Not quite, but Zen's up against 2v1. You like those odds. Alpha, well read the game, just slowed it down.
It's that deep third man of Zen now, that position that he's found himself being surprisingly comfortable and adept in. Alpha actually sets it up high for Zen, and they really test the Liquid defense here. Again, off the wall, maybe one extra touch too many. Really hoping that that shot was going to be ripped on target.
Oski's turn, backboard. Oh, he got wiped out by Zen, but then there's a miss. Alpha made the mistake, and a toe will punish it.
And it looks bad if you're Radosin here, but it's like, oh, why didn't Radosin get a touch? Well, he didn't think he was going to have to, and he only had 12 boost. But you're right, that's a big miss from Alpha. Need to come up with that touch. It's a tough scenario, we know, but that touch has to be there.
Well, the way this series has gone, I do kind of hope that that's not the way it ends. But it's up to Vitality to change that narrative. And they are in a rough spot here. Radosin again finds himself against almost an entire wall of blue.
Do you get that Liquid Island player one more time for a minute 40 seconds? I really don't see any reason why not.
I mean, you've got to beat Oski in defense once. That's a rough ask, although Oski's not going to be back for now, but that's a wasted touch.
Oh, boy. Ooh, okay. Huge challenges, and there's Oski. Can't get him. He's too good.
Just gets it right. Oh, my goodness. No! The Greasy Meister special didn't work, and Radosin wins the challenge.
You can't beat Oski, but you can beat his two teammates, a Chronic and a Toe. Neither of them able to manage to get this ball off of Radosin. Tied back up. Insanity in Game 7.
I'll say not like this. I think for Team Liquid, not like that.
Yeah.
Either way, we're going to need one more goal. How's it going to happen? We're going to find out together. Zen, up against the Toad, decides to go early. He was trying to read for a sidewall double tap. It's just difficult to find any space. The entire backboard is covered by both teams.
Pace definitely ramped up here in the last minute or so. Big open chance, and Vitality will score. Oh, you thought it was not like this for the last one. How about here?
Whoops. That's all you can really say. Whoops.
Double missed clear off the backboard.
Oof. We'll find out. For Team Liquid, that will hurt an awful lot. Alpha reset. Chronic clears, and Radosin just sat all the way back. Oski had moved a little bit far forwards.
Oh, Vitality just wants to steal all the boost. Really trying to hamstring Liquid in the last seconds.
And Liquid have decided to use double commits as a strategy, and it's not one that's working. Stealing for Zen to put this game to rest, and it's off the post. Has to play the ball back, doesn't want the counter-attack to go forwards. Radosin buying time, dares anyone to challenge him. 15 seconds left, achieves.
A lot to ask. Ato, actually a little bit of room to work with. Zen just freezing it. And Ato, he's been so good. He understands where the play's headed. Can they make something happen?
Alpha pre-jumped. Radosin gets the ball away. Gonna have to go coast to coast, but Zen drops the ball to the floor. Team Vitality survived, and they move on.
Oh, man. Talk about putting two teams in the pressure cooker. And honestly, you know, if you looked at this series and how it started, I would have guessed Vitality would be the ones to crack in Game 7, but it ended up being Liquid. Two tough clears in a row. Couldn't get a handle on them. They allow the equalizer and the game winner. Brutal way to get knocked down to the lower bracket for Team Liquid, but what a show. And I fully expect them to come back, and they want the salty run back in those grand finals if that's what happens.
I mean, the way that they played that, I certainly would not put that beyond them. But I just, it does feel like that come full circle sort of moment in this series where we had every single startup play so much mechanical brilliance, the bumps, the demos. And then it was Rocket League's bread and butter, hitting the ball off the backboard and follow.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, the ultimate decider is who hit ball better. Vitality hit ball just well enough. And well played for them. They wind up another upper bracket final. Their consolation prize will be KCorp or Team BAS, however our next series plays out. What a show it was. Team Liquid playing phenomenal yesterday, but not enough to wind up in the upper bracket at the end of today.
Yep, and once we come back, we'll have more of our upper bracket finals as we find out who will be taking on Team Vitality tomorrow.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Let's have a flip. He's trying to use it to pass out. It's unbelievable.
Joyo and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake.
Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his emphasis on the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly!
I think the most difficult player to compete against would be First Killer. He's extremely fast, does everything extremely well at the highest possible speed.
Just because he's one of the best players in the world and he's very hard to read.
Almost perfect, it feels like, when you're playing against him.
Probably be Atomic, but there's a lot of people I could pick for that. Atomic's just so weird. Nobody ever knows what he's doing. I don't know if he knows what he's doing, but it usually just works, whatever it is.
Someone from Liquid, Oscar Atal, because they're such a dumb team, but they're so good at the same time. It's crazy. Like, they're all incredibly mechanically able, and it is just such a pain in the backside to play against them. It's such hard work.
My friends, Mike, Boito, and Ostadon, they're always trying to get in my head, and otherwise as well.
To be honest, I think I'm on a team with him. I think it's Monkey Moon, because he's always just there. It's so jarring.
I actually have a lot of trouble playing Razeable. Him and CR as a duo are unbelievably annoying to play against, and you got to tip your hat to both of them. They're very great players.
AGG from Team Complexity, he is super good at what he does, and he makes a huge impact on the game that goes beyond what most people see. And that stuff just really, like, over time throughout a series or even just a game, it really starts to build up and get super annoying.
I just say apparently Jack, just because he's very smart. Like the way he goes about the game, you can tell he understands like the whole basis of Rocket League, and then he has mechanics, and there's all these names you could say, but apparently Jack's the first name that comes to mind for me.
Chronic is really difficult to play against with all his solo plays and the way he does things off the ball to make his teammates' lives easier.
I think the hardest player to play against is probably Scrub Killer. I think Scrub Killer is an extremely talented player that's mechanical and fast. So when you play him on the pitch, you can't really beat him.
Team Vitality find their way into another upper bracket final, but my goodness, did Team Liquid put up a fight. For large parts of that, it seemed like Liquid would take it, but Team Vitality just seemed to have that clutch factor nowadays, and no small part of the reason for that is their excellent coach, Farah. Farah, fantastic to have you back on, and it is another upper bracket final, another top 3, but the rest of Europe are definitely getting closer to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that from the beginning. I think right now there is a big four in Europe with BDS, Karma, and us, and Liquid, and I think anyone can take series of each other. Right now we're the most consistent team of them all, so we're winning, but we can lose. We can definitely lose, and we almost did earlier.
Yeah, I mean, you were 3-2 down in that best of 7. Have you guys reached the point where you're having to adapt your playstyle more within series to counter the other team's threats?
I mean, that's what we've always done. That's what we've done for the past year. So we're used to that. We've actually probably done a bit too much this time. We knew what we expected Liquid to do some stuff, and we maybe overdid things at times. But we kept our cool. The timeout helped, and the long breaks helped and didn't help as well. So yeah, it was a long and intense series. But I'm glad we came out with the win.
I mean, speaking of that break, French teams as well, have come so close to getting the regional Grand Slam. All 3 regional wins in a row. I'm looking at KCorp last time around in winter. What's going to be different about Team Vitality to make sure that you don't fall for that curse and you can win 3 in a row?
What's going to be different? I don't know. I think our preparation is much better than the other teams overall. It's been the case for the better part of the year, even though I think people don't notice it when we don't win, but I feel like we've been pretty consistent in finding, the good routines, the good ways to, be consistent with our performance, and it's getting better and better each regional. And yeah, this time around, like, we're really motivated to win, and we don't want to find, any excuses. It's not because we already qualified that we want to stop there. It's good to lose sometimes, but I feel like we have the capacity to win everything now. So that's going to be our target.
I mean, so far it's been another top performance from Team Vitality in difficult circumstances. I can't help but notice that all players were using the Black Lotus Flower goal explosion. Would you like to take a second to just tell people what's been going on with Team Vitality and what it means to you and the players?
Yeah, sometimes there is more important things in life than gaming in Rocket League. This week, unfortunately, reminded us that, and one of our Valorant players, passed away tragically at 19 years old. He was named Twiston. I just wanted to spare a thought for his family, his friends, the people close to him, his teammates, the staff around him, all of the Vitality people affected by this. And more broadly, the Vitality fans and esports fans in general that have been affected by this. It's been a tough week, and I know we have a young audience. We tend to have quite a very young audience, and I'd like to say that for anyone that's been feeling down, and not just about that, in life in particular. Things get rough. Things can get rough at times. Talking helps, and if anyone is struggling right now with anything, really, please reach out to people close to you. And if that's not possible for whatever reason, if you're not comfortable with it, if it's not possible, there is a lot of mental health institutions that are available. Lots of professionals can help and will help you. It's not too late. The first step is to have the courage to speak out and be open about it. But it's not too late. It never is. Thank you.
Farah, thank you so much for being brave enough to come on and speak to us after a horrible week.
Thank you, Cole. And of course, thank you, Farah. Incredibly well spoken. I mirror the words exactly. And all that can be said is that our community stands with Team Vitality. And despite the difficult circumstances, the team does manage to stay strong on the field and manage a victory there. So we'll talk about that. And again, thank you again to Farah for those incredibly well-spoken words. But Team Vitality, as I said, stay strong. Growli on the field and managed to pull out a victory. While they did have quite the battle, they had to fight to get there.
Yeah, not an easy series here for Vitality getting through here in 7. You know, as Cole mentioned in that interview, they were down 3-2 at one point. And, you know, having to use, it was a choppy series, right? Both teams having to use their timeouts. There was a lot of tech pauses that affects the game, that affects the players. For Vitality, I think this was a pretty big test. This has been a team that's been pushing them to the limit multiple times now. It's now 3 times they've played Liquid. The first time 4-2, 4-3, 4-3 again now. So this is not an easy matchup for them. And in one that doesn't have a lot of flow with all the pauses, you kind of lose that flow state that Vitality seems to always find. And for them to come out on top here, I think kind of says something about this team.
Achieves this again. I think Growli said it just before for Team Liquid and any team that plays against Vitality, that you have to play perfect. Right, Growli? Like I think, yeah, achieves it's very true. I mean, you see it, a simple mistake, and Vitality pounces on it.
Yeah, they really did. They did an excellent job, though, and I think Liquid's run is not over. They were playing incredibly well.
Well, let's move on to our next game and have some more exciting Rocket League our way. KCorp is going to be our next matchup as they face off against Team BDS. This is another powerhouse matchup in the upper bracket semifinals. Growli that I think a lot of people have been looking forward to. For both of these teams, it really just means cementing themselves in a stronger position heading into the majors, and if they continue their journey in this bracket, a spot for Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 upper bracket matches between Vitality Liquid and now KCorp and BDS, boy, we are spoiled with some great Rocket League and some great matchups here. I think for this one in particular, I mean, you're looking at KCorp overall this season. They're 4-2 over BDS in series. They're 2-1 against them this split. And BDS, they've been trending upwards. This is one of those matchups where it's kind of like, okay, BDS, if you're real, right? If you're going to be a big dog here, this is your opportunity to take down KCorp. And if they win, they'll have a crack at Vitality as well. So for BDS, I think this is a huge series for them because I think it'll give fans a lot of confidence in them as they approach the major of like, okay, this is truly going to be a major contending team. It's not just waiting for KCorp and Vitality and maybe Liquid.
Geez, say something smart about these teams. I need to feel like I know what's going on here.
Say something smart. I mean, generally, I think Growli actually does hit the nail on the head. You know, BDS, they do have to be the ones to come out there and prove that, like, yep, we're still the team that everybody thinks we are. The problem that they're probably going to run into over on that KCorp side of things is you may have got the better of them in the EU Spring Open, but that cup happened. KCorp absolutely smashed BDS.
Yeah.
And so if you're BDS, you've hopefully done the homework and you realize that it's not just Vatira and Exotic that you got to contend with. Itachi kind of flies a little bit under the radar, surprisingly, on a roster as good as KCorp, and it does take a full 3-man offense to get the job done against these guys because, as we said, the defensive meta kind of coming back into it, and KCorp wouldn't be surprised if they really come out here and try and put BDS on that defensive and test BDS defensively and be like, look, can you actually hang with us?
Well, chat, you're already doing it. You're getting your spams out in chat. Hashtags there. KCorp or Team BDS. We've seen, pun I guess intended, a rise from BDS as they continue to push forward. KCorp, a little bit of trouble earlier in the bracket, and maybe that trouble will continue on. Let's see what you think. And analysts, let's see what you guys think. This, I feel like, potentially could be a hard one, although maybe KCorp's favored. Achieves, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think you have to favor KCorp here. Mm-hmm. It could go longer than you may be expecting it, though, but I think I will reasonably take KCorp in, I guess, 6. I'll give BDS 2 games.
Okay, all right. Growli, where do you stand on this one?
I am sticking with my favorites. I think it's still going to be KCorp. I do think this one will go the distance. I've said that, I think, about every series, and I think I've been right. So I'm going to go 7 again, and I'll pick KCorp.
Yeah, I kind of preempted it with my you have to lean towards KCorp because I'm going to pick them as well. I'd love to see a great showing from BDS, and I love what they have been showing us so far, but KCorp as well on the board. A lot of love for BDS, though, 60-40. Let's get to the game. We got some more Rocket League to play as both teams fight for seeds and a victory. We'll also bring each team closer to clinching world spot in this tournament. With such important victories on the line, we're bound to have some exciting Rocket League. It's KCorp versus Team BDS.
Who needs national rivalries when you can have France against France with a little bit of Rise on the side? It's BDS against KC for the 4th time with these rosters. BDS currently trailing 2-1 in overall series, looking to tie things up and send KCorp to the lower bracket.
It is 1-1 this split as well, and Johnny boy, I don't know whose idea it was to put us two together, but they've made a huge mistake here, and I cannot wait for this series.
You know what, this hopefully will be a series not involving many mistakes. We saw plenty earlier on in Hogan Mode against Monaco, but we're really hoping for another banger, the likes of which we've just seen in the other upper semi-final. Team Liquid and Vitality really putting on a show. I don't think that, Vatira wants this to be that close. Last time they were able to sweep BDS. They'll probably want to run that back. Oh, Monkeyman nearly able to read the 50-50 Rise sent towards him. It does just trickle wide. KCorp with a bit of a scare early on there.
And the Spring Open as well, you got to go back to Regional 1 of the split. That was BDS's day in the lower bracket, beating KCorp 4-2. So it's not, I know the last series was pretty one-sided towards KCorp, but BDS certainly know how to beat this side.
Yeah, BDS have really settled in well this split. They started off with, a very nervous performance actually in the Gamers Without Borders EU qualifier. That did not look good going into this RLCS split, but as soon as they got into the actual RLCS regionals, they've looked phenomenal. They've had to qualify for the first one, of course, and they did that, haven't looked back. Now they're not just qualified to the major, but trying to play for preferential seeding as well. That's a big deal in this format. EU 4 seed will play NA 4 seed at the Spring Major. If you want to dodge that, you've got to get up in the standings. If you want to take on a South American team, or maybe even NA's 5th seed, that's what BDS are really playing for here.
Even Vitality, they're looking pretty comfortable right now in the standings, but clearly this regional meaning a lot to them as well, and this is just wide open here for Exotic, who just finds one end-to-end here. And where is BDS going? I'm just trying to look for a third man. Seiko's nowhere to be seen. They're just all over-committed on the wrong side of the pitch.
Yeah, they got a little bit caught out there. Everybody, on the same page in one way. They're all thinking, right, we're attacking here. Let's see if we can get a goal. And then suddenly out of nowhere, a passing play in defense results in an open net at the other side of the pitch. And that's a bit of an overextension there by BDS. Can't afford to do that against such a sound team as KCorp. They're very quick at spotting those openings. Any gap, no matter where it is, could lead to a goal. Just 50-50 game. Been a big part of this matchup as well. Oh, well bumped there. I don't think Vatira realized it was happening, and the follow-up is going to go away from them as well. The bump was great, but Vatira didn't expect it to land.
Yeah, he made that a little bit harder than he needed to there, I think, Vatira. And it should probably be 2-0 here to KCorp, but nevertheless, BDS do get away with one here as Rise tries to go to work. Does get the flip reset over the top, but Exotic is right there, Monkey Moon. And look at this KCorp army. I mean, T-Bates would say himself, Johnny, this is just a counter-attacking defensive output here from KCorp as an infield pass. Oh, no! I think that might have been an own save there. BDS, they're getting in the way of their own shots as the demo this time came through down the other end, but again, no team can find a way through.
It definitely was an unsave. That's going to be a goal for Vatira at the other end. Well, BDS will feel pretty hard done by there. It's actually fakes one way, just trips the middle. No one at BDS ready for that pass. And Vatira, unfortunately for them, was lurking at that back post and slots it in the near post bottom corner.
Just another phenomenal counter-attack there from KCorp. This team just know how to do it, know how to get it done here off the kickoff now. Monkey Moon throws one on net. As Itachi working the ball forward. BDS just they're getting a little bit caught out. And again, this is just open. This feels like the rotations are coming in so slow right now for BDS, sending 1-2 men at every play. And the third man, well, he's off getting boost. He's not ready for any sort of defending. As Rise trying to work the ball forward. BDS playing so high up the pitch here, Johnny, but I don't think it's working for them.
Well, you know, if you're going to play high up the pitch like this, you have to put your opponents on the back foot. You need to put pressure on them. Otherwise, at any moment, they could just send it straight down the middle of the pitch or down either of the flanks and into the back of your net with one more touch. So, you know, BDS, they've been known for this for years now. Ever since they started dominating in the open era, this is what they did. They just relentlessly attacked. But KCorp are just handling it brilliantly here. They're keeping an eye on their boost totals. They're fighting for those back corner boosts, not allowing BDS to just dominate them.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. BDS is sort of, they're the kings of the half rotation. You know, they're happy to turn around 30 boost and just get that touch in midfield, but it hasn't worked for them so far in game one. The pre-jump play, I don't mind it there. Shot net is weak. Vatira getting bumped and still does find a way out. BDS still attacking and KCorp still very awkward here. 40 seconds left. BDS, Johnny, you feel like they need to get a goal right now. Things are getting desperate here in game one.
It's a good chance for them though. Bump lands! Seiko couldn't get enough behind it. In fact, he's put it wide. I don't think he was expecting it to be just that open, but for the second time this game, BDS have landed a bumper demo on the goalkeeper, and there's been no shot behind it.
They're almost surprised when it happens, I think. Seiko, surely that looked like a shot was going to come in, but he's overthinking it. Rise now trying to put a top corner. Perhaps the more direct approach here from BDS will come through as Monkey Moon does get one back. And there's still enough time.
That's a great pass down by Monkey Moon. Vatira doesn't do a very good job with this clear. They're trying to keep the ball away from the front of the goal. I think just popping it above the net there, but it didn't get enough on it. And left it completely free for Monkey Moon, but looks like back left kickoff. Their back right kickoff, sorry, for KCorp. Secures possession. Oh, Vatira's missed it though. It's actually with a cover.
This is very close here. Is the ball still alive? It's up now. Monkey Moon, can he get it set? Set out. The whifty to end game number one. And KCorp have ran away with a couple of cheap goals to start the game. And well, it felt like it was all BDS. If you look at the landscape of where the possession was, where the ball was on the pitch, but they just overthought the attack. They couldn't find a way through. They were going for the extra pass, Johnny, and it's cost them in the end.
Yeah, that was really, really dangerous for KCorp for an extended period of time there. I mean, they've taken game one, but BDS were definitely the aggressor for the majority of the game. They had a bump land early in the game that, didn't have a shot follow-up. They accidentally saved their own shot. Then they had a demo land and they didn't have a shot to follow it up. They had so many clear-cut chances. And it didn't look like KCorp were actually having a good time or having fun defending all that. That was very, very close to going heavily, in fact, in BDS' favor. So, if BDS can just make a couple of tweaks there, mainly with their timing of that second man either arriving a bit too early to make the right decision, or the timing of their shots to actually hit the net when it is open. If they can get those small tweaks, then this could easily swing in their favor.
Yeah, I just keep thinking about that Seiko moment. The bump came through, it was an open net, and he has just fired it, not even off the post. He's put it so far wide, it had to have been a pass. Perhaps not expecting it, and off the kickoff, could have been a goal. Blocked out off the sideball, but KCorp now on the attack. This is foreign territory for them after game one, where it was all in the blue end here. Vatira is just bullying his way through. He's making everyone out. He's got Rise in. Oh no!
Oh, it's going to go!
There's just no way! Seiko has faked the ball out, but he looked like the third man here for KCorp. I mean, where's Itachi going?
Oh, but I mean, I don't blame Vatira for going for this, because anytime, as we all know, anytime you land a mind game in Rocket League, your brain just tells you, right, we're going all in here. This is going to look brilliant in the replay if we can score right now. We can make the opponent watch himself getting faked, and then you 50-50 it into your own net across the pitch. It's Monkey Moon at the other end. Doesn't even give us time to think about the last goal. BDS put in a second one.
This is two massive mistakes here. This time Exotic has not landed on the backboard. He tried to touch it to himself, and he's headbutted the side post. Again, KCorp, a team we're looking at, the former major winners, best team in the world, and they're making mistakes that we're seeing in a lot lower ranks than this. It's quite interesting.
Well, this is one of the reasons why, no matter what meta shift happens in Rocket League, mistakes in defense will always be punished because it's just so open when you do that. And here's another one. You know, if you're not on point in defense, it's in your net. But hey, if you're not on point in offense, you're just hitting the post and maybe your teammate scores. It's really difficult to get it right when everybody's boxed up together here. KCorp just have a 50-50 in the corner. Vatira's pinged it in middle, no one is ready, and it's immediately shot into their net. Back into the game by our KCorp.
Yeah, it's a great pass from Vatira, but still, it is messy Rocket League right now. It's not what you want to see. Rise, again, doesn't quite get the shot exactly how he wants it. And, I mean, these 3 goals, this has not exactly been international top quality, world-class standard, but, well, BDS will certainly take this 1-goal lead here, and they might take one more. Monkey Moon open net saved by Vatira coming off the corner. He was disappeared in there. I couldn't see him. He was invisible.
Roldas was right. He was so invisible that BDS didn't even see him in the net there. They thought it was open. We thought it was open. Vatira just comes out of the shadows and makes the save.
He's taken the invisible meme to new levels here, Vatira. That's what we love about him. As Itachi does it for reset, and the bumps are coming through. Vatira getting so aggressive. A lot less invisible now. Seiko in big trouble. Vatira gets there, but blocked out by Seiko.
Yeah, good position there by Itachi, but is clear towards Vatira. Not enough juice on it. Is pounced on by BDS. Seiko reads that all day. You got to get your clears to land if you're trying to pass down the line. Vatira was not expecting that one to be so short. BDS punish KCorp once again.
Seiko just found himself in the perfect spot in midfield, and how good was his first touch? Just off the corner onto the backboard. He knew exactly where that was going as soon as he hit it. Gets the read as well. BDS will... A bit of reward for effort now, Johnny. It felt like game 1, as you said. They were the aggressors. They were pushing it forward, and now they're getting reward. But a touch. He's going for the double. Goes wide. Exotic tries to get the follow-up. Now might be a BDS counter-attack. Monkey Moon's first touch is... Well, I don't want to say abysmal, but it wasn't exactly what he wanted as he ran out of boost as well. Exotic now is going for the bump on Rise. Does get the touch. Seiko helps the defense out there. BDS get out of trouble.
Oh, it's a great save by Rise there. Exotic trying to air dribble bump him. Rise dodged the bump, pinged it into the bar, and BDS were able to follow up and clear it. So valuable time being wasted here, time that KCorp need. That's another heavy first touch for Monkey Moon, but he's getting back to the ball every time, so he is making sure to follow up. Oh my goodness, that would have been either the luckiest or the best pass, depending who you ask.
He is absolutely fired that at Rise, who almost found a top corner, and well, BDS with a 2-goal lead. They want more. Exotic has to pop this one up. Itachi's not ready for it, and Monkey Moon, this is what he does. He half rotates in, he keeps the pressure, and it forces a clear out of KCorp. The demo's coming through. Vatira's having to do anything. The whiffs, or perhaps the leave there from Exotic was more like it, and KCorp, well, they're managing to hold on, but they're still looking in big trouble here in defense.
Oh, here goes Vatira. Again, Rise able to dodge that air dribble bump. It was an air dribble bump pass from Vatira this time, and Rise got over the top of it to make a crucial touch. Route 1 isn't working for KCorp. The offload down the line failed earlier on, resulted in a counter-attack going in their net. Hold on, that's almost gone the whole way, but BDS have managed to find the balance that time with keeping up their aggression. Can they stop a tap? So you know they can. Another tap-in for the Merchant himself. And by tap-in, we mean perfect bar-down shot.
Yeah, a tap-she, as they call him. You said it perfectly. He just puts it top corner, if you don't mind. And there's a lot of life left in this game here, game number 2. BDS feels like they've had a good hold of this game, but I don't know, KCorp feel like they could score out of anywhere, as well as Vatira throws that one on. He gets a touchy again. That's an awful touch. Exotic has to back up. And BDS will be looking to just kill a bit of time off this clock here. 1 minute. Try and make it work, but all of a sudden Monkey Moon is just on a massive island by himself with no boost, but KCorp couldn't capitalize.
Oh, there's a good chance though. Infield pass off the post, and it's bounced horribly for KCorp. That was so close. But because it was so close, it actually bounced to clear itself, and now they're all over each other in an attempt to get the pressure on BDS. They have stumbled on top of each other multiple times, but hey, they're still got the attack going. Vatira almost to the end of a double tap. BDS looking for a 50-50 as boost runs dry.
What is going on? I don't know what's happening. Itachi now, double touch. Can he get it? He feels like he's on the angle. He does get the 50. A huge save from Monkey Moon. Vatira still in the air. Rise getting bumped, but he still gets a touch. KCorp trying to push forward here. 20 seconds left. Seiko, can he get the stealer for BDS? Rise gets up, fires it on. Itachi with the block. Seiko pushing forward now. BDS trying to hold on. Seiko doing everything he can to get 8 touches on the ball. With 8 seconds left, you feel like BDS should be locking this one down. KCorp still in defense. Will we get a tied series here? It felt... I don't know what this game has been, but I've enjoyed every second of it as Seiko tries to get it down. BDS tie it up. And a fantastic response from the pink team.
Yeah, the team that dominated game 1 had a bit more of a back and forth in game 2, but actually got the win this time. Much more even in terms of shot distribution, much more even in terms of time and attack, but this time BDS were able to find the balance. They did not overextend. They did not allow KCorp to hit them on the counter. And we actually nearly had a double tap-in merchant moment as well from Itachi, which would have been brilliant. It would have been an equalizer had he got it on target. But before that, you know, definitely some misplays. As Exotic had a miss off the backboard. Itachi had a miss clear that was easily intercepted. A lot of mistakes there from KCorp that BDS were able to capitalize on.
I love it though. You can feel the pressure. Pressure, you know, it forces these mistakes, but it makes for messy Rocket League. But you can just feel the stakes on the line right now. Both sides wanting to get the wood over each other. As we said, it's 1-1 so far this split. KCorp just dismantling BDS in the Spring Cup, and here we are, Spring Invitational. BDS trying to get one back on them now. Maybe Seiko can get to work. This is just, it's been I don't know what it is, Johnny. I feel like when I cast with Stumpy, we just get these absolute belters of series, but with me and you, it just, I'm just going to say, like, we might still get a game 7, but I feel like we have brought some chaos. Like this. Are
you saying that I'm a magnet to bad gameplay? That would explain a lot. I'm not
saying this is bad gameplay. I'm saying it's entertaining as Itachi again. Last game it was top right, this time it's almost top left.
He's back at it again. When you've got a striker like Itachi on your team, the game's a lot easier to win. KCorp up by 1. A lot of time left for BDS. If you are hoping for the BDS KCorp ultimate split rivalry, if you're a neutral fan watching this one, you're going to want BDS to win this because, BDS were sent to the lower bracket by KCorp in Regional 1 before getting their revenge in the lower semi-final. And then KCorp just eliminated them from the tournament last time. So this could tie it could be a complete mirror, basically, of Regional 1 if BDS win here. Then potentially, I think it's even a likelihood the two teams could match up again later on in the tournament, and we could get to watch a 5th match between the two with it completely tied across the split.
Certainly would leave for an interesting major, having both teams there as Rise has to get back, does so. Monkey Moon just flies across the midfield. That's what we'd like to see from him. As the demos come through now, Seiko can get to work. Exotic has to pre-jump, but he gets faked. Batira right there. Great communication from KCorp, and fantastic work again. That's a great pass. Itachi tries to spot it away, but he thought the post was even more appetizing as the low 50 comes through from Exotic. Now Batira, what can he do? He's got a reset. Monkey Moon gets on the backboard in time. Both teams holding on.
A lot of redirect opportunities for both teams. Keeping their ball cam on as they rotate back, just in case a teammate launches the ball straight towards them. Batira with options here. He looks for Exotic at the far side of the box. Exotic did knock it downwards. It's actually decided that's not worth committing for. Already up by 1. Let's play this one a little bit more safely.
There's an opportunity. The bumps are coming through. Seiko, he gets beaten to the ball by Itachi. Monkey Moon's in big trouble now. BDS scrambling back. Itachi goes for the musty. The flip reset. Everything was coming through. The BDS, the scramble defense holds on, and maybe the counter-attack can be even better off the backboard. Exotic's in big trouble. Shot on net. Itachi drops down from the ceiling and saves the day for KCorp.
These are the kind of moments where BDS can sometimes get in trouble. They're all in the offensive corner. They're all very close to the ball. They need to avoid a double commit here. They've got clean touches like these. Yeah, why not? Just go for it. Can they avoid those mistakes that plagued them in game 1? Those mistakes that have really plagued them at times throughout this entire split. Seiko
Always looking for those flip resets at the end of his air dribbles. That one shut down pretty early. A very quiet game compared to the one we saw before. Less mistakes. And less mistakes to capitalize on.
A lot less mistakes across the board, and a few demos could be the answer to open it up here for BDS as a shot gets fired on net. Vatira, that's every day of the week for him as Monkey Moon again, so fast to turn in midfield. Seiko outpacing free shot Monkey. He just puts it behind Itachi. It's right there. He goes to 1, 2, 3.
Selfless play from BDS. Everybody looking for a pass, knowing that the shot was expected. Everybody playing the ball away from KCorp and only taking a shot once the goal's wide open. What an equalizer, BDS. With so many consecutive touches on the ball. Can they make another one happen? No, it's an air dribble bump actually in defense this time. What if KCorp got in an answer to that? That was, I think, the cleanest goal we've seen all day.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And Rise, he was actually too slow to get the shot on. He was so deep third man that the pass was just such a fantastic option to throw it over to Monkey Moon and really open up the net there. Just such a smart play under so much pressure as well. 1 goal down, but they found that equalizer now, and it's time for BDS to just settle again into their play style. There's no rush on the offense now as Monkey Moon does beat out. He tries to get one more on it. Vatira's in trouble, gets bumped out of the way, does get a touch on it. Rise just forcing the ball, going for a beat. He's still got boost, he's still got pace, but Exotic meets him one better. Seiko stop it, goes the double. Vatira's ready for it. Counter-attack the other end. This is the Rocket League. We want to see the bumps coming through. The shots are coming through, but everything is going wide.
Wow, well, that really could have gone anywhere. We had 3 players up in the air, all playing the ball. Somehow it hit the bar and went into a safe position. BDS get away with one there. Tachi with the air double bump did look threatening, but as the closing seconds commence, who's going to have the last real chance? BDS fighting for possession, but Exotic gets away with it. Seiko, clean beat. Itachi.
Oh no!
That's on Vatira. Oh my goodness! Vatira's the imposter.
The absolute bottle job at the worst moment here. KCorp, they've handed it to Seiko. And Vatira's ducked his teammate Itachi. Had the free corner clear, but there was no trust, there was no communication. And at the worst of times, KCorp have capitulated. BDS now could just run away. Can KCorp get an answer? The reset off the kickoff. BDS do drop the ball.
Oh my.
A goal out of nothing and an instant timeout from KCorp. That is understandable.
Yeah, timeout. We need to get a breather after that one, boys. Just deep breaths. Hold on. It's fine. I mean, he's anything but invisible in that play, Vatira. He was a bit, front and center, just blatant, if anything. So I don't know if the invisibility accusations are really ringing true here, but let's see how they bounce back from that. Obviously, a massive blunder from one of the best players in the world. But it was BDS speed that really built up all throughout the game, and I think it got KCorp just overthinking it a little bit as we got into the business end of the game. They're thinking, BDS are really getting pretty quick to the ball, actually. Rise dusting someone, Seiko dusting someone, Monkey Moon always quick up in the air. And they went too quick. They just didn't think before going.
I mean, if that play there doesn't just sum up the pressure right now in the series, the intensity, the pace, Vatira just panicking there with 10 seconds left. Seiko's shot, it didn't have that much power on it, and Itachi had it every day of the week, but Vatira just felt he had to go just in case his teammate didn't have it. And in the end, he's just put himself in the worst position possible. I mean, as we said, it's not peak Rocket League gameplay, Johnny, but it is peak entertainment right now. I'm absolutely loving the intensity, the pressure, the mistakes are at an all-time high.
Yeah, I think it really is a bit of both. I think some of these mistakes are absolutely, that is an unforced error by Vatira. There's absolutely no reason to be making a mistake like that at this level. On Forbidden Temple as well, Exotic missing an overhead clear, that is completely unforced, inexcusable at this level. But a lot of these mistakes are certainly forced. We got a very fast-paced game on our hands, and BDS have applied a ton of pressure to KCorp since game 1, which KCorp actually won. They took the dub in game 1. But yeah, the pressure is mounting. BDS are not holding back. They are really taking the race to KCorp. Anytime the ball's in the air, Monkey Moon, Seiko, Rise, whoever it is, they are up without any hesitation. And KCorp will be aware of that. They've got to immediately decide every time that they're thinking about going for the ball, you know, well, they've just got to decide whether or not they should go. There's no time to communicate. You just have to go. If you communicate who's got it, you're getting beaten. BDS are playing like this. So KCorp just have to spread out a little bit more. I think they're getting on top of each other too much, and it's causing these mistakes to occur. If they can give each other a bit more space on the pitch, then I think they can match BDS for speed here.
Well, whether it's BDS's pressure or whether it's whenever I join the lobby, I just bring a little hint of OCE with me. We're about to find out here in game number 4 as BDS, after game 1, have just taken a bit of a stranglehold of this series. It is a best of 7. It's not exactly panic stations just yet for KCorp. The mistakes are obvious, the misplays are evident, but can they fix them? Can they get to work offensively? Bumps coming through a touch here, but Rise is quicker, and Rise has put it on target. Exotic gets back, open net, surely. Seiko doesn't get it even on target right now. BDS still on the attack. That is the positive. But that feels like it could have been a goal. It's got to be open down the other end. Exotic, surely. Yes, he does.
Wow.
And BDS, well, it's a 2-goal swing.
Exotic's just doing everything for his team here. Great pass from Itachi, to be fair, but Exotic with a 1v2 double save, quickly gets down the line as a passing option, and just gave Itachi such a large area of the field to aim for there. Slots the open net. Just fantastic stuff from Exotic after an attack went completely wrong. It looked like it might be just going all the way for BDS once again.
It's not the most clinical gameplay, but, well, one side, one way or another is trying to get the job done here. Sometimes it's counter-attacks. We've seen some beautiful plays coming out from BDS as Monkey Moon tries to make another one work. Rise keeping the ball in. This could be the BDS special. The BDS pass play, double commit. Vitira gets the save. Monkey Moon off the sidewall. All of KCorp in net, ready to go, ready to counter-attack. And Vitira leads the charge.
Oh, surely it is going to be Exotic for a second goal. Itachi and Exotic combining for both goals in this game. But Vitira off the ball. Demos Rise to win back possession and then boxes Monkey Moon out of the play. He won't get any assist or goal credit, but he's doing a lot for his team.
I said it, he just stormed downfield, Vitira. The pace on the counter-attack, and found the bump as well. KCorp just too fast, catching out BDS. They didn't give them time to set up their defense to rotate properly. In the end, it was an open net, a fantastic infield play there from KCorp. Getting a 2-goal lead. A great response off the timeout as well.
Oh, Itachi's baked the double here. Exotic blocked by Seiko. These kind of covering touches are sometimes really difficult to find, but BDS have done well there.
Oh, what is happening?
Monkey Moon is just trying to guide this ball back into the corner. It was a bit risky for a second there, but as long as he keeps it in that back corner, it's difficult for KCorp to really do anything with it. Seiko up, clean beat once again. Not enough boost to get back to it, but the defender had to respect it. Vitira flies right past the ball. He has to respect the fact that Seiko could be doubling it.
Super important for that boost grab as well. Seiko just lunging downfield. Rise looking for the bumps, looking for some offense, but BDS just not finding a way through at the moment. Since that counter-attack, that 2-goal swing at the start of the game, it feels like KCorp are really playing the game on their terms right now, playing it at their pace. As Rise last man does enough, allows Seiko to get back. He's got boost to work with. He's trying to work the ball downfield. Beautiful second touch, opens up so much room now on the left-hand side. He throws it central, but with no boost, that's all he could do. Vitira pushing forward again. KCorp, everything feels on their terms. All the bumps going their way, and every single time the ball feels like it's channeling towards that net, towards BDS's end. As Exotic now wins a 50. He's got another touch. Does he have a center pass? No. It's Monkey Moon to get the save, Johnny, but BDS just cannot get this ball out of their end. It's just trouble left, right, and center, and it's an open net for Exotic.
And once again, it's Itachi to Exotic. 3 assists for Itachi, 3 goals for Exotic. Rise pre-jumping in net, expecting Itachi to be doubling it on target. He did not see the double tap pass coming, and once more again, Vitira started that play, threatening to bump BDS goalkeepers. They've always got to pay attention to that third man as KC attack with everyone for the third time. Even on a 2-goal lead, they send the house.
I'm not sure what they said in that timeout, but or what they drunk, but I need some of it. I want to know what they said because they have absolutely turned this series around. As BDS don't really have an answer now. Exotic's very awkward. He has whiffed it. Vatira just knows he's ready. He's ready for the bottom right shot. Finds a way. BDS still pushing forward. They're overcomplicating it. It feels like game one again. The offense just a little bit messy. The shots are coming through. Vatira just... He's made the bottom right corner his own at the moment in the defensive end, just knowing every single time where the shots are coming through, and has read Monkey Moon like a book.
Yeah, and it's Rise as well. You know, a couple of shots this game. He's tried to go over that bottom corner. This time he finds it. But, you know, I really do think that next time he's got a defended net to aim at, he's got to just hit it straight at the goalie, because we're seeing a lot of pre-jumps for KCorp in this game. A lot of pre-jumps in defense. A lot of players on the back wall trying to defend. You know, if you got players up high pre-jumping, just hit it low. If Rise can just read that and hit it straight at KCorp, he might just get a free goal. They've got 50 seconds to work with. 2 goals down.
We're seeing those slow roller shots, the P-rollers becoming more and more effective as the defense gets better. Rise, what are you doing? Goes about it, Johnny. That's a beautiful assist. BDS said just have it, because that was a shocking play from Rise.
I have to think that he was trying to double tap that off his own backboard, either straight back into midfield or into his back corner, but he's missed it completely, so it's just a free shot for Exotic. That's not what he had advice.
I think, he's tried to get it into his own corner, but ended up pinching the ball, and he's thought, oh goodness, I'm going to have to try and get back to this, and he's made an absolute mess of it. Last game it was KCorp making all the mistakes. This time, BDS just taking a leaf out of their book.
Listen, just imagine the threat of Rise and Redosin on the same team. No goal is safe. You just got every goal under constant threat. I mean, they really have taken that upon themselves to keep everyone guessing. You know, keep everyone on their toes. So in the moment, we're going to have a tie series. And, it might be, I don't know, do you call a timeout here? This was pretty convincing for KCorp. I think you do. I think you called it. I don't think they will, but I think they should. Because KCorp have gotten back to themselves there. 4 goals for Exotic, 3 assists for Itachi. And Vatira doing a lot of work off the ball here, as well as 4 saves. They've really done well in this game to bring this series back into their control.
Yeah, I'd call a timeout, Johnny. Like, I was a massive fan of a timeout, and just in any situation, I've called a timeout, ladies and gentlemen. 3-0 up in a best of 7.
Yeah, what was the reason again? Why did you call it timeout?
I wanted to eat a banana. It was next to me, and I just felt like the 59 seconds that you get in between games wasn't long enough. So I just felt like I just needed that extra couple minutes just to really get some energy in. And I think we lost game 4. So I can't recommend it, ladies and gentlemen, when you are winning a series. But I think that would have been the perfect time for BDS to call the timeout. Nevertheless, they...
So actually, you're the only person who's ever called a timeout when you've just won a game. And also, 100% of the time that's happened, it's resulted in the next game being a loss. So we need some more stats here. We need more teams to do this. See if CJ was really cooking something up there. You know, one game, it's not enough of a sample size. It might be a great idea to just win game 1 and imagine win game 1, call a timeout. The other team's mental's going to be in shambles. These guys are so confident. They've just called a timeout after winning.
That's what I'm saying, and I think it works 9 out of 10 times. I've just been the 1 out of 10.
You were just the other one.
I was just the other one and the only one to start it. So make sure if you're in any tournaments, ladies and gentlemen, with timeouts, that you use them to your effect. When you are winning, Rise trying to get effective on the double touch, goes wide, Monkey Moon follow-up. Touchy on the pre-jump as well, tries to make it work. Exotic on the counter-attack. This feels like KCorp's recipe for success. Double with BDS, but KCorp not expecting it.
Oh, that was, completely unexpected. Both players missing. You know, it might be for the best that they both missed, because they were coming at the ball from different angles. There was a good chance that they were going to block each other in that touch and just dump it in front of their net. Here KCorp are, once again, trying to apply the squeeze, but Noise Rise there just darting into the back corner, taking that boost before it could be stolen. And that was all he needed to do to stop KCorp's attack.
Yeah, it's all this resource management from both sides here. It's hugely effective. Monkey still has a little bit of boost. He's going to sit behind it, and There he is, that man Rise rotating into KCorp's corner, grabbing that corner boost and staying on the attack, keeping the pressure on, trying to just whittle down this KCorp defense. Monkey Moon flip reset, that's a beautiful touch, but Vatira's ready for it. It feels like, Johnny, he's been ready for every single one of those touches, every top corner, bottom corner. He's ready to perfection, and now on a counter-attack, Itachi gets it on net, and the bump's coming through. An exotic follow-up, Rise just throws himself for the ball, keeps it out of the net.
Yeah, great defense by BDS, the save on the goal line, and then the follow-up from Rise as well, just making himself as big as possible, closing the gap to the follow-up shot. And Rise is playing that one low there, but Exotic was ready for it. Couple of goalkeepers to get past. Seiko in a 1v2 in defense does well. He does very well. He actually turns the attack around on KC. Main boost is at such a premium here. Monkey Moon here with hardly any. Itachi likewise. Both teams refuse to leave the ball and give the other team a free touch on it. It's really dwindling their boost down low.
Yeah, this is the opposite of North American Rocket League right now. There is no space on the pitch. Itachi throws it on. Monkey Moon throws himself across net. The 50-50's coming through. Exotic. He's faking the ball. He's saving his flip. But again, KCorp just overcommit second and third man. A little bit of miscommunication. Leads it down the other end. But BDS are not ready to attack. And Vatira is, though, blocked out by Monkey Moon.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to see KCorp do that. They've got two players very ready to intercept any bad clear, and even if the ball does go over them, they were still fine. They managed to read that a hard clear was not really possible there. Oh my goodness, Vatira's just got a flick and no one's challenging. 1-0, and I am so shocked not to see someone go for him here. Rise and Seiko both thought the other would go.
Yeah, that's Seiko's job. As soon as Rise has to block the shot, but if Vatira's going to fake it, Seiko has to get a challenge in there. But the respect was too high for Vatira. No one from BDS going, no one forcing the challenge to make it easy for their teammate. It's costly. It proves that the communication has to be in an all-time high for both sides. Now BDS, can they answer? It's an open net, but Rise with zero boost, just gets no power at all on the shot. The demo could help. The fake could help. Monkey Moon goes low, but Itachi just gets around the 50 somehow.
You know, I really think what's happened there is that the double commit from earlier probably has BDS telling each other, let's just calm down, let's just calm in defense, and they probably over-communicated there. They're probably most likely both saying, you go, no, I've got it. Nobody goes. You know, you don't really have time to do that when Vatira's about to flick the ball in your top corner. You have to just rely on your instinct. You have to just know who's going, depending on what happens. And yeah, BDS trying, I think they've overcompensated there on earlier double commits.
I love the creativity here from KCorp, though. They're throwing the ball up to the corner, they're faking it, they're passing back, going for the drop down right now, and they're just keeping BDS guessing. So is Monkey Moon. He's gone for the bump. The bump came through on Seiko as well. He couldn't find a shot on net. Nevertheless, no bumps came through from either side, and Monkey Moon trying to force the ball forward here. 40 seconds on the clock. BDS need to find an equalizer, or they'll be thinking, why did we not call a timeout in the last game? This could be open. Big trouble. No. Rise has just flung the ball so high, so hard, and just nowhere near the net.
Oh, I mean, he took it so early. He just rushed the shot. He probably thought he had no time to take it, but he arrived so early. That is a very difficult one to react to. And he stuck it in the crossbar. Still not over. Seiko, 1v1 with Exotic. Goes for the simple play. It doesn't work. Exotic stands tall.
And now it's open down the other end at KCorp. Well, BDS, they had to throw everything at the final play. It means they concede one down the other end. KCorp, a fantastic game. And, well, that just feels like the momentum from the previous game, Johnny. They've run with BDS. They had a late charge. They found some opportunities, but they couldn't grab that opening. They couldn't make the most of it. KCorp will be moving on to match point, and BDS are in big trouble. We have to see a timeout now, surely.
Yeah, I mean, now they have to be calling it, or it just doesn't make any sense. But the last game, obviously they didn't. Yeah, they have called timeout here. They must have been feeling after the last game that, you know, the mental game is fine. The comms are still productive, and that they had a good game plan going into the next game. But it hasn't worked out. Well, I think the overthinking in defense got them in a bit of trouble here. Got them one goal down, and then rushing it in attack also prevented the comeback from happening. But you know, we have to give KCorp credit for this, because It's KarmiCorp's ability to keep the pressure on BDS that's forced previous double commits to happen in this series, and that's obviously caused BDS to overcompensate. Think about the problems BDS have in attack as well. BDS rushing to attack. Why are they doing that? Well, it's because every time that they don't rush, they get beaten to the ball. So it's all about what KarmiCorp have done previously in the series. That's making BDS rush and making BDS, I think, overthink and eventually make mistakes. But okay, they've got a timeout here, so they can figure this out. I think overall, what we've seen today, I think they've got what it takes to beat KarmiCorp. It's going to be tough, but I think they can do it.
You can just see the body language here as well, and as a body language expert, they just look a little bit rattled and almost. They're not exuding the most confidence right now. Obviously, they are down in the series here, 3-2 down, and they just feel like they know what they need to be doing, but they're just not quite connecting, as you said, offensively, defensively. The communication isn't coming through. It just feels like it's not instinctual Rocket League right now from BDS, and that play personifies that. Vatira just walking around the defense, no one willing to put a hand up. If BDS can get back on the same page, we will have a series. We will have Champions Field, but I mean, if the last two games are anything to go by, Johnny, as a body language expert, KCorp are in cruise control right now.
Lots of tension, clearly. Exotic really feeling the pressure of the situation there as he reclines on his chair. I don't know if they've got any skylights in the KarmiCorp facility, but with weather like it has been recently, would be a nice addition. You know, get a little bit of sun tanning in between games. Exotic's definitely got the chair for it, but we're going to need to jump into Neo Tokyo. Not the best weather in Neo Tokyo. It's a very familiar weather for me as a Scotsman. Always raining. I mean, have you ever wondered what this map would look like dry? Have we ever had that Neo Tokyo dry, Neo Tokyo day? Don't believe so.
Well, now you mention it, I didn't realise it was raining because I've got a potato PC, no graphic settings, no weather effects.
What?
Well, Exotic's got a beast of a car behind him as he finds a kickoff goal. The worst possible start off the timeout. Seiko just goes flying past it.
Yeah, I think Seiko is probably trying to play a bump on the... he tried to bump Exotic there. That's actually really well played by Exotic. It'll be an underrated goal, I'm sure, because Seiko thought Exotic was going to rush that shot, flipped to where he thought Exotic would be to bump him, and Exotic just stopped. He just stopped moving and then shot the open net. So honestly, well played there by Exotic. A very subtle play. A play that might, not get any credit from certain people. Be called, invisible. But I think you got to give Exotic his flowers for that one.
Yeah. Well, this right now is going to be a big test of what BDS are really made of here. Backs against the wall. Huge touch from Vatira there. Keeps the attack alive. Both corner boost grabbed. Exotic trying to go to work. Rise just throwing himself at the ball, but he doesn't have a mid boost to land on either. That means Vatira has a lot of time up in the air as Itachi now. The man to grab that mid boost can also get to work. He's looking for bumps, looking for an air dribble. And BDS right now, as you said, this is a true test of what they're made of. They were pretty up and about after their Friday, letting everyone know about the results, but let's see what they're made of when their backs are against the wall. They're one goal down, facing match point. Can they find a way back into this game?
Oh, well, not yet. Vatira makes it 2-0. And just relentless aggression again. BDS all clumped up at that near post. Exotic bumps Seiko as he jumps to challenge the shot. And that leaves it completely free for Vatira to score. And Exotic again just with the perfect play in the position. He's done well there. Such a difficult player to really understand if you only look for the air roll. If that's all that catches your eye, Exotic is not going to catch your eye as much as he should because he's doing a lot for his team right now. Just the very simple stuff.
Yeah, the bot Fennec is well and truly in business right now, and maybe Seiko is the 50-50, but Itachi's right there to challenge the ball, help out his teammates, and ever since Game 5, Johnny, it just has felt like KCorp on a different level. They're syncing up so much better than BDS. Vatira getting bumped. Seiko a little bit of room to work with. Tries to pop the ball up, but it just feels messy right now from BDS. They can't quite get anything working, and even when they're pushing forward, they're not all on the same page right now. Monkey Moon having to force a challenge, but again, no one there. Itachi, he's right there. Flip reset. Exotic waiting in the wings as well. Maybe now there's a chance. Can Seiko get above? No. Everything working right now in the midfield for KCorp.
I mean, it's just, you can't just air dribble the ball straight at Exotic and expect him to get out of the way. That's the second time this game and the last. Oh, that's better though from Seiko. Pinches it middle. Monkeyman is ready for it. What a center ball that was. I think it actually deflected off the KCorp defender, and that's why it's ended up going so quickly. Pitch between the two cars. KCorp were not prepared for the ball to come into the middle that quickly.
Yeah, the big mistake there was Exotic. He just rotated front post, too aggressive, and found himself so awkward. Obviously, the pinch you can't expect, but you still have to be ready for any situation there, and just got a little bit aggressive on his positioning, a little bit overconfident, particularly when you're 2-0 up. You sort of have to be ready for every scenario and find yourself at least somewhat back post a little bit deeper. Seiko pushes forward, bumps, it's open, he wheels it in, and we got a tie ball game.
What a play off the ball. Rise, demos Itachi, demos Exotic as well, and then Seiko, credit to him, through the smoke, hits the tap in from close range. I mean, that's missable. I'm pretty sure that's missable for a lot of players in the Rocket League community.
Confirm it is missable. You've heard it here first. Can BDS get another one now? They have turned it around. They found a couple of goals, an avenue in, and perhaps they've just synced up again with a double commit. The shot on net, Seiko. Guess who has been the hero for BDS? Working his way back into this game. BDS working their way back into this series. And a certain goal goes begging there. Seiko again throwing it on net. He wants an infield pass. Rise. The cannon getting finished. Monkey Moon has an open net. And BDS 2-0 down. 3-goal swing.
Oh, Seiko saves the team at one end and then sets them up at the other. He's not going to get any credit for this one. But Rise and Monkey Moon join the attack to put in a third goal. You know, I think if one thing, CJ, they're not hesitating. Rise and Monkey Moon with a very committed double commit there. But Seiko is there to save them.
Sometimes that's what you need, you know, to almost go a couple goals down and really just throw caution to the wind. It can sink them back up, play with a bit more freedom, and we're seeing that. Rise going for double demos. Look at Seiko just cutting rotation, but it's got to work because Monkey Moon can just drop the dagger. Vatira has pre-jumped underneath him, kept the ball alive, and perhaps kept Game 6 alive in the process.
Just over a minute left. 3-goal swing for BDS now. KCorp have to answer, or we are going to go to Game 7. Massive swing. BDS have dug deep. They've just sent absolutely everything at KCorp. The zero hesitation play style seems to suit them as Monkey Moon beats out his man. It's bounced into the middle. Vatira gets a piece of it, but it's still BDS's to play. Seiko to the backboard. Monkey Moon has options, and he picks out the right one. Seiko snipes Itachi to leave it out wide open.
Have you ever seen this much physicality from BDS? It's been Rise and now it's Seiko. Monkey Moon just floats the ball on the net. Seiko, his little man, does the rest here, and BDS have scored 4 on the bounce. And we might be dancing our merry way to Champions Field. Would we want it any other way? It's another open net, and Rise puts it home.
FF, I think it's time to go next. KCorp just got it all wrong here. Monkey Moon does Vatira. Exotic can't hang with the heat. And now with 3 goals to go, BDS just have to avoid the opening goal KCorp put on them. It was a kickoff goal. Can they play it safe?
It just goes to show how quickly you can flick the switch and turn a game around, turn a series around. BDS at the start of this game, the last couple, they were looking like my ranked teammates. There was no cohesion. They had no idea what was going on, but now it just feels like everything is clicking.
As someone who's played ranked with you, CJ, I do take that a little bit personally, but I'll admit, you're not wrong. It's very similar. This looks to be over. We're going to Game 7. No timeouts left for either team. They've already been used. They are just going to need to have a quick chat about this and then get stuck in. I've got to say, though, I much rather see this zero hesitation BDS than whatever we saw in the last game, where we got no one going for the ball. I think it suits them. I think this is the play style that works for them. Just full aggression, all-out pressure, all of the demos alongside perfectly timed attacks. This is what they need to do. If they can do all of this and just keep their heads in the game, I'm convinced. I'm convinced this team can go the distance in this tournament. I'm convinced they can go the distance in any tournament. This is a chance for BDS to get their revenge on KCorp.
This is world class right now, and they've absolutely figured it out. it almost felt like they just caught KCorp napping. You know, they got the first 2 goals. They go 2-0 up here in Game 6, and it almost felt like they went into conservation mode, ready to run down the clock, and all of a sudden BDS change up the pace, and they have no response. It was just a goal fest for the last 2.5 minutes of that game, and what a way to just move themselves into champ field as well. Game number 7, though, momentum is at an all-time high. The swing around of momentum as well has been a sight to behold within the game. It goes to show that this team, they're only new as a roster, Johnny, but well, they're dynamic. They've got ways to change it up on the fly.
Yeah, and I think clearly the biggest difference from this version of BDS and the previous iterations is that they do have that real comeback potential. They've got the real belief. Even 2 goals down in Game 6, match point KCorp, they come back and score 5. And this is something that they've lacked for a long time. I think all the baggage of the losses they suffered over the years is starting to add up. Now they're just playing with free from all of that. And it's no fault of any other former teammates. It's just that sometimes you've got to let all of that go, and having, as we call it, a honeymoon period is the easiest way to do that. They're thriving in theirs right now.
Look at the change-up right now. Seiko had 0 boost there. He challenged 3 different plays. He's always on the ball. And there is an open net for BDS. Monkey Moon walks it home. And this change-up is a sight to behold right now from this team. KCorp have no answers at all.
Again, it's the Rise demo. Just as Monkey Moon takes off, Rise rapidly advances. Demo's the last man. That just leaves it completely open. Monkey Moon are landing a demo on Vatira as well. They're getting physical, and KCorp are not expecting it. Oh, what a pass by Rise. Monkey Moon denied by Exotic, though, who, of course, plays the ball. And Vatira's there to tie the game.
This is the danger for BDS. If you're going to change it up, start being more aggressive, you have to be committed last man, and you have to make sure you get it over the top of your opponent.
Yeah.
KCorp get it cheapy, Johnny, and the interesting thing now to watch, ladies and gentlemen, is do BDS go into their shells a little bit off that, or do they continue what's been working for them, that aggressive offensive play?
Oh, it looks like it's going to be a pretty easy answer with Rise first play here, but Vatira spots the mind game a mile away, sends it long into the BDS half. BDS have to remember that against KCorp, you need to know when you're actually beating them to the ball and when you need to take the 50-50, because these guys have got some good 50-50s. Very strong hitboxes behind every ball.
Big whiff.
That one, it's actually missed it completely. Oh, the double commit! What just happened for BDS?
Seiko went for the pass, but he had no boost to get it away from the ball, and he's hit it again. He didn't want to. The teammate was there. The follow-up, it would have been a goal. Monkey Moon, it still could be a goal. It's Touchy, just gets back. Rise trying to work the ball around. Touchy throwing himself. KCorp switching up the pace now. As we have that tie ball game, the change-up is huge right now from KCorp, but BDS, they're responding. They're fighting right now. This is a midfield game for the ages. Monkey Moon throwing it forward. Rise is there. The ball to be won. Seiko, he's been half rotating for the last 2 games. And I love seeing it here from a BDS perspective.
Oh!
Rise goes for a 50. Blocked out by Vatira. Another shot on net. Another beat off the corner. But KCorp, they're defending. They're holding on for now.
It's just an all-out battle as a team bump lands in the midfield. It's actually going to work in BDS' favor. Seiko team bumped into position by Rise. Of course, not intentionally, but they almost made something of that. Monkey Moon looking for those corner wall bangers. He's trying to center it by slamming it into the corner walls over and over again here. Actually, Rise has lobbed that up. No one's got the boost to go for it from KCorp. Monkey Moon low 50s it into the middle. Rise cut, beats by Vatira though. And here goes Matty over the top. Seiko follows it the whole way.
Massive pre-jump there, no boost to work with, but he does get the touch. Now Monkey Moon, he's trying to use a bit of space. Great pass play, maybe one back to Monkey. He puts it behind him and he does the rest. BDS get the lead in Game 7.
Seiko had the fake bump onto Exotic to create some space, and then it's the 1-2 pass. The dunk from Monkey Moon follows through his own shot, and with just less than half the game to go, they put themselves in front.
Just that poise from BDS under pressure to go that extra pass. We saw it in game number 2, the change up from BDS, and we're seeing it again in game number 7. Under pressure, they're still willing to throw that extra pass. Use their teammates. Another shot on net. Now BDS is in trouble. KCorp pushing forward. Now we've got a counter attack. Rise has boost. He's throwing it central. The bumps are coming through. Vatira's up for the challenge. As Monkey Moon has to find his teammate, does well. Uses Seiko on the outlet. And finds an opportunity to push downfield.
Well, look at this from BDS. A brief moment where they've just slowed the game right down here. They want KCorp to overcommit. They're saying, all right, come on then, let's play in our corner. You're trying to make us play in your corner all series. How about you do the same to us? Still, time for KC. Itachi with a bit of a free ball. But his lob doesn't find anybody. Seiko with an early interception. And Rise follows up quickly. It's end-to-end stuff here. BDS playing safer than earlier.
Yeah, everyone respecting the Seiko double there means Rise gets a free touch. And well, they might not be out of trouble just yet, BDS, because KCorp, they're pushing forward. Itachi's looking for the challenges, trying to find someone to bite, but Seiko wants another one. He's not on big whiff. Vatira's missed the ball, and Monkey Moon says, thank you very much. I'll take a hat trick in the big one.
Seiko just got enough on it. Vatira missed it by the smallest of margins, but he missed it, and it's the 2-goal gap. BDS in front. KCorp need to get control of this game, and they need to get control of it soon.
The man who was once easily the best player in the world, well, he just might be, and how good's the pitch? Exotic, he dives at the ball. Monkey Moon throws the ball up a touch. He has to just buy time for his team. Everything right now coming off for BDS, but maybe it's now coming off for Vatira. Goes high, and the bump just relieves all kinds of pressure here on the half of KCorp. Shot on net, the bump goes through, but the double commit on the save was everything KCorp needed.
Oh, now the counter
Now
attack.
it's open!
Seiko missed! Oh my goodness! Just when you thought it was the home straight for BDS, the miss comes through from Seiko. I mean, that's a tough read to be fair, but he didn't expect it to bounce off the back wall as it did. And of course, the Merchant is there for the finish.
Just when you think it's over, there's another chapter. You've got to turn to the next page, and right now, KCorp, they want to move on into the winners' final. BDS have felt like they had it written. It was all over.
Oh my goodness. What?
The shouting and now the bumps. It's absolute chaos. The structure's been thrown out the window here. 30 seconds left. KCorp trying to find the goal, and maybe it's going to be Seiko who says, no, thank you. We're going to be moving on.
Overeager to force the issue. KCorp have been punished. Seiko capitalizes on a vicious 50-50 that bounced into the middle. Itachi was much closer to the play, hoping it would not do that. Now 24 seconds remain. KCorp have got it all to do.
Seiko throws the ball forward. There has to be a goal right here, right now. Vatira tries to launch it. There's the bump. There's the plays. It's not over yet, Johnny boy.
What are we witnessing? Vatira with the air dribble bump pass. We've got Exotic bumping on rotation as he leaves the play, and Itachi's there to finish it off. I mean, talk about commitment to the play, but they've got to do it again.
There's a chance, the KCorp fans, the blue wall. They can feel it in the air right now. Vatira, he's won the kickoff. He's got boost, rises up, he's pre-jumped. He wants to end this one. He's beaten Exotic as well. Itachi keeps it in. He's got boost to work with Exotic, but Monkey Moon, the man that scored the hat trick, he ends the game, and BDS do it in 7.
Oh, just look at what it means to them. I mean, we've got all the teams except Moist already locked in for the major. You'd think that they wouldn't really mind about seeding, but look at what it means to them. BDS get a win over one of their biggest rivals in a thrilling 7-game series, and that puts them top 3 for the 3rd event in a row. So consistent after such an unsuccessful season. And KCorp will have to play again later on today, and it's going to be a tough one against CJ. No, you're going to like this. Moist Esports.
I tell you what, Vitality versus BDS in the upper bracket final is going to be an absolute doozy as well. We have some mouth-watering contests, but what a fight back, Johnny, from BDS there. Game 6, they were down out there. They were 2-0 down. They won that game 5-2 in the end. That was just... It's almost you had to watch the game to believe it. You see a 5-2 scoreline, you felt like it was one-sided, but that game was anything but.
Yeah, started off 2-0 for KCorp. It looked like they were just on a fast track to ending the series. BDS didn't look like they had anything left, but they dug deep, and they've shown that they have got guts, they've got determination, and that they've got that real ability to just mentally reset that's been missing all season. You know, previously in the season, if they go down in those kind of score lines, it's over. They're not coming back. But now they're coming back. They're beating teams like KCorp, the defending major champions, And I mean, BDS are making a real case for themselves, not just as, you know, one of the teams that you're presenting, but one of the favorites for the upcoming major, definitely for this weekend.
If that is any idea of what's to come, ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a big weekend of Rocket League. Do not go anywhere. Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a running. Reality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field on the reset. Getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're brave,
With a narrow victory, Team BDS take down KCorp, proving almost every single person wrong as they make their way into the upper bracket final, facing off against Team Vitality. Next, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on day 2 of the European Invitational. I'm Leaf. Corelli sticks with me, and Johnny Boy is going to join the desk now to talk about that match. That was a close one, and again, I'm pretty sure everyone, Johnny, had KCorp as the one with the edge.
Wait. Not everyone, and I'm not about to praise myself. I had KCorp, so I was wrong. But actually, he doesn't get many predictions right, so when he does get one right, we need to give him some praise. Shogun got it right. He predicted well done, Shogun, for his first correct prediction of this split. It's incredible.
That's great. That's crazy. What a close match, though. Corelli, this, again, I think seeing BDS keep it this close and then pull through the victory is a good sign. I think it's healthy for the environment of Europe, too, to have as many teams competing at the top.
Yeah, certainly competitive. A little messy at times. CJ and Johnny were just screaming their heads off on some of these plays because it's just complete chaos. But it was on Neo Tokyo, Game 6, where BDS, they just went animalistic. They realized, we could start bumping. We could start opening up space. There was spit flying out of their mouths. They were just chasing players down, and I feel like BDS really found form after that Game 6. KCorp, they always kept it close, but I feel like BDS really came into themselves here in this upper semifinals, and they look very strong.
Now, Johnny, we've rounded out our top 6 with Team BDS and Team Vitality taking charge in that upper bracket.
Yeah, it's Vitality are the consistent team, the most consistent team. But BDS are also extremely consistent. They got 2 third places. They'll be hoping they can go better than that this time, because that's their minimum finish they can get from this point. But yeah, if they can win one more, they'll get their best result of the split.
Well, now we drop down to that lower bracket for another time. Our final 2 matches of the day are on their way, and we're going to start it off with Team Liquid facing off against Hogan Mode. This is a match I know the fans are looking forward to. I just can't get over that logo behind the car there. It looks so ridiculous. I love it.
What? You mean it looks so delicious, and it looks so valuable, and it looks like something you should invest in. Like, come on.
It's incredible. Well, a lot of, the fan stock is in Hogan Mode right now. I mean, realistically, Team Liquid, of course, Johnny, comes into this being on paper the more favorable team, but a lot of rallying cries behind Hogan Mode.
I mean, this is Team Liquid, kind of the bad guys. I'm gonna say they're not often the bad guys. They're usually the team that people root for because they're always thereabouts. They haven't won an international event yet. They absolutely could, but Hogan Mode are the Cinderella story. Everybody wants to see it continue, at least for one more day, just to give us another night of hopeful sleep. We can all wake up tomorrow and think, wow, Hogan Mode could still be in the World Championship. At least give us one more day. I'm sorry, Liquid, but
right.
That's my heart saying. My heart wants that to happen.
I mean, what a story it would be for Hogan Mode to make the run. This is a huge test for them. I mean, they lost to Moist. They've played Moist pretty close. They've gone through Fufak Stop, Guild, and Monaco, if I have that right. And for them, I mean, those teams, they're many steps below what they're about to go up against in Team Liquid. So it is a massive test for Hogan Mode, and I honestly think they could probably do it here. Defensively, they've been pretty sound. It's mostly about keeping their composure throughout the series.
Well, I mean, given the track record of who they're facing off against, they lost against Moist, but then Moist lost Team Liquid. So if that tracks any at all, Hogan Mode's up for quite a battle against Team Liquid in terms of power levels here. But hey, anything can happen. Hogan Mode said they're in a good mentality. They're coming to this. They made the mistake of saying, we think we're better than everyone in the last one, and that didn't work. They've adjusted their mentality coming into this one. So maybe we see a different result. I don't know. Chat's going crazy with their predictions right now. Let's get the desk on the board, Johnny. Of course, I'm going to let you start this one off. Hogan Mode, or are you gonna like maybe make some sense here and go Team Liquid?
Unfortunately, I'm locked here. I was we're locked in from the start of the day. These are the two teams I expected to be in this match, and the prediction I had was Team Liquid winning. So I'm sticking to that. That's just my head talking. Of course, my heart says Hogan Mode all the way to the World Championship, because why not? I want to see another Sunless Khan documentary, so I feel like that would be the perfect candidate.
Growli.
I'm just going with favorites today. I'm sticking with Liquid. I was wrong before, but I don't see how they fall to Hogan Mode here.
What do you mean favorites? You can't think with your heart if you're using your head at all. I'm going
Oh
Hogan
my
mode.
goodness.
Let's go, bro. They're going the whole way. I got to do it. We got to make
Telling
sure
you,
there's
bro.
some love for them. Let's go, bro. 76% over Liquid. We are all about to be very wrong, potentially. So let's get to the match. Let's see if they can do it and make a miracle happen. Hogan Mode needs a lot of results, the results of their career, win after win after win, to have any hope of staying alive for the major. Will the result be wet or gold? Let's find out with this best of 7.
Well, such is the people's love for Hogan Mode that we've simultaneously heard Leaf's Scottish accent, and the reason Stumpy's giggling in the background, our producer's Scottish accent. Everyone loves the Hogan Mode, Stumpy. And the bros going all the way.
Aggressively Swedish. He's aggressively Swedish, our producer, and he comes in and goes, 3, 2, 1. Amazing. Yeah, Hogan Mode versus Liquid is going to be the most mountainous mountain that Hogan Mode could possibly try and climb. And yet they have donned their mountain climbing gear. They've got the ropes, they've got the belays, and they are trying their hardest to get up there.
It's going to be slippery as well, though, because Liquid, they are playing delicious Rocket League themselves. You know, they've had a little loss earlier, but it was game 7 against Vitality. A couple of chances to take that series as well. Surely, if we're being serious, taking off the tinfoil hats, this must be where Hogan Mode meet their demise.
But what an incredible run they've had regardless. If they do end it here, but by no means have they, but if they do end it here, then it has been a fantastic journey for them. But Liquid, this is just another step trying to increase their seeding going into the spring major. It becomes more and more important. The higher up you go, the theoretically easier teams you face. You miss out on facing those North American teams. You then might get one of the APAC teams instead. It all depends on where you end up finishing in Europe. But Oski onto that ceiling, trying to make sure that Liquid start as they mean to go on, get an early goal. And Atto, I like that, going for a little sidewall redirect, as we've seen his teammate Acronic go for all over Twitter recently.
Speaking of being slippery when wet, if Team Liquid are to fell Hogan Mode here, it will be the major position for Moist Esports. They will guarantee their slot if Hogan Mode can be beaten. So there's another team out there rooting for the quote-unquote bad guys, but it might be the good guys to get the first goal. Rezi slams that one into the top corner. It was a quick save from Atto, but Hogan Mode reminding us that they're no slumps themselves.
A minute and a half gone though. It's actually staying remarkably even, with Liquid taking a little while sometimes to work their way into series, but they didn't play Vitality too long ago. They had an incredibly long series versus them because of all those tech issues that unfortunately Oski was facing. But ends up lasting just over an hour in actual time length, which is a long old while, and half of it Shogun was complaining that his bedroom was warm.
So, yeah, at least it's nice and cool here in the UK for poor old Shogi to have to deal with that. I noticed the Chiefs had a little overcoat on and some tea, hot tea.
Here we go.
Here we go, Stumpy, mate.
Here we go.
You've got an aircon, haven't you,
Here we
pal?
go.
Because that's gonna come into play here. Because I'm gonna look like a Moist Liquid fan. The way I'm gonna be sweating as this series goes on.
I am having a great time. I have got a little aircon on. It's getting cooler.
Can I show you my aircon? You want to see?
Go on. He has been. He got cut
production.
Away. Well, Acronic hasn't got aircon.
That's how you went
People
wrong.
don't care about you. They care about their players. They care about Acronic. They're trying to make sure.
They care about me.
Oh, here
this
we
is
go.
my aircon. Oh, don't complete. Move on. Let's see Acronic.
If I didn't want to be in trouble with Psionics, I would lower my green screen and show you the box of cold air that is being thrown towards me at the moment. Absolutely. But we're seeing yet again more tech issues coming out. Oski saying that he had just a little bit of lag going on, saying that the server was being a little bit iffy, but he believes it's just going to be on his side. So we're going to make sure that he's all happy, sort it all out. And Oski, if you could not give us another hour-long series in this weather, that would be beautiful, mate. Because he lives just down the road from me. I could go pick him up, bring him here, he can play on this PC, and I'll cast behind him. How does that sound?
Mate, some terrible Rocket League is regularly played on your PC. At this point, I can't help but think that it may be cursed, some of the rotations that you do, my friend. I noticed earlier on as well that Growli's camera zoomed in because we could see the guitar on his wall earlier. I was hoping that he'd play us a little tune, but now you can't really see it anymore, so that's sad. Is this helpful for Brogan Mode in some ways? You know, making
called them unironically Brogan Mode.
I did. Oh my goodness, it's so in my mind now. Is it helpful for Bro to have a scrappier series?
I think so. I think Liquid are going to want to try and get that control as much as they can. Or, you know, the Liquid style of control, where it is their chaos that they are trying to produce. But if Hogan Mode are able to actually keep it scrappy and keep it really quite messy and dirty and down in the ground, then yeah, I think that absolutely benefits them, especially when you consider the fact that Liquid, they aren't a team that will scrim outside of the top 8 particularly frequently. So they won't have come up against Hogan Mode at all in scrims. They don't know what to expect. They're relying on them to be a better team than Hogan Mode is. Is that going to come back and bite them? Maybe. I mean, we see across a lot of esports that these issues can come in. We see top teams fall to lower ranked teams because they just don't know how to anticipate them. They don't know what they're actually capable of.
What will be beneficial for Team Liquid in that regard, though, is the fact that it is a best of 7. Obviously, I don't have the stats to hand, but I imagine that the top seed wins a lot more often in a BO7 than they do in a best of 5, simply because even if you mess up and throw away a couple of games, you've just got that extra buffer to play with to ensure that you can remain professional and you can keep things going the way that you can keep things going. And Team Liquid have been utterly back to their best this tournament as well. Starting off, a 3-0 win versus Foodfact Stop, then a 3-0 versus Moist Esports, then only falling to Vitality by a single game in the decider, and that brings them here against Brogan Mode.
I mean, they also, versus Vitality, were up 3-2 in the series. And they seemed a little bit annoyed on social media, saying we really should have had that realistically. And with one miss from a Chronic, it actually falls to a great chance for Oski to score, as we do get this series back underway. Let's keep it at just the one disconnect, please, Oski. That'd be incredibly kind of you. Rezi with one musty into the dunk, but not on target, so Oski can leave it towards that corner, pick up the 100, flick it over the top of Growli, but Growli is up with those Kiwi wheels. Nice and quickly. Oski and Scrub moving each other from the pitch. The old and the young, which feels weird to not have Scrub on the young side of that, rather.
Yeah, old man Scrub Killer. Aging every year as our Scrub. Unbelievable. We've watched him grow up as a community, and now here he is, remaking his career with Hogan Mode. Looking brilliant while doing it. Really sort of upping the skill levels of Growli and Rezi as he goes. Here is Growli, using those Kiwi wheels, using them twice. Can he get thrice? Not quite that time, but he's still going. Gets the bump instead. Rezi's coming in. Where's Scrub? Oski isn't going to be involved at all. It's all Rezi.
We said that Scrappy was going to benefit Hogan Mode, and here it is yet again. Growli completely forgoing the ball, sees a Chronic and goes for him instead. Then Rezi with the slow keep behind the ball, wait for your opening, and then toe punt it home. Under 2 minutes to go, Hogan Mode, they take that lead.
Can they keep it going? It's always the question when an underdog gets the lead. And they change their playstyle, not yet. Chronic, though, gets a couple of touches. A slight bump against him. Oski up against Growli, but Growli stands firm yet again. He is looking already, Stumpy, like he's making all the correct decisions.
I mean, yeah, Growli earlier on in their series versus Monaco looked like one of the best players on that pitch too. He was, it seems like a man reborn, and Scrub Killer, he has been reborn. That fantastic play from him down that right-hand side with little boost. He gets one dunk and then immediately challenges, then go for the bump, but completely fakes out the defender.
Scrub Killer, who said in an interview on this very broadcast that he still sees himself as a player capable of challenging for world championships. If he didn't, he wouldn't still be here. He almost seemed somewhat, not embarrassed, but shy when he said it, which is a totally new side of Scrub Killer. Always had so much confidence. And I think now that's becoming an internal confidence, one he doesn't have to shout about. As he booms this ball down the side, he is taken out by Atto. Oski into the center. Team Liquid have to wake up here because Hogan Mode, they've dealt with the tech issue a lot better than Team Liquid, and they're looking the better team right now.
I mean, it's going to get frustrating as well, right? If you're Liquid, managing to get this far in a competition, and we saw no disconnects yesterday either on the Liquid stream, and then just disconnecting over and over again and just having these server issues. It's definitely going to wear on you, but a Chronic and Atto tangling up with each other. No double touch at a Psycho for a Chronic being able to come in. Atto trying to find Oski. Instead he finds Growli, not the player nor the team that he wanted to be getting on the end of that ball. 40 seconds left and Hogan Mode, they are looking to take this first game and really put the squeeze on Liquid.
Yeah, the squeeze is true. We've barely seen the ball in the orange side, but this might be the moment. Atto with a couple of flip resets. Scrub Killer coming in, trying to defend. Rezi and Growli, the ball almost goes above them. So let's turn around here. 20 seconds left. What can Liquid conjure? Atto into the center. Rezi pops it up. There's a demo. Oski might be able to get the second touch here, but he won't be able to force the angle as Rezi comes in heroically. Now 10 seconds left. The sand dripping away in front of him. Atto passes it to a Chronic. That will be the game with that save from Scrub Killer.
Couple of saves as well. It wasn't just him, it was his teammate as well that managed to tip it onto Scrub too. 0 seconds. Hogan Mode taking the first game. And Cole, I have a question for you, my friend, my business colleague.
Oh, hi.
You're welcome. Yeah, I think it's more legally you're my colleague. I would ask you, what score did you have in this series? Great Oracle, what score did you have in this series for our prediction competition?
As in, what did I say earlier? I had scrolling. You could have just sent me a message. I had Hogan Mode. Oh my goodness, 4-0. I'm already wrong.
Wait, you had Hogan Mode 4-0?
No, Liquid 4-0 against Hogan Mode. Hence why I'm already wrong. But that would be one heck of a prediction, wouldn't it? If I said, oh yeah, Hogan Mode, they take the quads against a destitute and depressed Team Liquid after they've dropped to Vitality. In my world, 4-3 as well.
I went 4-1. Don't want to brag. Still on. It's still on. The Liquid 4-1 is still on. If they get 4 on the drop, it's going to get a brand new server here. So large Oscar can settle his big size 19s into the boots of the car.
Size 19s? Is that what he's rocking? Is this like European 19s or British 19s?
It's Southeast Asian 19s. He has to get them specially made in a factory.
Oh, and like tailored over in one of those giant oversized helicopters.
Yeah, we have to have them taken away from the woman who lived in the shoe.
Very good. So Team Liquid, let's talk about them for a second, Stumpy, because they've already made the major. It's been clear they're making this major for a while. That does not mean they're not taking this one seriously. There's still cheating implications, and there's still the fact that they have this winning record in third regionals.
Yeah, I mean, the third regional buff, we spoke earlier about how Cash had the debuff on third regionals, and he managed to smash through that. Team Liquid, they have got the absolute buff on the third regionals. They don't want any teams to get the slam. They don't want to get the 3 in a row.
They're the anti-slammers, aren't they?
They are the anti-slammers. I'd be very intrigued to see, because the only team that I can see now getting, I think, the Grand Slam of the 3 regional events, and then the major. Would that be a Grand Slam to you?
I mean, when I say Grand Slam, I'm referring to the 3 regionals, like a regional Grand Slam, a local Grand Slam.
Yeah.
I think a full-on Grand Slam, this is a debate for First Touch or Shortcast or something. What would constitute a Grand Slam? 3 majors and worlds, that'll do it, wouldn't it? Even if you lose all the regionals.
3 majors and worlds.
I'd take that.
Oh yeah, of course you would.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's clearly not a compliment. I would say that my personal definition of a Grand Slam would be the 3 regionals.
Yeah, I didn't ask, did I? Sorry.
And then...
Go on.
Sorry, I thought you said ask, like plus ratio.
What I meant was... Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't ask, because in my bad. The fact that you stopped, I was panicking, trying to revert. Like, how do I get to know what I meant? I didn't ask, I apologise. What's your definition
3
of Grand
regionals,
Slam,
plus major, and then I'd say Super Slam is then all majors plus worlds.
One
No team will ever
day.
do that.
It may happen. I mean,
no team will ever do that.
Theoretically could. You would need whoever is after Zen, whoever out Zen in 2 years, like this person's changing Rocket League when everyone's as good as Zen, right? If 3 of them pop up at the same time, they all turn 15 at the same time, right? Join the same team.
Triplets.
And start off well. The 3 triplets.
Yeah, they're going to be the triplets.
That's what you need. You need some Middle Eastern triplets in MENA, and they will take it.
I also would like for them just to be called 1, 2, and 3. Like, those are their names. They play Rocket League. That's all they do.
Let's get a bit Dr. Zeusy.
Yeah, there's nothing else there. It's just they're 1, 2, and 3, and they play Rocket League. That is everything. We're just currently in a test lobby as well, making sure that all players are happy and all good. We're just getting large Oscar, making sure that he is all good and happy as well. Otherwise, if we're looking at the seeding that we spoke about earlier on in this series, Liquid at best can be number 2 seed, but even winning this series, they would still remain as the 4th seed. They need a few more results to be going their way, including, seeing Carmine go down, and also with BDS ahead of them, it would then also need them to be going down too. Moist are still looking at this series and biting their fingernails. They're probably down to the bone at this point with the number of disconnects that we've been having, where I feel that they need to be looking at Liquid and just be putting all of their prayers and their hopes on these guys. Because if you get a Liquid win, you are through to the major. And not having that in your hands, Cole, is... I would pretty prefer that if I was a competitor. But because it's just...
You'd rather just sit and watch and hope, would you?
It's like whenever I've played like Twitch Rivals, I'd rather sit out. I don't actually want to play. I'd rather just do the minimum that I need to and then still get the full marks.
I see. That's why you signed a business agreement with CoolCole93 back in the day. Suddenly it all makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
I think the difference between these guys and you and me, admittedly, is that they are competitors and they all feel, they can be the best in the world. The pitch needs them or else they don't have a chance. That's probably what separates us.
Yeah, whereas I'm just thinking I'd rather be on the bench keeping it warm, and then if I get a medal, then fair play. I'm still very happy with
You'll
that.
tell your grandkids, I earned this medal, and only you will know all you did was sit there on the side of Forbidden Temple in one of the beautiful seats, one of the temples, and just watch.
I'd like to come in the 94th minute and still get the trophy. I'd like to do the lift.
We are beginning game 2, it seems. The Team Liquid players are happy. They've reset whatever needs to be reset. They've adjusted their chairs.
The routers have been unplugged and replugged.
I bet they've spammed R3 to look behind them so many times, or triangle to look at ball cam and turn it off and on again so many times. And now here we are, Stumpy, game 2.
Game 2, and it's a Hogan Mode lead, bear in mind. 1-0 in the series to the boys that want to adorn themselves in gold. Atto without a second touch, can't quite touch it down towards Oski. The man who I think a lot of eyes are going to be on, because with these disconnects, yes, we can meme about them as much as we want, they will affect a player, because you'll be thinking in the back of your head, like, oh, I just want to play. I just want to be able to play the best game that I can, especially in the third regional, where they were playing the best Rocket League we've seen from them for a little while. 1-2 shot back behind, and a Growli goal line wonder.
What composure as well, just to not pre-jump at that one, not to dodge at it after getting the save, just to keep on going, stay behind that ball, get the low block, and send it along its merry little way. The game remains 0-0. Hogan Mode still putting in an amazing performance so far against Team Liquid. Scrubkiller's first touch is flawless, and he follows it up. Gets the flip reset. Scrubkiller, whom Ixo said was the toughest player to play against to this day.
I find that so intriguing that he's managed to stay in the zeitgeist of players at least. A Chronic with that one touchdown for that second, but Scrub frustratingly on the backboard. We know what Scrub is like in defense. Has been historically the best defender in the world. Nearly a beautiful redirect coming out from Rezi.
Yeah, Rezi fancied that one. The way he jumped, he was thinking he'd get that redirect. Not quite to be. I thought he'd nailed it. Near pixels out. Still, it's 0-0. Rezi again into the center. Growli's following up. Growli beats that. So Rezi's touched a little bit wide. Wants to get that one more. Drifting over the top of his Octane. Rather than redirecting, but the attack continues. Growli just takes the pace off. Scrub's coming in. Is anyone following up Scrubkiller? It's got to be Rezi. It's got to be soon. Or else that attack's going to end. Hogan Mode looks so dangerous, Stump.
They also, and I'm going to say this is an absolute compliment, they look scrappy. They look like they're making do with a few of these touches, but Liquid just don't know how to deal with them. We said that's how Hogan Mode were going to be able to work into this series. They've had some brilliant chances of redirect, but they haven't necessarily landed all of them, but that has still scuppered the entire defense of Liquid.
Growli stays low as a Chronic charges them down. All three Liquid players very deep in the Hogan Mode half. They have to send themselves back. As also going to get closed down by Rezi, who was already up and again nearly got that redirect. That one is brewing for Hogan Mode. Team Liquid are leaving their walls pretty clear right now, and Hogan Mode are targeting them.
With one touchdown, gets removed from the pitch for his troubles. Atto getting rid of him. Scrub on that goal. I'm not credited with the save, which I do think is a little bit harsh. Atto now up for one, the second, the third, the dunk is successful with Scrubkiller's there. Atto is, however, also there. 1-0, Liquid take the lead.
Atto had enough. He blocks his way through, and when he gets that little backflip, he got full power on it. Nothing floating, nothing rolling. Smash that ball in from near range and give Team Liquid the lead. But to be fair, on the balance of play, they do deserve in game number 2. Hogan Mode have had their chances, but Team Liquid have certainly had more of the pressure. Double up here, clean win from a Chronic. Atto's coming in. Atto gets the flip resets. A Chronic actually in the end.
Demo.
But just before the killer blow, there's a demo, and now down the other end, Hogan Mode, they try and do the same, and they manage it.
Both of them linked up, like twins holding hands out their car windows. Scrub and Growli working down the pitch. The 1, the 2, the dunk into the net. What an equalizer.
Holding hands out your car window is not recommended.
True. I would like to do that with you, though. I've got very long arms, I can reach across the passenger seat, just saying.
And Rezi goes for the kickoff, and Growli puts it to the corner. Oski clears it long. Scrubkiller's just going to wait for this ball, and Growli's going to spawn in front of him. Oh no, an absolute disaster clasp! And Rezi sweeps up. That was the worst spawn you can possibly have.
And the Chronic, though, in the midfield, wanting to make sure that they're not going to be having too many problems from that one issue that they've seen. 60 boost, the double touch just coming in above the crossbar. No chance for them here. Oski trying to go central. These blocks from Hogan Mode and these saves have been monumental.
Great touch there. Growli keeps it going. Oski, I think, had a feeling he was putting that one into a pass, but it turned out to be a pass to himself. All he can do is keep the attack alive for as long as possible. Atto onto the back wall. Growli's there. Atto's following this one up. You know, it's a save there from Scrubkilla, who sacrifices his car for his troubles. Spawns again in that complicated back left corner. Spawning has not been on Hogan Mode's side so far. Thankfully for Scrub, the ball landed for him and he can get it away.
Good fake from Acronic to try and find Atto, but instead of Scrub, who was there, read that the fake was going to be coming in. But if you're seeing one player that you're scared of getting this slow and redirect, considering what we've seen on social media, it's going to be Acronic. He has been scoring some worldies and got a couple yesterday as well, even just like the chances. And the entire team was going for them, just as the Acronic tries to go for that final defender in Scrubkilla. Oski shoots on target. It's a bobbly shot. It's a bobbly goal, but they all count for one.
Yeah, this one will mean just as much for Team Liquid as any other Scrubkilla's challenge. Couldn't quite get the follow-up, and Oski did what needed to be done just to bounce the ball over Growli. It was actually quite an easy, quite a clever finish for what wasn't quite as easy a chance as it looked. That's what I was trying to say there. And what it does is it puts Team Liquid 2-1 up with 40 seconds left. Hogan Mode, the impetus goes back on them.
Good clear from Oski, but still only finds Scrubkilla, and Growli was there to shoot it as well. Hogan Mode getting more and more dangerous with every chance that they seem to have, at least. You know, they're starting to get on the end of these passes that they want to be sending to each other. A good interception there from Acronic. Sees then onto the backboard for Atto. Oski jumps. The low shot. The net is open, and Growli is there. It's 2-2 with 14 left.
Is that a chance? It's much more than a chance. Team Liquid have been completely taken out of the equation. As Rezi put that one high, he couldn't quite lean back enough to put it in himself, but thankfully for him, Growli was alert, and Hogan Mode have their equalizer.
14 seconds, absolutely vital. Seeing how Liquid can deal with the kickoff. It does manage to bounce their way. Acronic doesn't decide to go long with that. It keeps it nice and close to the backboard. Growli waiting and lurking. No second chance, but Oski is there to shoot. Scrubkilla backflips it into the corner. Overtime. Game 2. Hogan Mode with that one game advantage.
Hogan Mode talk about enjoying themselves on the pitch. I don't think Growli appreciated or enjoyed that 0-second moment. Scrubkilla, though, might enjoy this one. Rezi puts it up for Growli. I think that was meant to be a first touch for himself, but it worked out beautifully for a pass into the centre. And fun little fact, this is the first overtime of the day after about 18 games and a 4-hour series earlier.
It's been like a 30-hour day so far. It's the 24th game where we've had one overtime. Welcome, everybody. This is lovely. I'm happy that you all managed to make it. I hope that the invites found you well and the RSVP very much in time.
Growli was in time to get a touch there as Atto tries to get it past him. Atto read the second touch well. Scrub's a little bit isolated. Atto's coming in, but it's pushed to the side. Scrubkilla's defending has been fantastic this game, can I just say. So many times he's been left 2v1, and he's dealt with them brilliantly each one.
We're approaching a minute, and Acronic in the midfield double taps it, but look at the patience from Rezi. Just wait, tries to find that moment to strike and does so brilliantly. Growli with low boost, he's Scrub in the middle. Acronic waits scarily. Now yet more 50s. This has been a little bit of a chess match coming into the overtime.
Ooh, Rezi, what a touch and a flick over the top. Oski, as far as Acronic was concerned, thankfully was back. And then Acronic on his way out gets a decent touch into the centre as well, but that's better from Growli. Teeing up Rezi, there's some impetus to the attack, this attack. Rezi gets the flip reset, then he gets the dunk. Scrub gets one. Where does he put the ball? Not quite in the back of the net, because there was large Oscar.
Oh my word, as Growli reset as well. Atto now wants to find another, but again, the patience. A little bit of scrappiness in the end. See when you saw Scrubkilla find his way in, but Rezi waits grounded time and time again and doesn't let Liquid just you know, air dribble over the top. He'll wait on the ground. You've only got limited boost, lads.
First overtime of the day is proving to be a pretty decent one, as both these teams are having chances and showing flashes of potential brilliance, but so far the defending has been good enough to keep them all out. Oski here can't get past Growli again. His touch is clean. His 50-50 is good. Growli another one. Someone needs to follow this from Hogan Mode. This is way too much time and space for Acronic. He can do anything with it until Rezi closes him down, but for my liking, Stumpy, Liquid getting a bit too many clean touches. It will eventually fall to a chance for Atto, and he will not miss.
And basically no reaction from Liquid on that goal on their cameras. It's an overtime, the first one of the day. They get a goal, they get the game in the series, and yet Acronic's just stoic. Just knows, this is what we do. This is what we do.
I mean, it's been a long day for Team Liquid. It's been a long day for all of these players. Maybe Acronic is dare I say, a little bit frustrated with the fact that his teammate is having some technical issues. You know, it's nobody's fault, but it can't be ignored the fact that that's an annoying thing to happen, especially when, as you mentioned, Stumpy, Acronic was saying yesterday, they're pretty much close to peaking. So if that's being somewhat stolen away from Team Liquid, this is where you really get a good look at their mentality. How can they deal with having that stolen away from them?
A 27-shot thriller in that game as well. 14 for Liquid, 13 on the side of Hogan Mode. And just the aggression seems to be what is in play between these two teams. Hogan Mode, I think the word for them, as I think you mentioned it before, was just scrappy. They are scrappy. They are happy to be filthy little piglets that get down in the dirt, and they know that that is where they do their best work. Go on, try and carry that one on.
Team Liquid, though, will hope to farm on their opponents as those little piglets scrap in the dirt, and they will make their way forward on in this bracket. Team Liquid, do they just continue now? They've got the upper hand, they've got their game. Do they go on and sweep this series? Not sweep, but, you know, from here.
I think, realistically, Liquid will be thinking, oh, we are the better team, lads. Credit was saying on the desk, like, obviously they are the better team. They're like one of the best teams in the world right now. Hogan Mode didn't make the last regional. The best they've done is top 6. Like, they are a very good team, but they aren't at Liquid's level. And Liquid, I think, will need to try and play to that as well. Rezi, though, with one, wants to try and remind everybody that despite the fact that Liquid are one of the best teams in the world, he can do anything.
There is nothing wrong with a good, clean, smash down into the ground double, and that is exactly what Rezi has given us there, to give Hogan Mode the lead early on in Game 3.
That is utter nastiness. That could only be summoned by a piglet in mud. That was unbelievable, the first touch. And he comes up for the double as well. Atto being called into action on the goal line with Oscar. We'll try and catch up as well with the 2v1. The Scrub Killer. Acronic flicks it, top bins. A lovely turn into the backflip. A lot of unanticipated power, and the touch from Rezi sets him up.
Yeah, the Farmers did their best to pen Hogan Mode in, and that's exactly what happened from that kickoff. There was actually a pretty ill-advised double touch there as well from the Hogan Mode man, getting a redirect towards his own goal, diverting it with an angle. Made it almost impossible to defend, but this might be two. Scrub Killer's up, wants to get past Oski, can't do it, and Growli turns it down.
Clever.
Atto could dribble his way forward via Acronic. Team Liquid moving forward as a trio. Hogan Mode, how's your defense? Not good enough, because Team Liquid, they always pick that perfect pass.
This starts to feel as well like Team Liquid, they figure out, okay, we just need to have our space and then immediately strike. When we can, just go for it. And we see these waterfalls begin. We see the barrels start to tumble down the hill as Liquid get a goal, then they get a goal, then they get another goal, another. They love to make sure that they are dominant when they get a little bit of a lead.
That was a stunning touch there for the pass. It didn't quite work out into a goal, but Acronic might be able to make up for that right now until Rezi on the backboard. I'd say now defensively for Hogan Mode. He is the one who's doing the most work. He's doing most of the chasing, but it's never enough. When Oski gets the ball, Oski decides what's going to happen next.
God, good lord. Good lord. Oh, the turnaround on that, giving me whiplash from the angle that he managed to secure. The third goal for Liquid is a beauty. And Oski, despite the internet /router /game issues, whatever it is he's been having today, he is not letting them get to him. And both players that have scored, on Team Liquid have got 100% on their shooting percentage. 2 shots, 2 goals for Oski, 1 shot, 1 goal for Acronic.
Not too bad. You can't ask for much more than that when your team is striking forwards. Here comes Scrub Killer trying to match that. It's met by Acronic, who's someone who's had to do a lot of defensive work for Team Liquid, especially back in the early days when Oski and Atto just did not fancy giving up on any play or the ball. Poor Acronic that was always left back. Could have moved on from those days now, and we see this beautiful trio of attack. Oski can't quite put the pass in towards the net. Now Atto's going up against Rezi. Rezi, he's looking like the one most dangerous to me if he can get some clear time on the ball like right now.
Yeah, with a couple of chances, I think, when they haven't gone his way, it's not seemed to affect him a huge amount. A lovely touch from Scrub there, and a shot from Growli just goes above the crossbar. Now Rezi, the star player, trying to pick it up on the left, but with literally a single boost. He can actually get it round to that final player, and nearly sets him up. Atto, though, manages to crawl up that back wall. And the left-hand side sees Acronic pushing down the pitch with 1 touch, the second in the corner. Oski shies away from it. Growli out of absolutely nowhere. Up for 1. But nothing able to apparate just yet for Hogan Mode.
Killa had to be aware there because both of his teammates were charging forwards with nothing in their eye but the net. Didn't care about defending for about 30 seconds. He might come back to bite them now. Oski with more clear touches. How is he doing this every single time? Hogan Mode can't deal with him.
Oski, with a seemingly wrong touch too, lands, immediately goes into that bicycle kick. Rezi forced into a backflip, and Chronic is just there to read it in case it goes wrong. The contingency plans coming out for Liquid, paying dividends halfway through the game. 4 goals for Liquid, beginning to romp home with this one.
Here comes Rezi though. Can he get one back quickly for Hogan Mode? Not quite. And Atto's clearance goes all the way into the corner. Liquid starting to have some fun. Maybe those frustrations being shaken away as they almost get a 5th. You get the feeling, Stumpy, that 5th will not be too long coming unless Hogan Mode can seriously shake themselves up.
The offense now proving itself incredible on the side of Liquid. But great saves from Scrub. Just keep it at just 4. They are messing up. They are messing around. They are being silly. They are goofing. They are gaffing. And they are scoring 5.
Oski's being unleashed. Someone's restarted the internet. You know, whoever else is in the house has got off Netflix, and suddenly he is able to just dribble past everyone. Internet issues no longer a problem. He looks like he's loving life right now.
Scrub Killer in chat just saying, no shot. Both thanks from Atto and Oski. I'm sure he was talking to Oski there. Atto, but it's fine. You're involved. It's like when we play and someone says like, hi Cole, and we just put like, okay. Or like, hi Stubby, and you put, okay.
It's the only time I get jealous of you, when playing Rocket League and someone says hi to you and not me. I'm like, well, okay.
Me, you and Dazzman played a little bit of Rocket League earlier, and someone said Stumpy love heart, and you and Daz just both put, okay.
But then, over in North American servers, someone said, Daz, can I get a sign? And you and I said,
okay. It was lovely.
No one said hi to me.
Cole will get his day though. If you see Cole in rank, just give him a hi. If you're like floating around like the Plateau level, be sure to give him a wave.
Scrub Killer wants to bundle his way forward. But sadly for him, his opponents are not at the Plateau level, and they were able to deal with that rolling dribble that Scrub Killer conjured up. Well, he's following this one. 58 seconds left. Bit of a dead game. Bit of a dead moment in the series for now. And Hogan Mode, just with some thoughts to be had. This is surely clear tactical timeout moments.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, if you lose 2, you take the tacky T. Like, I think you just have to at that point. And we should stress that although this doesn't mean anything necessarily for Liquid themselves, it does mean that if they win, Moist make major. That is what is on the line. So I don't know if the Moist Critical stream is watching, but there you go, boys. If Liquid win, or right now you're Liquid fans, if they win, you are going to the major. Hogan Mode, though, they are trying to, if they want to get to the major, they need to win the entire event. So this is just one of many, many paving stones on their way. Lovely.
But Stumpy Gobbert's Goblin. Is this game over? There were 4 goals in it, now there are 2. Growli's styling, Rezi's there. 2 goals, 32 seconds. We almost had a late comeback yesterday with Solary against, I think it was PSG Tundra. Didn't quite happen. They had 2 goals, but not the 3rd that they had 3 seconds for. 2 goals needed. Come on, that's a good kickoff. Follow it up, Rezi. Here we go. The world believes. Everyone wants to see this go to an overtime. I've got a feeling Team Liquid are going to do game management.
Or Liquid do.
Oh, they sort of do. Surely.
I mean, there's a good chance there.
Growli
tried to pass it across, isn't able to actually get anything from it. And the final 15 is going to tantalizingly tick down. Second move away from Hogan Mode and their chances. 5 seconds left. It's not going to be going in. Liquid do manage to secure it with a cheeky touchback as well, of course. You've got to make it a little bit scary. Team Liquid 2-1 up in this series.
Always frustrating when you're so close to being able to get that goal and it's just yanked away from you at the very last second. But Hogan Mode did get themselves some of that all-important momentum as this series goes onwards. They're 2-1 down now in it overall. But they just reminded Team Liquid, and they just reminded all of us, and just reminded you and me, Stumpy, that there's a battle going on here. There is a matchup. There is competition between Hogan Mode and Team Liquid, and Hogan Mode are more than capable of scoring goals against TL.
Yeah, 100%. Hogan Mode are here for a reason. They've got to a top 6 previously for a reason. Yes, as I said on the pre-show, little bit of a whoopsie when they didn't quite make the second regional, and it would have been a lot better for them if they did make that second regional, because my word would this be a lot easier, but instead they are now trying to go that hard way round. And on Utopia, we're going to be seeing Liquid attempt to push themselves onto series point in this best of 7.
Team Liquid, all they have to do is harness some of the momentum that they had in that last game, and they should be absolutely fine in this game and in this series. But what Hogan Mode may be lacking mechanical skill compared to Team Liquid, they more than make up for in fight, in desperation, in that need to prove themselves to all of us watching and really to themselves as well. I want to go for Bump Stumpy. I want to go for demos. I want to be ugly little piglets. And they've also changed their car.
A Mustang, a Joyo-esque Mustang.
A
Is that one of the first players to use it? Since, apart from Joyo, I guess that suits the farmyard theme with a Mustang, so that's quite nice.
I'm up for the meta shift. I've had enough of these boring old Fennecs, mate. Let's make it a Mustang main.
A Mustang main is fun, and Scrub Killa, passing that central, finds Rezi with that grotesquely gigantic spoiler on the back of the Mustang. 30 seconds gone, 1 goal Hogan.
Well, here's a grotesquely gigantic spoiler for all of you. This one goes to 7 if Hogan Mode keep playing like this. The perfect start that they needed on Utopia to get themselves back in this series. There's only 1 game in it. Best of 7 is a long old thing. Let's see if they can keep it going. Here's Scrub following up with the Fennec. Nato touches it, goes to the ceiling, tries to pinch it back. I honestly had a feeling that one was going to pinch all the way into the top corner. I don't know why, it just felt right. Hogan Mode disagreed. And thankfully for them, it remains 1-0.
A lot of pressure from Hogan Mode coming into this. And nearly the gorgeous double from Rezi. Doesn't quite make it, unfortunately for them. And no timeout, bear in mind, called for Hogan Mode. We were saying that maybe they should. I always like it after 2. I say that very frequently. But yeah, I always like it after 2. Because if you lose this one and you go down to 3, you need to then bring back 3 games in a row.
What's even worse is trying to use it if you lose the game after that when you're 4-1 down. That's a total waste of time.
Because the admins just don't respond anymore because the series is over.
They've left. Yeah,
they've gone home. Over neck kebab.
Oski tries to get it over the top of Scrub Killa, but Scrub Killa does very well indeed. So not only get the touch, also to get the follow-up, and to send it to the left, but there's a miss there from Growli. He needs Rezi to help him out. Rezi does just about. Oski was the danger man for about 3.5 minutes in this last game. So far here in Utopia, they've kept him quiet, and that's the main difference. Now he's a little bit stuck. They're all being faked out. Scrub Killa, he shoots it high, he follows it up.
Oh my word,
Did he get the 5th touch in? Growli's there, he gets it down. Rezi's rotating outwards. Growli and Scrub Killa, both of them in each other's way. Again, is anyone gonna just push this ball in the back of the net? No, they're not. They might even get countered. Here's a Chronic, but it's saved to the corner.
Oh my word, but the word was keep missing it, boys. Rezi with 1 flick, he has a chance, but Oski able to get that save away under 3 minutes remaining. A Chronic sends it long in the midfield, caught by Growli on the pre-jump. 1 reset, nearly over the top. Oski is there to block with Rezi now up high with another reset on target again. Hogan Mode are pushing.
Growli, he slows things down just for a second. Atto tries to get it into the center, and that's where it goes. Here's Rezi with the Mustang. He fakes it out. Growli's there. Maybe could have passed towards Scrub Killa, who was the 3rd man, was encroaching. Would have been a pretty risky play, but that's the way Hogan Mode like to play the game. Here's Rezi. He's missed it again. Now it's Growli's turn to decide when to come in. He just touches that ball down to a Chronic, and a Chronic gets a touch away as well. Now here is a Chronic countering down the right wing. Rezi's there. Oski's in front of him. Rezi wants to get 1 more touch, but can't do it. A Chronic turn here, he can. This is a great counter-attacking opportunity for Team Liquid. Atto, here he is, into the corner, and Liquid show Hogan Mode how to shoot the ball.
The 1, the 2, the 3, everybody involved on Liquid there. A Chronic to Oski, Atto snipes bottom right corner. Scrub intelligently trying to go for that in and out save. But when you shoot low on them, it becomes infinitely harder to save it away. Liquid, after all of the pressure that Hogan Mode were pushing on their side, managed to steal 1 away.
Liquid will feel utterly relieved right now, but Hogan Mode have to not let their heads drop. Sure, they should have scored about 3 goals in that passenger play. They got none. And they get one now. Rezi comes in up against Growli. Good communications from them. Scrub Killa up against Atto. Falls to Oski. Rezi's in there against Oski. Oski's done some more good work, not quite mechanically, but with the 50-50 game and the decision-making and the midfield presence. Atto nipping in. Growli has to avoid the bump and does. I'm glad they're composed because I wasn't. I'm petrified right now. Liquid have to start again.
God, that was floating horrifyingly in front of the Hogan Mode net for a little while. Oski though with 1 chance of the shot. With the Chronic. Clear it away with, Rezi quite a weak shot, but he also wasn't anticipating the ball to even find its way to his nose, I don't imagine. A Chronic with 1 back into the middle. Yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication.
And to take the gamble on that touch from, I think it was Atto, being as poor as it was. He hadn't quite done that, so when it was the case, didn't know what to do. 1 minute left. Hogan Mode trying to keep this series equal. trying to make sure they still have a sliver of hope of making it to the major and indeed Worlds. The fairy tale ending. Moist fans watching on, hoping Liquid don't actually do this to them. As the ball falls to Growli, Rezi's pre-jumping, he's in the sky, he's in the air, he finds Growli again. Growli goes high this time. Is anyone following up from Hogan Mode? No, Scrub Killa waited, and they'll go again. Oh, but this is the one! It's the bump from Rezi, and that is 2-1.
I love that Rezi just hung around to be a nuisance. Oski just gets one touch over, and Scrub, just with giga-brain stylings, finds Growli. Rezi bumps out the defender. Great pushing from Hogan Mode to continue on that play where most would have thought it was over, then they were going to transition onto defense. What a move from them. 30 seconds remaining. Hogan Mode 2-1 up in this game.
That's a great sort of look into the different players' psyche. Scrub Killa staying back, Rezi staying forward. His Liquid, though, they'll carry on pushing forward for the next 20 seconds, that's for sure. Hogan Mode have to deal with exactly that. Scrub Killa up against Atto, puts it to the side. Acronic's coming in. Does he have a pass or the fake? It's actually the fake. And there was a steal as well. Oski just slow rolls it down, needs the bump to help him out. Doesn't happen this time. Atto, one more chance perhaps, but a huge clearance comes in. Maybe guaranteeing Hogan Mode this game, especially as Rezi completes the job, and it does go to 2 games each.
2-all. 2-all.
2-all.
Hogan Mode.
2-all.
This is Liquid in our lower bracket quarterfinals. And Team Liquid, they blink first. The timeout has been called, and it's time for Expa to let his team know how to get rid of the Golden Menace.
At 2-all, TL are the ones that say that we need that little tea break, because I don't think they expected Hogan Mode to have this extra gear to themselves.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that Liquid have been... They've been shaken. I think they've been shaken by a few of the tech issues. They've been shaken by the fact that, okay, Vitality, we were so close, we were 3-2 up. Oh, I can't believe that. And now we have to play Hogan Mode. Okay, well, they're going to be... Oh, they're not as easy as we thought, right?
Yeah.
Okay, boys, well, we've lost one. We've lost another one. Interesting. Liquid are going to need to respect Hogan Mode a lot more, I think. The fact that they were messing around a little bit and they conceded 2 goals from it previously is somewhat telling.
I think as well, we have to remember that for Hogan Mode, I mean, we're talking about this Fairy Tale run to the Major and Fairy Tale run to Worlds, right? But realistically, what they're probably doing is playing for next season, playing for their careers, playing for any potential orgs to want to sign them. Proving themselves in series like this against the very best of EU is their best way of doing it. Team Liquid, they need to deal with the fact that Hogan Mode are going to have grand finals between here and potentially the grand final. Every series is one for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hogan Mode are absolutely stepping up to that plate. They haven't let this opportunity fall by the wayside. They know that they messed up having that second regional be a complete flop. They are pushing, they are trying, and they are thriving under the pressure that they have found themselves under. Team Liquid unable to deal with it, but Hogan Mode are like a cornered Wolverine, and they are swiping.
Scrub's loving it as well. Look at him, look at that smile on his face. Look at that beam on his face. Yeah, I know. I don't think the viewers saw that. We saw that in our sort of next up camera thing where Scrub Killa was doing his, flexing to the camera, feeling refreshed, feeling chill. And that's what you want from Scrub Killa. You want him to be that cheeky chappy, because it had seemed like he'd lost that in his Rocket League. It seemed that he'd sort of resigned himself to becoming this defensive third player, if you go back to his Dignitas days and even after that. So it's good to see him flourishing with these 2 young teammates, dragging them to their best, and giving Team Liquid Stumpy Goblin a good old game of Rocket League.
I think Liquid would rather it be a good and easy game of Rocket League when it comes down to seeing what Hogan Mode can put forward. And here we are on Deadeye Canyon, my favourite map at the moment. It is absolutely beautiful. 15 seconds gone, and it is starting to be that pressure for Liquid after that timeout that needs to have been called at the perfect time. You get just the 1 in these best of 7s. Rezi continues on that play. Couldn't quite get anything from it, and Oski with a pinch to the corner. Mechanics are becoming more and more abundant through this series.
Yeah, but Team Liquid are more than happy to have a mechanical-based shootout. If they can drag Hogan Mode into something like that, they'll be more than pleased and back themselves. But Scrub Killa just prods it over the top of Oski. You don't need all the mechanics in the world when a simple flick does the trick.
That's all he took. He took the 1, completely messed Oski up, catches it brilliantly, and the precision of a surgeon sees that first goal fall the way yet again to Hogan Mode.
Team Liquid, now it's your turn to step right up and show what you're capable of, because Hogan Mode yet again are all over you. Here's Growli once more. It's read by the defending. I mean, it's not clean from Team Liquid. When they get these touches, you're not getting the sense that they're putting the ball somewhere where their teammates want it. It's desperation.
It's a minute gone and trying to be seeing these opportunities start to flourish, we would hope, on the side of Team Liquid. Not had too many chances so far. And I think they'll be begrudging themselves that a little bit. Atto, sensible towards Chronic, but with not enough speed and pace. His bump won't go anywhere. Scrub with nothing in the tank, and so gets challenged by Oski, who I'm sure is going to be keeping a little bit of a closer eye on Scrub at this point too, considering how easily he beat him out before.
Yeah, sure. And there's also ego to talk about as well, especially when you know Scrub Killa will, I'm sure, send you a little message next time you're playing ranked against each other. You can't let him get away with doing that to you too often. To go head-to-head and toe-to-toe. Growli is making one risk too many for my liking. Oski's coming in as Scrub Killa bails his teammate out. Chronic though keeps the attack going. Scrub Killa has been bypassed. Resi almost has as well. But they're just sending it away, and they're surviving Hogan Mode every time Liquid look like they're dangerous.
It's triple commit though for one boost. Liquid have found themselves, they were low. Now they've got about 300 between them, doing a lot better. But the positioning was pretty dire for about 5 seconds or so. Oski into that corner, gets caught out by Scrub. We approach halftime in this game as Growli beating out Atto to that ball with 30 boost and the corner stolen. Not a chance, unfortunately, for Hogan Mode to be able to be pushing as hard as they would like.
Scrub finds himself all alone in the ceiling. Resi's following it up. Will he get the bump on Atto? Almost. Atto just got a chunk of that ball that was all that was needed. But again, the clearance goes straight to a Hogan Mode player. The pressure that they're keeping is astounding right now. Chronic, though, he darts the pass towards Oski. Growli's a little bit boostless. It's all a bit starved now for Hogan Mode. Team Liquid have done incredibly to steady the ship, Stumpy. A professional performance, but they remain 1-0 down.
This is after a Team Liquid timeout as well, bear in mind. And Hogan Mode have scored. Gone.
Hogan Mode still have their timeout too.
Yes, very true, very true. And Hogan Mode has scored first in every game apart from the second one, where Liquid ended up winning it regardless. They have been that first striker every time that it has really mattered for them. But who matters who scores first when a Chronic has scored most recently? What a touch from the side, backboard found, round behind Resi, darted central.
A Chronic, the man who came to prominence on a team called God Smiller's team. And now here he is with Team Liquid, alongside Atto and Oski. No longer is he the mechanical player. At times he's the least mechanical of the three of them, but he's more than capable of bulleting in those double touches and gets Liquid parity that they so desperately crave. The Chronic, here he is again, but he's beaten by Growli. Oski's flying in. Oski could get the second touch here. He almost does. Scrub Killa reads it, gets another to the back row, and it's the return to the lead for Hogan Mode.
An absolute sling downfield. Oski doesn't get that second touch. Scrub with a gorgeous half volley. Doesn't touch the ground, doesn't touch the ceiling. It cuts through the air and a knife through the heart of Liquid. The second goal found. Hogan Mode, the lead again.
If Hogan Mode can see this one away, it gets very, very real. But how's this ball bouncing? It's okay for Growli so far. Has to get the second touch as well. A Chronic was almost there. Oski is waiting for this ball to drop. Knows he can do absolutely anything with it, but not if he's bumped out the way. Races off that corner wall. Atto does the same wall with the ball. Chronic now up against Growli. This is real serious territory, Stumpy. If Hogan Mode can win this one, they go within one of taking the series.
Versus Liquid, one of the best teams in the world right now that Moist are pulling for. A Chronic shoots the bottom corner. Clinical again. Liquid draw.
Well done, Team Liquid. So easy to get overawed in situations like this, but Oski with that massively aggressive half rotation, and then a Chronic steering the ball home off the goalpost, does bring Team Liquid back. Next goal in this game and next goal in this series of the utmost importance.
Chronic goes along with one, but cleared out by Scrub Killa, who has had the game of a lifetime in this one. Maybe not a game of a lifetime for Scrub Killa, seeing as he has won Worlds, but the game
His second goal was pretty good.
Yeah, the game of the year, let's say, for him, because he has been performing to a level that is reminiscent of what we've seen of him historically. With 45 seconds left in Team Liquid, they want one just to shut down any momentum that Hogan Mode think that they are garnering.
Chronic up against Resi. Resi just pumps it forward. Oski, what are you going to do? You got to beat Resi here. You haven't. Growli's coming in. Growli, with the slowest finish of the season, gently rolls it home.
24 miles an hour. 24 moments of just pain to see that ball roll across the line, thinking, I could have touched that. Gosh, that's slow. My word, that really is slow. Still rolling. Not quite in yet. Oh, there it is. It's in finally. Growli, what a shot from him, managing to slow roll that of defense. And the 30-second mark has been and gone. Liquid, they are chasing 1 goal.
Woski put that one a little bit too heavily across, and Scrub Killa was there, sweeping up yet again and getting the perfect challenge against Atto. Rezi's on it. He wants to get the flip reset, then he wants the dunk. Not able to get either. Hogan Mode still on the attack with 10 seconds left. Atto's just chasing Growli. It's cruel. But Growli manages to escape. He uses those Kiwi wheels to wiggle his way out of a tricky situation. The ball goes to Scrub Killa. Surely this one's going to end in Hogan Mode's favor. Atto up against Rezi. A chronic though, Stumpy. He can keep it up.
1 to the 2. Scrub's already up early as well. He's missed. Rezi to clear it to the side. The saviour for Hogan Mode. 3-2 in the series. Series point for the Liquid boys. Moist, you are not going to land yet.
My goodness, that was terrifying. Hogan Mode did everything they could to hold on right there.
Wait.
And
wait, what?
You say it, mate. You say it. Because we're both flabbergasted right now.
Hogan Mode have called a timeout.
Has this ever happened at least in EU and RLCS?
Hogan Mode have just called a timeout after winning a game.
Oh my goodness.
Versus Liquid and going to series point. People must be able to hear how much I'm smiling right now.
Yeah, I can.
Why? Why?
No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. Winner's tilt. A theory that you and I have talked about a lot, when the team that's the underdog starts to actually believe, oh my goodness, we might do this, and then they play more defensively or they make mistakes, etc., etc. They're trying to alleviate that. Secondly, it's the fact that the last 12 seconds in that was utterly terrifying, and they're worried that Team Liquid, are going to build on that momentum. Thirdly, because Scrub Killer's gone to get a glass of water or something, apparently. 3 good reasons to have taken a tactical timeout.
This is brilliant. This is brilliant. I'm so happy. This is brilliant. Just the fact, this is so Hogan Mode. This is so Hogan Mode. Just be like, right, lads, we just won a game. Do you just call a timeout because funny? Because it's just a bit funny.
Do you reckon that's the 4th reason? The main one of all? Just because it's... Do you reckon it's trolly? Do you reckon there's any part of it that's trolly?
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
I've given 3 genuine reasons of how it could be not trolly.
I think there are genuine reasons. I do agree. But I think... the 4th reason, most important reason, is a bit funny. Scrub's saying stinky. I don't know why he just went stinky. I don't know what just went on. That was weird.
I think he just thinks of things and does them when he's on camera, doesn't he?
This is the first time in Europe that we have seen a timeout after a game win. And previously, it has been done in another region. Even our statisticians, just another region, one of them. There's a few others. Cheers, Direct. And apparently they said it was done just to try and tilt their opponent. Just try and do anything. You may as well. I think it's brilliant. Achronic's on his phone. Mate, the game's about to start.
No,
Get off your phone.
No, this is brilliance from Achronic as well. No, he's trying to not be fazed by it all, Stumpy. I'm fully on that side. Chill. Take yourself away from the situation. Look at your phone, refresh any social media you please, and then when it's time, you go back and you yourself have reset as well. That's what Team Liquid need right now, and maybe that's what Achronic has just given them. 2 games to Liquid and 3 to Hogan Mode. We begin.
The beauty of this as well, is firstly that goal with the double dunk from Atto in 5 seconds. He cheats off the kickoff, sees Growli doesn't have it, has the one shot, goes in for that second. Great movement from him. I was going to say the beauty of it is that if Hogan Mode win, we're like, oh my word, they called a timeout after they won and then they won the actual series. And if they lose, that's also a bit funny. There's also then the part of it where it's like, that is also a little bit funny.
And I'll tell you what else is funny. It will then go to Game 7, and guess who'd like a tactical timeout then, Stumpy Goblin? Because it ain't Team Liquid.
So Hogan Mode thinking, probably should have waited, lads.
Bro, we shouldn't have called it.
We called a timeout, bro. We called a timeout, bro, because it was funny, bro.
I wasn't saying TO for timeout. I was talking to the tournament organizers, bro. This is unfair. Bro.
It's long. It's not quite in, though. And Rezi can tip it just above that crossbar. Good opportunities. Starting to rise for Liquid again, and this is where you need to shut them down. You need to shut out any hope that Hogan Mode are feeling at the moment, because with that series lead, they are absolutely on a run.
Need to take away all their Hogium. That pinch is good for them. Oski, how is his touch going to be read by Growli? It's good from Growli as well. Anyone helping him out? Not quite. A Chronic. We'll just take a touch in the air. All these players desperate not to make mistakes at this point. It's been a long old day of Rocket League, Stumpy. I think everyone's exhausted. The temperatures are higher. All of that will come into play. People will be warm in their bedrooms. This is battling on your last legs right now for all of these players.
Chronic trying to challenge Growli over towards that near post. Growli, they're getting two, but Atto to that side wall, and the immediate control from him can't get over the top of Rezi, who is just too tall on that occasion. Oski missing out on one shot. Scrub with a long one, but Chronic easily saving it away into the corner towards Atto again. Opportunities seems to be the main word of this series, and the main word of this game at least, but nothing has been able to find its way in just yet for Hogan Mode, and it's just that one. Rezi breaking the rule 2. The cowardice from him showing through.
I love it, mate. I'll be the bad guy there.
Play the part. Play the part.
No, I don't respect the part. I'd rather play Rocket League. I'm a Rezi of myself. And Rezi, to be fair, is making a huge nuisance of himself throughout. He's always going for bumps and demos, sweeping the path of players in blue as he goes forward, but his team is still behind. It could be doubled up now until there is Rezi. As I talk about him, Growli gets the demo. Can Rezi win this race via Chronic? I think Rezi got a little bit attached to the play because he was never winning that one.
There's a load of kids in the chat who played from 2019 and they reckon it's Rule 1. Grow up, it's Rule 2. I've argued with 14,000 people at Worlds about this. I am not scared of any of you. Halfway through the game, Cole, Hogan Mode. They are trying to push to get that one goal back, and it is starting to feel like that is a possibility. A Chronic shanking that shot wide to the right.
Here's Rezi into the center, wants to tip it over the top of Oski, can't quite do it. Scrub Killer, he's high. Atto just waiting on the backboard. He's bypassed. Growli has a chance to shoot this into the top corner. Just the wrong side of the post. The pass comes back to him, but he couldn't recover in time. And Team Liquid, thankfully for them, can carry on down the other end.
Saving their stars on that chance. Oski trying to whip in for that opportunity. Rezi with a nice pre-jump can just cover as much of the goal as possible. A high or low, and he's good. Rezi now again getting that pinch, and what a player he has been in this series so far. Growli to the ceiling. Atto with a demo. That is open. That is 2 for Liquid. What a play from the boys.
I remember doing this training pack in 2015. Ready? Ready? Oh.
Safe in it.
Yeah.
That's a safe shot.
Yes, it is. You can't blame him.
No, absolutely.
People are this exhausted. Just put it in safely. Do you remember Turbo Pulse's double tap? When he just hit it with his belly, followed it up.
I do. Oh, that was great. What a double tap.
That was great. All right, 90 seconds left. Hogan Mode going to keep on coming, but Team Liquid, they've really stamped their authority on this game right here. It's truly professional from them. I'm so impressed.
Liquid need to just hold on to this 2 or make it 3, make it more unattainable. Growli gets caught out on that chance by Atto, who then follows it up from that backboard and then continues down that right-hand wing. Oski tries to be a bit too fancy on the sidewall, gets completely beaten out by Growli. And now a Chronic with one send long, no boost, finds Oski, who's relatively low himself. With a minute remaining, it's still that Liquid lead, and no real chance they've shown themselves for Hogan Mode so far. Just 4 shots in total this game.
There's a Chronic, can't quite get the shot, but Oski is a recipient. Growli up against him. One's high, and Rezi's following it up. Rezi needs to make something happen from Hogan Mode. He has looked the most likely since switching his car, actually. Oh, but it doesn't matter when Atto's coming in. He just gets the pinch. It's looking easy for Team Liquid.
His car is twice as wide as anybody else's. He goes round for the dish, fakes out Scrub for it as well, and then gets the dunk on Growli. Beautiful play from Atto. The genius to fake it. 42 seconds. Hogan Mode potentially moves that game out of arm's reach by these Liquid goals that have found their way in. And as we go into Game 7, who would want a timeout cool Cole, and who used it after a game win?
The answer to both,
which I still love and respect, by the way,
is Hogan Mode. They're going to have to roll straight into a Game 7 after losing by 3-0, maybe give or take 1, depending on what happens in the next 15 seconds. And that's a real tough position because they have less experience in these situations. They're less good, ultimately, than Team Liquid. They have the pressure of trying to fight for a major spot when Team Liquid have already made it. Suddenly, everything, including that 4th goal, goes against Hogan Mode, and Team Liquid have it all in their hands.
Moist Esports fans and the Moist players themselves and everybody at Moist HQ right now, hold your seats tightly. If Liquid win, Moist make major. If Hogan Mode win, then Moist has still got a good chance. But Hogan Mode are still pushing forward toward that grand final. Game 7, Liquid Hogan Mode. And as we said, a timeout would be invaluable right now for Hogan Mode, but they've used it after their win, and they've now just suffered the biggest loss of the series.
They were, to be fair to them, ready to just get on with Game 7 right there. The ball fell to a Hogan Mode player after 0 seconds, and I hoped for their sake they'd go with the Rule 1, try and keep the ball up for as long as they possibly could, but instead they broke Rule 1 and just slammed it down as quickly as they could. So they are prepared for Champions Field.
I would also say, any KCorp fans who are currently in chat, I think you should listen to me right now. Are you listening? Are you listening, KCorp fans?
Hey, it's me, a KCorp fan. I'm listening.
If Hogan Mode win, KCorp clinch World's main event. They will not be going through to the wildcard. They will skip it straight to main event. That is how many points they will have locked in. If you're a KCorp fan, you're pulling for Hogan Mode. If you're a Moist fan, you are pulling for Liquid. And if you're anywhere in between, you are just hoping for some more brilliant Rocket League.
Yeah, I think most of us watching this right now are just hoping this goes all the way. It goes to overtime. We see some slamming goals. We see some demos and frustrated players here. We see them all dig as deep as they can possibly dig in this Game 7. As a recap, Hogan Mode took their tactical timeout before Game 6, despite winning Game 5, and now they have to suffer the consequences of rolling straight into Game 7. Can they step up, or will Team Liquid's superiority finally show on the map that matters most?
Champions Field has a different kind of pressure, and Liquid have been here before. A Chronic in 5 secures the first.
There it is. It's that simple when you're on top. Atto from the kickoff. They scored a kickoff goal in the last game on Neo Tokyo. Not a bad time to get a second one right there. Team Liquid with all the initiative.
It's a great kickoff from them too. I think the word we use for Liquid so far is professional. They've been so professional throughout this series so far. Atto bumping Growli out of the way, but with Resi progressing down the pitch and stealing that back corner boost. It leaves Liquid a little bit with their trousers down, with one up in scrub. The shot on target, Atto with a beautiful pinch towards that sky.
He's done some serious work defensively, has Atto, normally known as an attacking powerhouse, but the man has had some saves to make from this Hogan Mode attack. He's trying to chase his own ball, got no boost at all. He's just trying to cut off Hogan Mode as he goes. He does do some good work. A Chronic, he's there. Is coming in up against Oski. Hogan Mode first need to get this ball out of their half. Remember, Stumpy, they are battling to win this competition and make the major.
Almost a minute has elapsed, and Growli finds himself in the graveyard with Resi bumping Oski on the air dribble. Chronic has to go high, immediately challenged by Growli. Ball carried over the top of him, and Atto removing Resi. Now it's just Scrub on the back. Atto's lurking, but Scrub manages to escape him and get that save away. I feel we're going to be seeing a lot more bumps and demos now because Liquid want to rock the Hogan Mode foundations.
As for Hogan Mode, they're getting pretty desperate, especially when Atto has a double tap opportunity. The defender did just enough just to force the angle away from the goal. And Scrub Killa can dribble it away, but it's all Team Liquid right now. Hogan Mode could barely get a touch of the ball, and when they do, it's Atto. He's in full chase mode. He's one of the most demo-hungry players in this entire competition. But the pinch from Hogan Mode could open Team Liquid up.
This isn't just a high-pressure situation when you look at what is on stake here for Hogan Mode and for Liquid, but this is also the first ever RLCS Game 7 for Growli and Resi. They have not been in this situation before, and they are thriving. Resi manages to secure a goal on the map that matters most.
That's utterly amazing. You think of Team Liquid, they're known as an icy team, the sort that love situations like this. Resi and Growli have never been here. The first one for Scrub since the 21-22 full major in December 2021. This is essentially brand new territory. Year and a half. Years. And here they fight, continue to scrap on. Achronic's missed that one. Atto's there. Is there going to be a follow-up in Hogan Mode? It's Scrub Killa, but it's sent to the side. Liquid with just about enough defense.
Atto manages to dribble it in the midfield, but with no boost, he just has to try and fake out Resi. Doesn't manage to do so. Works his way around, passes back towards Oski, who receives that ball fantastically well. Resi not with that second touch. Atto continues down the pitch, dangerous on the right wing. Pass the ball from Growli towards Scrub Killa, with Scrub going for one air dribble, in fact loses the ball, flicks it over towards Growli. Oski with a mind-bendingly confident redirect to his own backboard. Atto for the 1, the 2, the third finds Growli on the goal line.
I'm just wondering which Hogan Mode player is the one that steps up and claims himself to be him. We've definitely got Atto on Team Liquid. Keep your eye out on him. Who's going to leave for Hogan Mode?
I think Resi.
Scrub Killa there. He waited back. Iconic's coming forward. Scrub Killa did enough to send him to the side. There's Resi up against Oski. Scrub, more good work on the back wall. Resi flicks it over the top of Atto. Iconic's coming forward again. Every time Team Liquid come forward, they look so dangerous. These clearances from Hogan Mode like gold dust. Iconic, what do? You pass? You do towards Atto. He's looked most likely, might be about to put Hogan Mode away, and yes, he is.
That is such a horrible place to pass that ball as well from Atto, because where does that go? Scrub has to read it directly down. Just misread it by a pixel. Atto banks on that, taps it in under 2 minutes, Liquid lead.
Was never going to be simple for Team Liquid. Can they see it away? They've done so much good work up to this point. Atto stolen the boost as well. Another dangerous kickoff for Team Liquid. Growli gets a touch, and Resi prods it forward. Oski's back off just above his own goal. The scariest part to the center. Here's Resi!
Oh!
And it actually sneaks in!
The newbies, the Champions Field, step up. Scrub, Growli, Resi, goal.
Wow. The P-roller, it was mentioned earlier that as other players' predictive saves get better and better, faking them out by keeping it low is becoming more impactful. And it puts us once again on parity. Growli's to the right of Resi. Growli's already up, but it was saved by Team Liquid. Falls the Scrub Killa to the ceiling. Anyone there for Hogan Mode? Not this time. Chronic gets it as far as Scrub Killa. Hogan Mode has stepped up the pace right now. They're having a little bit of a wave of momentum. They have to keep it going and have to avoid moments like this from Team Liquid. Here's Chronic. He could sink it, but it's blocked away.
Great pinch high as well. The defense needed to get that high, keep it awkward for any attacking player. Oski towards the ceiling, sees Atto central, replaced by Chronic on that chance. The 1-2 removed from the play entirely. That bounces so awkwardly. And Liquid, they can continue this push. The final minute ticks down. The banners in the stands are looking down to see who comes out victorious.
Team Liquid are pulling apart the Hogan Mode defense like a Stretch Armstrong, just pulling it until it looks like it's going to snap, but somehow on it holds. The Chronic sends it long. How many awkward angles can he force? Nothing too difficult for Resi. 45 seconds left. He wants to get the pinch. He does get the pinch. Atto is almost caught out.
Good lord.
Touch isn't perfect either. Scrub rolls one up. Growli has the pass, but the shot isn't ideal. Growli's following up. Growli's there! Growli prods it home. Hogan Mode have the lead.
Growli, goal! What a play from him! The double commit on the defense. Chronic taps it lightly central. The right-hand side is open. The final 35 seconds. It is Liquid's to chase.
This could be one of the RLCS upsets of all time. Team Liquid are trying to ensure it doesn't happen. Another kickoff goes their way. How's the backboard defense? It's flawless that time from Growli. He sends it across, follows it up as well. Chronic is up. Can he make something happen for Team Liquid?
The one caught out from Resi, that sidewall found by Atto. Oski's bumping, Atto's low, Atto dribbles, but Growli again saves away.
Here's Growli. How's your touch, mate? How's your composure?
10 seconds.
How much are your hands shaking? Resi's still forcing pinches. Hogan Mode don't care. They don't respect Team Liquid. They don't respect Game 7. They believe in themselves more than anything, but here's Atto. His touch is heavy. He's going to hit the floor. Hogan Mode, unbelievably, are going to take Game 7. Scrub Killa's back.
That is a victory for Hogan Mode. It is a muscular win for the boys.
Oh, look at them.
They lock in a date in the lower bracket semi-final. They continue their path to the grand finals. The Cinderella story. The run continues. And for any KCorp fans that are in chat, as I said earlier, they have now made and locked in the main event for the RLCS World Championship in Dusseldorf.
Growli, mate, drink it in. Soak it up. You've got Liverpool stuff behind you, but you, my friend, are actually a winner. You have to respect what he and his team have gone through over the course of these 7 games.
Smile.
So earned, Stumpy.
I love it. I love it. They called a timeout after they won.
And then they lost.
Game 6. And then they lost. And then they won Game 7. What is this team? How can you not love this team? What is going on?
Makes sense. And just quickly before we throw Stumpy, if you're Moist, starting to get a little bit worried they actually win this thing?
Because now, Moist are versus KCorp. That's scary. That is a very scary place to be. Cole, that has been one of the most bombastic series we have seen, and I think everybody in chat and us, we all need a break. Everybody, after that break, KCorp take on Moist Esports.
Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. One another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field on the reset. Can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
When I first started playing the game, I used to look up to Diva because he was a very mechanical player. And for that time, it was quite revolutionary to be extremely fast and extremely mechanical. And I think it's massively why I play the way I play nowadays.
It's got to be my teammates. I think playing with teammates that are so talented makes me want to be the best that I can be.
I look up to Turbo. I look up to Squishy. They've had great careers. Obviously, the game's changed a bit now, so it's hard for them to stay at the top like they were for so long. But I would have to say definitely Squishy and Turbo. Mainly Squishy.
JNaps was always the one I looked up to. You know, I tried to model my game after him a little bit when I was coming up, other than the demos. He didn't do demos at all. But JNaps, that's like my idol.
Apparently Jack, I really like his play style and the way he plays, especially the way he conducts himself outside the game. That's something I'm trying to take from him and learn from.
A player I used to look up to a lot was Sypical, because he was just very good, and I really liked his play style, and I feel like I kind of copied his play style.
During my career, the player I looked up the most would probably be Garrett.
Garrett G.
Undisputed NA GOAT and forever consistent.
Just the way he carries himself, the way he's such a leader, and his mentality on everything.
You know, he's been grinding since the start, and now the results haven't been amazing, but he's still grinding.
Him still being as good as he is extremely motivating and inspiring.
Crazy to see the work he put in, the determination, and even now I still look up to him because he's had a long career, and I still respect him for everything he's done.
You want to be like him. You're always at the top of your game. So Garrett was obviously one of the few role models I had in this game.
Yeah, Garrett G, Captain America, definitely the person I've probably looked up to the most.
Cinderella run is not done. Hogan Mode eliminate Team Liquid from the Spring Invitational and advance to the top 4 for the first time. I'm joined by Killa, who has inspired many generations of Rocket League talent throughout the years, but you must be pretty happy with yourself. Earlier today, Team Liquid nearly beat Vitality in a 7-game series, and now you guys just eliminated them from the tournament, so you've got to explain to me, how on earth did you guys just pull that off?
I mean, I appreciate the kind words first, but like, I mean, we're just like a really good team, and like I think like we can beat anyone. So like if these teams like, I seen all Liquid tweet and they're like they don't know how they lost. I mean, we're really good, so you know, like we can beat anyone, bro. I mean, it's not as simple as that, but like I think a lot of teams underestimate us, and like they've got a picture of me in their head, and like they think, oh, this guy's like can't be good at the game, and like I start playing good against them, and like I think it gets in their head a bit, but. Like, we just gave it our all. Like, it was a really, like, insane series. I think it was, like, really good Rocket League in general. It was not perfect, but pretty good series.
I'd say it was pretty close to perfect for entertainment value, that's for sure. But a lot of people are wondering, you actually called a timeout, only the second timeout in Rocket League history after winning a game after Game 6. So, what was the thinking behind that?
Oh, we were just having fun. Like, we just did it to tilt them, basically. Because, like... we were quick chatting each other a bit in the game as well, so like we know that like they're a little bit like tilted, so we're just gonna call a timeout when we're winning, and if you do that, like you just completely get in their head because you already got the upper hand and you called a timeout, so they have to sit and wait. So we did lose the game 6, to be fair, so you could say that it didn't work, but we were just having fun as well, and like we just did it kind of like we just felt like it, yeah.
That's amazing. But, I mean, you got the series win, even if you lost the game after the timeout. But the last match of the stream today, I have to ask your opinion on it. It's KCorp versus Moist. If Moist win that, your guys' major contention is no longer possible. So you need KCorp to win. But are you confident? Give us your thoughts on KCorp's ability to beat Moist and keep you guys in the major run.
I think KCorp got it. I mean, like, I don't know. I think Carmine just... Vatira are going to pop off and he's going to win it. And my boy Itachi and Exotic, they're too good, so... Oh, they could just throw instead, and then we'll never make the major, but... That's up to them, I mean... We should have beat Moist in round 1, really. Like, that was kind of on us, so... If Moist end up winning, I'm not going to be too, like, sad about it, because we had the opportunity to beat them anyway, but... I think Carmine are more likely to take it, but... You know how Rocket League is, John. Anything can happen, so...
I do know how Rocket League is, Kyle. Anything can happen, but if KCorp do beat Moist, you guys still need to win the whole event in order to qualify for the major. So how do you view your chances of pulling that off?
Well, I think we just take it one series at a time. Like, we shouldn't... Okay, we got to day 3, but we shouldn't get up tomorrow and be like, oh, let's go straight, like, top 1. Like, we're just going to take it one series at a time. We played the winner of Moist and Carmine, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, so we're going to think about that series before anything else, and we're going to try our best to win, and just really, like, full win mindset. Like, just win. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Just win.
I totally agree. One series at a time, bro. But good luck to you. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. You've done the impossible already, and long may it continue.
Thank you. And impossible.
That's absolutely wonderful. Twitterverse crying out with bros all over the place.
Full of bros. Bros as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful, Leaf.
It's wonderful. And I just got to say, I'm the only true fan, I think, on the desk. I've been with them the whole way, and I'm very proud to see what they've been able to accomplish here. I think everyone's having a wonderful time. The entertainment value, too, Cole, of calling a timeout just to, because you can.
I really tried to come up with reasons why it made theoretical, tactical sense. I came up with 3 of them, and frankly, I stand by each and every one of them. Until little old Scrub Killer comes on and goes, oh, we just wanted to troll him, bro. It's like, brilliant, I won't bother next time. Because my goodness, they do it their own way to Hogan Mode. They don't care what anyone thinks or what anyone says. They just fight on and keep on scrapping. Team Liquid, as Scrub Killer alluded to, they've made a few complaints on Twitter, but you cannot take anything away from Hogan Mode's performance, Growli.
Yeah, I feel like the interview that we just had with Scrub is really indicative of how they're playing, right? It's just like, we feel we're good enough. We know we're good enough. And I don't know, the results don't make sense because they didn't even make it to the Spring Cup. They were losing to Monkeys and 2.5 Men at some point, and now they're beating Liquid and they're making a run into the top 4. I mean, it is blowing my mind how a team like Hogan Mode can do this. Not because I thought they were bad or in any sense like that, because they performed well in the first regional, but it's like, to do it again and to have this consistency against a team like Liquid after going 7 against Vitality, it's just like, man, they're playing well.
I remember in an interview with, I think it was Alpha, where he was referring to the fact that Vitality, back before Zen came in, they had Sizen, didn't qualify for the first regional back in full. He said that as soon as they were actually playing RLCS level teams, it was okay. The hard bit for Vitality back then was coming up against teams in the qualifiers. That was the impossible bit. So I can see why, once Hogan Mode have re-fought their way through that or been invited to this Invitational, they're all right. It makes sense, but it also makes no sense, don't get me wrong.
Looking at the bracket, it's pretty standard. You know, the normal Team BDS, Vitality, KCorp, Moist, Hogan. Nothing out of the ordinary here. What a wonderful bracket to be looking at, but we do have to eliminate one more from this bracket, and it's going to be either Carmine Corp or Moist Esports. Of course, we all know what's on the line here with Hogan Mode's win. Corelli, that was fantastic for KCorp because they clinch World's main, which is they can sit with a little relief off of their shoulders now. You know they're still going to give it their best, but Moist does not have that luxury quite yet. This is still everything on the line for them. To get this win will be a clinch, so you know they're coming in with a full focus mentality.
Yeah, and same thing on the other side for Hogan Mode too. I appreciate Scrub kind of pointing out, it's like, look, we had our chance at Moist. We weren't able to get the job done, so he's not going to be too disappointed if Moist were to knock him out of their Cinderella story here. But focusing on the matchup, I mean, Moist, this is another one of those matchups where it's like, okay, prove that you can play with the big boys here when the pressure's on, right? Like, I think that's what a lot of people are expecting from Moist at this point. And this is a chance. You get KCorp when they've been knocked down from BDS or against BDS. Clearly, they're feeling pretty good. But you get a chance to take them on, and then you have to go play Hogan Mode later on, too. Much better situation than having to play a Liquid or a Vitality at that semifinal.
Of course, they're looking like they're feeling good. They just clinched World's main. World main. They just had an entertaining game to watch just before this. So I think coming into this with a good mentality is smart. And you really just hope here that, you know, Cole, that they're not, Moist specifically is not going to come in with too much pressure on themselves for what outcome has to happen here, because if they put too much pressure, that obviously we've seen that be the downfall of teams before.
We need to see Moist put in a performance that says we are solidly in Europe's top 5, and we don't care about this Hogan Mode story. We just want to establish us. Moist, they need that little bit of arrogance, you know, they need that thought that no one can top them because they are that good, and who better leaf than Carmine Corp to come up against to prove to themselves and to us that they are the 5th European team, and it's not a 4+1.
Well, we have Joyo, Juicy, Cash facing off against Itachi, Vatira, and Exotic, and, you know, it's a bit of a hill for Moist to probably climb here, but anything can happen, as Scrubbed himself said in Rocket League, at this level of Rocket League. Keep your hashtags coming. We'll see what you guys say in a second, but analysts, get them on the board. Cole, of course, we go to you because you're a part of the prediction crew. Is there anything that makes sense with your
Hogan Mode?
Still?
I mean, I don't even remember what I predicted anymore, Leaf. I don't think my memory matters, so I will go with Moist. I back them to make their statement. It's going to happen.
Great.
I have been picking favorites the entire time here. I am going back the other way. I believe in Moist. I believe in the Cash Regional 3 Masterclass. And no more Disaster Class. It's the Masterclass now, and I think we're going to get it here against KCorp.
Here's the thing: is I love Cash as well, love Joyo, but to be a true fan of Hogan Mode means I need them to not win here. So I'm going KCorp on this one. And realistically, again, from what we've seen, from KCorp, I believe that's not an odd pick, regardless of my bias with Hogan Mode anyways. So, chat, what are you thinking? Okay, pretty close. You think the possibility is there? I like it. That means we're going to have a good match. Why don't we get down to the field and take a look at it? Because Carmine Court sits pretty with a clinch major and a world's main event, but Moist has not been granted that relief yet. A win for Moist clinches major. Let's see if they can do it and climb that mountain ahead.
So whilst the top 5 in Europe seems to have been pretty steadfast, Hogan Mode are challenging exactly that and achieves. Moist Esports are a team that, whilst in that category, have struggled to punch up during this split.
Yes, but they have a good opportunity here. If you watched that KCorp game earlier, you saw BDS found a lot of success coming out there and were actually able to box in KC and went against my expectations. So maybe if that offense really gets started early, might be able to keep KCorp on the back foot, and who knows, maybe the upset happens.
Let's find out, shall we? They've come close so many times now. The Game 7's not gone the way. They've been reverse swept. Feels like everything has happened apart from getting the dub when it comes to these top teams, but Moist Esports do seem like they are there or thereabouts. For KC, this is about re-establishing where they are. They were steadfast, #1 in Europe. Nobody was questioning it. And then Vitality turned up at the last possible second, the last possible transfer area, and it seems to have been stolen away from them. Now they got BDS challenging with this brand new Rise fella, whoever that guy is, and they now need to put themselves back down, put their foot on the ground and just say, hey, whoa, this was our season. You're not taking that from us.
Yep, don't forget about KCorp. They are still incredibly dangerous. Got one of the iciest overtime players in the world, if not the best. He's got 21 OT game winners in the season in Itachi. I'm just saying, don't go to overtime against these guys if you're Moist. You want to take them down in regulation.
It goes without saying, battle of the original, the OG Moist squad. Joyo and Vatira. Vatira's decision to go ahead and try and join the French powerhouse over in KC. And actually, Exotic, he jumped, he threatened, and he scored from it. Actually, Exotic wasn't the one that jumped, but he'll be the one that gets credited with the goal.
Yeah, Cash. Oh, he really believed Vatira there. Yeah, he was totally bid on that one. And Vatira just let that ball die right in front of the net. Tough one. That's why you play the ball, right?
Just jump. Honestly, just jump. You got 2 players behind you. You might as well just put the fear into the final player. And so what we were talking about earlier on Achieves. High-level Rocket League is becoming such a educated guess when it comes to defense. You really don't know what the right decision is until that ball has already gone past you.
Yep. You really do have to rely on that instinct, that game sense, and of course, a really good understanding of the current layout of the pitch. It's all about that decision-making process, and it has to happen so fast. Incredibly difficult to be a strong offensive team in this game.
So for Moist Esports find themselves a goal down already, although that's about to change. My goodness, as quickly as I got that sentence out, it was all completely irrelevant.
Not the first open net that they've allowed this just today either, really.
I thought you were about to say that's not the first time you've been completely wrong, Shogun. I was going to take that one personally.
Yeah, no. I've never known you to be wrong.
Have you? Wait, you haven't been on enough European shows this split, mate.
Never once.
Your opinion of me would crumble into dust.
It continues to be a very strange day for KCorp, excuse me. A couple open nets being allowed here and there against various teams. Something weird is going on in there somewhere along the line.
It's not quite as clinical as it has been. This was the team that any mistake, big or small, was immediately punished. And it can be a difficult position to find yourself in Rocket League where you can feel invincible. Winning is easy, you know, if you can keep that going. Yes. But the moment we introduced this open format, the ability to lose became an important one. Your ability to bounce back from that and start putting the results back together. Because at the top of Europe has been very streak-focused. Oh, what a play from Itachi.
Hello, Itachi. I mean, talk about just putting the work in right here, putting the pressure on them to put that one bottom of the net and just make it look nice and easy as you rotate out. Exotic trying to get that all the way to the back post to make sure it went in. Actually went too far, and actually will cover that up. Great press from KCorp. If you're Moist, you're not really in that bad of a position. Under 2 minutes. You haven't really felt like you've been super boxed in all game, which is, in my opinion, a definite plus. So you hate to see KCorp be in the driving seat for any extended period of time. It's just a matter of can they actually generate shots on target. If you're Moist, is the next thing to look for.
Exotic still got the ball and he's dangerous. The challenge on the goal line. Moist Esports happy just to hold all the players back. They're not as quick on the immediate challenge, although that's going to bounce out wherever. Juicy with an opportunity, he puts it straight down the middle. There was 3 different players on KC that could save that shot.
Yeah, not a lot to actually pick from the net, even though it felt initially like there would be, but quick recoveries on defense so tough, but they're not done yet. Juicy skids one out into the middle, Itachi all over it. You can see it coming.
Just going to have to make that decision early and get that extra touch, set yourself up well. Ooh, 45 seconds on the clock. KC have to do a bit of defending here. Off the wall, Cash is going to chase. Exotic pinches. Joyo in field, and Itachi was the one that was there early to it. Juicy lays it off, over to Cash. Cash wants to go by himself, heavy on the first touch. KC have escaped yet again.
Oh, Joyo forced into a bad spot, but Juicy's already there to cover him up. All about possession right now. If you're Moist, you really don't want to concede. Juicy pressing. Joyo had to force it. Felt like probably the best chance to score a potentially more open net than the rest, but now time is short, and they will not be punished. It's off the bar. Transition back the other way. Joyo to space. Over Itachi needs a little help. No one's there for it.
Where is
KCorp, easy clear.
I'm looking at boost counts. Cash had close to 100 that entire time. Huh. Okay, well, interesting. Maybe have somebody there next time. I'm not criticizing or anything like that. Yeah, that was a bit of a weird way to see the final few seconds go out there. But hey, KC have managed to get the first game win. And Exotic, I feel, was the front runner on that one. He played incredibly well. He has been the person on that transition to make the second guesses happen on Moist Esports. And Moist Esports are blinking a little bit too often.
Yeah, Moist, they started to bring the offense to bear a little bit more towards the end of that game, but in general, KCorp pretty comfortable here. It didn't feel like they had to do anything crazy. Again, it's not like this massive outpouring of offense in high pressure situations on Moist defense, but it's really that inability to stay on offense for any extended a period of time that kind of came back and bit Moist here a little bit in game 1. So looking for a little bit more consistent control of the ball, or at least fight for it more in the midfield than on your own half. But KCorp, again, it's not like they generated super dangerous opportunities. So you're okay on the defensive side if you're Moist, I think.
I think Moist are too okay, if anything. They're very comfortable sending all 3 back to the goal line. And I don't like that, especially against a player like Exotic, who is so capable of those transition plays. It feels like Moist are just giving up the moment they see KC on the ball defensively and just go, all right, we can go back. I guess we'll have another opportunity later on. Like, no, go for it. We saw from Team Liquid earlier on, my goodness, what a change of fortunes that team had, but if you play at pace against a team that's on the strong on the transition, you can force panic, and that's exactly what they've done here. Full send, and they've got a result for it.
Got that really nice lead touch out of their half. Juicy, a little bit fortunate there, running into Itachi trying to get the demo, but it ends up working out just fine. A very favorable bounce back into the midfield, and Joyo nice enough to put that one away.
Oh, that's another good kickoff for them, but Tierra had to stick around. Exotic. Yeah, this is what I want to see more of from Moist. They've got to go.
Yeah.
Pace is a strong suit on this team, but if they're going to get into a mechanical battle against KC, I don't know. Because mechanically, I think they match up. Second man positioning and the follow, I think KC win that.
Agreed. And decision making so important. If they started to get into the mechanic war, it would become a lot of fireworks very quickly.
Oh, that's awkward. Itachi's got to take on the challenge. Does well to go for the good old fairy pick. Just don't lose strategy. And that is actually close to target. Who's the first on the follow? It is Cash. Cash has played well today from the bits and pieces that we have seen from him. Struggled a little bit yesterday, but he's putting the naysayers and the thoughts of some sort of voodoo curse behind him.
He also
So
gave up the
neat.
long
like,
target.
as much as he gets talked about, one good performance, it just disappears, and everyone stops talking about it. Oh, that's a bit awkward from Juicy.
They're okay. They actually have a decent opportunity, but Itachi, ooh, such good timing in the midfield, plus a demo. KCorp in a decent spot, and they will score.
Again, it just doesn't feel like KCorp had to do much. Juicy, oh, he got caught on the stutter step right there, got crossed over, and then got bumped. Just caught out. And that's 1-1. KC are letting the half opportunities that they get work every single time. Now it's Joyo against Vatira. Leaves it for Exotic off the backboard. Follow up from Itachi. Well, if you just left the room for a second whilst Moist were winning, I'm sorry, you just missed everything as KCorp have taken the lead.
Man, talk about a beautiful fake air dribble right there. Forced Joyo to go all the way back to the goal line, let Exotic run up on that ball, and of course Exotic not the final nail in the coffin, but that misdirection paying huge dividends there for KCorp. Such a smart approach.
Juicy looking for the backboard. Exotic had it read a while ago. Now Joyo did get two players to jump, but in the corner it's awkward to make a play unless you're Cash. Wow. Had to be heads up there if you're KCorp and just respect that Cash could do that. And now the infield, again, double commit. Surely boost total starting to run low for KC. And it has finally broken down. Juicy secures it.
Look at this placement from Cash. He sees the triple commit, and the most important part, get that ball down and to the right. Go to the complete opposite end. If it's in, it's in. If it's not, you got Juicy there to cover it up. Great job from Cash, picking apart that defensive positioning in KCorp. Next time, just like you needed Moist to have somebody there at 0 seconds, next time send a little less.
Send more, if anything. You know what? Commit.
Yeah, we need a great
harder. Oh, wait a minute.
Crossbar to come in.
Make sure there's no recovery, just all in. There's Joyo. Forced to wait for Vatira. Goes up from the ceiling. Got the reset! Oh my goodness, that was so close. Oh, I was pulling for him there. That was an incredible play. Now we go to the opposite side of the field. Cashew has been popping off in this game, and he's making everybody respect the Cash Cannon.
Trying to squeeze one down the goal line, and this is more what I wanted to see. They're out of their own half. They're spending a bit more time on the blue half, still looking to generate a few more shots, and they will generate one here, and Itachi all over it. Great stop and a wonderful follow-up from Exotic to keep command and buy some time, but Moist not done yet.
Moist have had a fantastic period of play throughout this. Now off the backboard. Oh my goodness, Juicy! Well, he's got the brace, and he more than deserves it.
Big boost deal, and then look at him use all of it to perfection here off the backboard. Catch your own touch. Nobody ready for it over on KC. Excellent execution.
Juicy is just lingering, waiting to see what happens, and his team are winning the midfield skirmishes. Now Joyo, oh, he was read so early. And Juicy, at the very least, had the worst case scenario in mind. Now the infield yet again for Itachi. That's so difficult to play. Couldn't quite get the mechanics to come off.
Ooh, with the bump, they might put that in. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's maybe asking a little bit too much. For now, Vatira, who has had some very strong solo carries of the ball, didn't quite come from it. Exotic did well there, considering Cash could have threatened either a pass to Joyo or the shot on target. Had to respect both.
I think the best plan of action here if you're Moist Esports, if you got a chance, put one on target. You need to keep KCorp honest. You have to force them all the way back. Juicy pulls one out of the top of the net. Huge stop, and Exotic trying to get up early. KC looking to try and increase the speed at which they go for some of these plays and see if they can catch that Moist defense a step behind.
Yeah, I think if they can hold this at a 2-3, it'll be a massive statement from Moist, because it does feel like KCorp have managed to score with minimal pushing required. And nice to maybe get rid of that in only the second game of the series. That's very helpful, though. Right now to Joy, who can control it. Challenged early. Juicy is the last one back. But here is Brett chasing him, and Juicy just skipped past him. Got the ball, is still on target. Cash managed to get there in time.
We'll recover. This is so awkward for Moist. They're in terrible spots. Itachi's coming to drop the hammer, and it gets smashed into the corner. Joyo just saying, please, somebody get this ball out of here, and bang! Top right corner. 1 second left. Vatira ices one.
It just felt inevitable. Brilliant pass from Exotic, and Vati does not miss.
Absolute beauty from Vatira. My goodness.
That's perfect. You can hit that ball. Do that 100 times. That would be the one that you would pick as the 100 state. That's the one I'm most happy with.
That's the one.
So, ball hits the floor and we go to overtime. But Moist Esports will probably be the happier of the two teams to finally get there. This is a massive swing game now because Moist were as good as over the line.
Big opportunity to be sure. Don't let Vatira do it to you. Cash finds a nice strong clear. It will be wide of the mark, and Exotic, he knew someone was going to come for him, so he just elected the way of distance, and Joyo unable to chop one down towards the net.
Vatira does not like the idea of losing twice on one day. Off the wall, Juicy, who has looked incredible in this game too. Needs more of it. Cash has just looked incredible all day. What can they cook? Back down. Nobody challenging there from Moist, but they got a bit of a panic touch from Exotic. You've had kind of been the standout for me up to this point. Oh, what a pass. Juicy. Shut down by Itachi. Cash is kind of on his lonesome until the reinforcements arrived.
Yeah, really great interruption there in the midfield, not allowing that counterattack through for free. Little miscommunication from Moist. Cash, very awkward pickup there in the midfield, but Moist actually going to have to give away possession unless Joyo can make something happen, just going up to the ceiling for the sake of it, and actually came down with the ball.
That's well, thereabouts, but the challenge from Cash on his own teammate, that works. Keep an eye now on the boost totals. Running low now for Moist. This is how they got caught out in 1 second. Does it happen again? They're jumping. No. They're flailing. They were almost beat. And it's still going to remain overtime. Itachi turned. On the respawn, Vatira's moving on in. Nobody made contact with the ball.
Oh, and Itachi's just like, what do? I don't have a lot of boost. I'll just try and keep possession, and it's going to work out. Exotic wants help. There's Vatira. Top of the net. It's going to be too high. Cash will clear that away. Moist finally a chance to breathe, come up from underwater. And KC going to try and reset the attack.
Momentum of this game has shifted massively in KCorp's favor. Itachi faked him out, puts it in. KCorp, from 1 goal down at 1 second, have won it in overtime. And that's why I love this esports.
Great job from Vatira, too. He could have taken the one-on-one, but he saw Itachi sitting out there in the middle of the pitch and knew all he has to do is dish this right, force the guy to jump, and Itachi will do the rest. Chalk up number 22 OT game winner for that guy. 2 for 7, 700 score. Itachi all over the pitch. Everybody on KC, really. Quite a game from everybody on the pitch, actually. Nobody under 500.
I feel like Itachi's like 50-50 on if he's going to hit the ball or fake it. Like, he just keeps doing it, and if I'm Moist, I'm livid at this point because it keeps happening. You keep thinking to yourself, surely not again, and he does it again. But it is working. And for Moist Esports, like, they keep biting on the fakes every single time.
It's not easy. It's some wonderful misdirection. Again, KC so good at making an opponent respect the approach. And to be fair, I mean, what are you supposed to do? You have to kind of freeze on the goal line, and that's why defense, while I think it might be a little bit easier than offense because you don't have the burden of actually beating people, you just got to hit the ball out. There is something to be said about a well-played offense is incredibly difficult to stop. And Juicy tried his best in that last game. I mean, he was really playing an excellent game there, but to now be down 2-0 in the series against KC when you're playing pretty solid ball, it's tough here for Moist right now.
2-0 in a series where, for all intents and purposes, you're thinking this should be 1-1. We were winning with a second left. There's not many sports or esports where 1 second is an eternity.
Cash has brought out the long car. He says the Fennec is not good enough. Give me the Dominus.
There we go. I like the idea that like he would start in a Fennec and then every single loss that Moist takes, the car gets flatter and flatter.
Yeah, exactly. So once they're down 3, he pulls out the Batmobile.
Yeah. What is the next one? It'll be Plank, wouldn't it? Get the breakout and then it's Batmobile?
Well, Batmobile is Plank, I thought.
It is. Yes. Sorry, my bad. It's Breakout's a separate one, isn't it?
I think so, or at least it used to be. I don't know if it still is. That whole standardization thing broke my brain.
Oh, Joyo's got time. Maybe a little bit too much of it. Tachi does clear. Tachi, who has been an absolute thorn for his opponent team.
Double commit.
Well, passing options for Itachi. Pops the ball up high. Juicy pre-jumped him. Well, at least the confidence is still there.
It's a good move. I mean, it's really the only place for the ball to go towards space, and Cash finally steals one away in the midfield. Can he make something happen towards the backboard? And he will just drill this into the net. Oh my goodness.
I don't think I've seen a player where the nickname is more apt. Because you see him do this and you go, yeah, that's the cannon. There's no other way to describe him.
Fire away, buddy. Fire away. On the board.
1-0. We've been here before, have Moist. The offense has not been the question. We know they're good there. We know what they can do. We know how much trouble they can give KC. We also know how much trouble Moist can give themselves.
That's the hard part. Sometimes the game gets away from you and Juicy misses a big one. Cash will not win it. You're right. Good luck. He needed it, and it was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, Juicy. That was an ambitious play, but he's up against Itachi, and Cash has got to play that because he's seeing out of the corner of his eye, he's seeing Vatira. And we know Vatira will happily just chase down a bump. One of those positions where no matter what you do, it feels like the wrong decision. But again, Moist Esports get a lead. Ooh. And it just doesn't last, and Exotic delayed the shot. Joyo did well to just hold himself on the backboard.
It's that lethal trap game. That first touch is getting so good from so many players in this league. Trap like that puts you in a tight bind defensively, and Joyo, great awareness there to know he could let that one bounce. Didn't have to panic. Got the ball to Juicy cleanly as well. Off the backboard, nobody around for it. Cash just ranging to his left to keep it in play.
Joyo now up. A little bit quiet throughout this series. Don't really hold that against him too much, though, given the performance that he provided yesterday to at least get them to this point. They'll be wanting a little bit more from the Talisman.
Yeah, it hasn't been a lot of opportunities as well for him to really flex those muscles. Exotic is going to pull the string on 2 people. They both went to the backboard.
Yeah, but surely this time they won't fake it. I mean, come on. They've been faking it the last 2 games. Like, surely they'll start playing the ball. KC just disrespect. Just disrespect every single time. This has been going on since game 1. Vatira jumped to the air and just not touching the ball whatsoever. And ever since then, Moist Esports have been jumping at shadows.
Ooh. You have to jump at them because they start making touches like that, and they keep you honest. They show you they can execute. It's kind of similar to that fighting game conditioning. You know, you got to get up there, you got to take the ball away, and then bang. Nobody comes up with it, and you just look like you don't know how to play defense. And Joyo under duress in the net. Excellent stop. A little bit of space to work with. Dishes one to Cash, cuts it down, and Vatira, excellent follow through on the net.
Chiefs is saying that KC have taught Moist Esports to take the throw.
It's tough.
We go back into the midfield. Cash. Oh, he's over the top. Got bumped, though. Back into the mid. Joyo. He left it. Oh, they faked them. And it has worked. Anything you can do, we can do as well.
Oh, it works both ways. That's the unfortunate reality. Itachi knew he had to get up the sidewall, but only had 4 boosts. And I think if he has anything more, he might actually get that even with 10. He gets caught with nothing. His 2 teammates can't figure out the trajectory. And KC concede again.
Well, this is must win here for Moist. Joyo, oh, look for Exotic. Exotic pre-jumped over the top of the player. I've never seen that. At least not in some time. Exotic, oh, he's got a little bit of a rough position for Moist Esports, who happy to see Exotic not make contact with the ball.
Oh my
so
gosh.
It's that car, man.
That's a touch a Dominus player goes for. No Octane player thinks of that.
No Octane player can do that. The option is just not there. The Octane's there for stability and strong challenges.
Yep.
The Dominus is when you want to get wild with it.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I can get that.
The Dominus is the I think I can car.
It really is. I'm waiting for the great rebrand of the Dominus. Someone will Photoshop that. Oh, nice pass. Oh, but it's too far.
I'll have to get you into a conversation later on with Cole about what 2 Dominus on the field will look like, because he was... well, we started on this a Domini at that point.
Sure, that's fair, I guess.
Well, a few moments. The clutch
Pass
moments
the
have
bounce.
gone
Got it
against
up.
Moist previously. Almost happened yet again. KC looking to try and grab one more chance, and it does hit the floor. We have overtime, and KC, if they get this, are as good as through.
Moist Esports. Oh, you got away with murder there. They were so slow, and they just let that ball bounce off the backboard. Very fortunate that one didn't just go straight into the back. Slow to it, and Joyo wants to close them down, and Itachi somewhat takes it away. His teammates will recover, and Cash, he's been having quite the setup day in the Dominus in this game, as that one's off the bar. Nasty bounce. Juicy, I think, got a piece taken out of him, and Vatira stands tall in the net. Excellent stop.
Vatira 1v2s. He just has that one to the repertoire that he's already got infield. Oh, that was so selfless and Exotic. How on earth did he read where that play was going?
Especially with the Dominus coming down on you, you expect that hard power shot to the top of the net. And so to stay there and just let that pass come out and stay right on it, absolutely mind-blowing on defense.
Moist Esports now in the defensive position. Got to find a way out. Vatira, he delays. Just threatens it. Itachi with a pass to, unfortunately, the invisible man this time about. Well, that was wasteful. And now the double commit. Moist Esports. They're getting in their own way at the moment, and now they're really in a rough spot.
Okay, if they can spread back out. Nice piece from Cash there just to get a hold of it. Sort of stall this out a little bit, but you really need to get some distance between your net and this ball kicked into the space, and Joyo from the ceiling, or at least the backboard finds a clear, and again, that chance to breathe for Moist.
Well, they needed that, although that's slightly off target. Crossbar on its way through. KC fully in control of this overtime. Does that mean anything? Not really. Hasn't got you a goal yet. Juicy to Joyo. Doesn't happen. Moist are a step behind. Although they are on the breakaway. Vatira recognizes that he's in danger. Need to try and bring in the rest of the crew.
Ooh, okay. Thought Joyo was going to have something there, but didn't really find himself in as strong as a position as I thought he did, and Cash just wants to keep this one on the blue half.
Early chance from Juicy. That could have gone anywhere. Oh, Vatira, backboard, self-set, 2 players committed. I'd say that's roughly the right amount of respect that you give to a Vatira backboard play. He's going to go for it yet again. This time he's kind of scuffed the hit.
Ooh. Out to space, free ball KC. What do you do with it?
The heart just sinks for Moist fans everywhere. Whenever you see Vatira, Itachi with the ball, with a chance to just delay the play. You just don't know what he's going to do. He's putting you in that mix-up. Well, okay. Moist have stabilized in this overtime. Cash is up. Not the best first touch. Instead, lays it off to his teammate.
Ooh, nasty cut from Vatira. Oh, and a great bounce.
Most Esports are just double committing everything in defense. Like, that is the strategy now. Just go. Just send somebody. Just make sure you're not sending no one. Vatira is, he was a little caught out in position. I'd be happy to see that Cash didn't really catch the ball too well. Joyo has, though. He's got that ball full under control. Ceiling reset. Just didn't make contact. That's the danger that Joyo poses.
Ooh, hard off the wall and the score.
It's off the back. Nope. Off the off angle. Can't generate any power. Oh, this can go either way. This really is series on. Or
triple commit
everything. Well, the answer is now clear. This series is well and truly on.
Oh, everybody just dives at this ball. Juicy goes at it. Cash goes at it. The whole server was ready to play that ball in some way. And the only one who knew where it needed to go was Moist, that bottom left corner. A second triple commit in the series for KCorp in the net. And it cost him. Moist finally get one back, and a whole bunch of shots here, but it was a pretty long game, all things considered.
It was a pretty long game. It was a pretty messy game. But messy Rocket League is my favorite Rocket League. Especially at the level that we find ourselves at now, because anything can happen. But I want to fully give credit to Juicy here. I think he's come under a lot of criticism over the past few weeks. And maybe even, at fault for the second goal that KC scored in this game. But when they've needed somebody to be there, quick on the read, he's been the goal provider for this team this series.
Yeah, he's getting the job done, and that's really all you can ask of anybody at the RLCS level. Like, nobody is out here on this pitch looking like they're outclassed or anything like that, and Juicy's definitely stepped up now that, Moist feels like, okay, we need to go out there, we need to get the job done, and I'm with you. He's performed incredibly well, especially in this series.
Well, we're at the point now in this series of Chiefs where the strengths and weaknesses seem to be very much laid out on the table. Still a very important match for Moist. Reverse sweep best of 7, very rare. Moist Esports, they'll wish that was a little bit rarer considering that was one of their results earlier on in this split against Team Liquid.
Yeah,
still, 3-1 is also pretty rare at this level. Oh, Cash! Well, you believed, and who was I to doubt?
Oh, and he might score.
Oh my goodness, he's got it!
How about you just make the inside-out save on your net, absolutely crush Vatira on the challenge, and get the read with 12 boost, and just lay it into the top of the net. The game is easy in the Dominus, I'm telling you guys. It's the best car.
I think Vatira was just as shocked as I was. He actually just did that to us. Cash dared to go an in-and-out save. Oh wait, he's past me now, and... Oh, there we go.
What?
It feels like tradition at this point that any early lead that we see when we cast achieves, it just disappears.
Okay, can we talk about Exotic just letting that ball go over his head and just... That's amazing. Like, he threatens the shot, and again, it's that KC misdirection. Everybody's staring at Exotic, and then that ball just goes right back across, and he's in position to score, and Joyo just takes it right back. We don't have time to talk about anything neat because more neat things just happen.
This is the worst musty I've ever seen, and it worked out brilliantly. I hope that was intentional.
Drops the musty, gets the dunk, all calculated.
That was either really bad it was good, or so good it was bad. It was either or.
You're not sure which one.
I really can't tell. I'm not the pro here, but it was one or the other. Right, well, 2-1. Lead re-established for Moist Esports. Oh, dearie me.
That's car soccer,
early
man.
challenge. Oh, are we going to see another lead just disappear? Well, my goodness, it actually did not come too far off. Now lays it back down for Exotic. They're beat to that ball. Who's first on the rotation back? It's Vatira. And that's the player whose name you wanted to hear me say if you're a KC fan.
Yep. At this point, I think you really should just send Vatira back on that deep island. Instead of letting him be first, let Itachi and Exotic worry about it. And huge stop again, Cash. He's firing barrage after barrage at that KCorp net.
Itachi. And as far as Cash, who has been lethal in this game. Off the backboard, he's out of boost and requires a bit of help. Oh, the huge dive in. That'll be 2-2. Well, not for the first time. Moist Esports just caught jumping for it, although for Joyo, I don't necessarily blame him. His other option was Vatira hunting.
Yeah, his other option was get demoed or fake challenge and play the 2-on-1 with a bump coming at him. Decided to take his best shot and maybe see if he could get there, throw it to the ceiling. It's never fun when you have to play that 2-on-1 back the other way. It looked a lot worse than it was.
And the only criticism you really levy there is Moist find themselves in that spot a lot. And that's either incredible work from KC or something is happening earlier in the plays that is kind of wrong footing Moist Esports. But still in this, they do remain the team that has kind of been on the front foot throughout this game. Off the wall, Itachi first to it. Cash to Juicy, who can recover that play. He's flailing. That first touch, yeah, a little bit too heavy for him. Itachi passed down to Vatira, puts it too high. And Vatira goes hunting yet again. What's more scary, Achieves? Vatira on the ball or Vatira chasing you off the ball?
I think I'll be more terrified of Vatira off the ball, personally. Because he doesn't have to be on the ball to beat me.
Cash almost got read by Itachi. Vatira again. That's a good first touch. Double commit again from Moist. Getting them to work. It's the recovery afterwards, and nobody read that bounce.
Ooh, okay. Never mind. Is Vatira on the ball? He's disgusting.
I did kind of put you in a no-win scenario right there. That was
There's
the
no wrong
Ouroboros
answer.
question. Joyo over the top. Does get bumped by Vatira. Cash off the wall. Now that's going to be fun to play. And Juicy fancied his chances. Joyo again. Ooh. Just not quite clicking at the moment. Vatira got one. That's put Juicy into a rough spot. Ooh. Exotic over the top, and that's early challenge. Moist Esports defense has got a lot better recently. Easy to criticize in game 1 and 2, but they're holding on, and now Joyo underneath. Could have actually followed that, but instead went for the boost.
Yeah, I didn't really know where to go, and I'm really wanting to see Joyo's really start to gain command of that ball when he takes it up into the air. He's actually found himself in some good spots. He's been in a position to make something happen, but just hasn't quite had that control. Chopped down from Exotic, smashed away by Juicy. 30 seconds left. Remains to be seen who's going to hold the edge in the final 30 seconds.
I definitely, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Oh, wait, Itachi! Look, it's Cash! Well, that is a difficult spot for Cash because it's so tempting to go early. Waited to see the shot, and he was lucky that it was close enough to him. But it was the right decision to make. And yet again achieves, like game 2, like game 3, it's the final few moments, and yet again it is KC that are probing. Although Cash on the counter, that's how we got one of our goals earlier on. Keeps the ball, pops it to nobody.
Nowhere to go, that ball gets stuck in the corner. That's unfortunately a Dominus weak spot. Going around that corner gets real tough. Little floater, but in general, I think Moist should be grateful to have the reset of OT. KCorp starting to get a pretty solid grip at the end there.
Both these teams do still have access to their timeouts. I also feel like both these teams not necessarily known for using them. Oh, Itachi back pass to Exotic. And that was a little bit high as well. Exotic had to do some work. Do you see what you mean by Joyo as well? He's getting in lovely spots, but the mechanics just aren't quite clicking for him.
And it's not like it's looked bad or anything. It's just, it hasn't quite broke the defense down in a way that you know he can.
The level is different for him because we expect so much.
Exactly. Like, right here, see what he can do.
That's better.
We'll take the bump. That's good enough. Now he just needs the boost.
Oh! Oh, there's just a moment. Every single time you read the name Cash on that ball, you just start to believe.
And that level of aggression from Juicy on that follow-up, too. That's a big part of why I've really liked how he's looked. He's willing to go up there, try and make the follow-through in the right spot. Sure, the defense makes the stop, but he's putting that pressure on the opposition. And you like to see that speed and willingness to go make the play.
The recovery as well. Juicy, he gets hit. Itachi does win, but he's out of boost. Decides to stick with it. He needs to do something well here because he's going to be late on the rotation back if this ends up being a breakaway for Moist. KC just settling down for now. Cash for both the free jump and the recovery. And goes exotic. Ceiling. Realize he doesn't have it because Vatira does! Gets it back to exotic! That's how you win in overtime!
Oh man, and Cash just worked that ball out to the side, but it didn't matter because Vatira was out disrupting people on the goal line, found himself on the backboard, says, hang on, I can get this one down to you. What a touch. And what a follow through from KC. Didn't really... Well, you knew there was something possible, but it's another matter entirely for it to actually happen, right?
It was one of those overtimes where KC just looked like they knew. Like they were so comfortable leaving players on the backboard over for the boost of Moist Esports that, yeah, they just looked like they were so comfortable with the fact that it was OT. You wouldn't have even known that we were in that position. But Moist Esports, well, no timeout called from what I'm hearing, so they are willing to run the gambit.
I guess. That's an option. Do I hate it? I don't know. I feel like there's something.
I thought they've all been close. It's all 1-goal games going to overtimes. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, what a touch from the top. So
just watch the Joyo one from the stream replay. That's nasty. There's been so many positions that you watch the defenders get stuck in and just say, well, I'm glad that's not me. You know what?
I do not envy you.
Yeah, there is very little winning in this sort of position.
Man, it's so tough though if you're Moist now. You're obviously match point, potential elimination, of course, but it's really obviously not the end goal here. All their hopes rest on a Hogan Mode squad at this point. They'd like to keep going, certainly, and you want to keep playing against KCorp, something's got to give, because I think it's kind of been, 4 games straight, sort of the same idea, and KCorp across the board has shown that in general, they're getting the better of it.
For those of you just wanted to catch up for us today, Moist Esports are still not qualified. Hogan Mode are the team that are holding them off at the moment. If KCorp go ahead and win, and at this moment in time, that does look like a very real possibility. Hogan Mode will have the opportunity to run the gauntlet tomorrow, win the entire tournament, and go to the major, despite not making it to the Spring Cup. Don't want to miss that. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Oh no. Oh, you hate to see that happen.
Oh, yeah, forget Hogan Mode. Vatira clean through one. Great job. Joyo just taking away the flick to the top corner. But look at how Vatira handled it. He said, okay, I'll just stay on the ground and let you hit it back into me and go across the baseline. And everybody on Moist just not in a position to handle that one. So well played from Vatira.
It's really the wind out of the sails for Moist Esports, who need to get a foothold here. They've got a long way to go. They've got 3 in a row against the KC side that look angry, look upset that they have found themselves in the lower bracket so earlier on. It's supposed to be only Vitality that can do that to them. Yes, prove to add themselves to that list. They're doing well here. Nice pop down to the middle. Who's the first to it? It's Exotic, who has been the MVP for me of this series. He's everywhere. So dangerous every time he's on the ball. Oh, that's okay. Well, you've kept it out. But that does not gloss over the mistake that went into putting them into that position.
But the chance to recover, I think, is all they care about. It's just, okay, can we just get out of our own half for 5 seconds? And they just keep putting the ball straight onto a KC player. Ash finally says, forget all that, just rip one towards the net, and yeah, it probably should have been in. He actually had everything to pick from.
Yeah, for once, Vatira would not have got there. I don't actually think I've said that sentence in my entire casting career, so that one was weird. Exotic goes for top bins, almost found it. Nobody was jumping if he did get it on target.
They're all scared of KC. Cash just jumped, tried to cover up something that he thought was there. You said it earlier on in game 1. They're jumping to ghosts.
It's just been difficult for Moist Esports to set their pace. It's not being helped by the fact that KC are playing as well as they have been. Now Cash, what little bit of magic can he provide? Oh, that should have been it.
Ooh. Not sure if Joyo ran out of boost to make that final adjustment, but oh, so close. Okay, a lot of time. Make something happen. Never mind. Double demo. Goodbye.
Oh, Juicy
Oh, and
not
it's
there
free.
either.
What is this game?
It's worst case scenario for most esports. It really is.
Oh, he's just trying to win the challenge, and it goes off the ceiling and straight into the top corner.
It's top corner as well. That feels personal. That feels like physics have just decided they don't like you today.
That does feel like, well, what can you do? Type of day.
Well, they might be able to do it at this point is hope that KC can not only go on from beating them, but go on to beat Moist Esports Hogan Mode tomorrow. Obviously, off the interview that we had with Joyo earlier on, he wants to do it himself. That is a long way off, given the position that they found themselves in. Clear again. Moist Esports need 3 games in a row. They need 3 goals in a row. They need an awful lot.
Oh, Vatira just smothering people, and they force Juicy to the floor. I mean, KC, they've got a death grip on this midfield right now.
Backboard to Itachi. KC just have
Oh
to
my goodness.
linger on
Oh
backboard.
my
Oh,
goodness.
that's so good. That's so good. That's so good.
Tachi across. I mean, Vatira, look at that recovery. He got bumped into it, and he says, yeah, we can still make that work.
You know what? From my angle, I originally thought that he'd wave dashed into the speed
Now,
boost.
that would have been nuts.
Yeah, I'll put my hand up. My bad. I believed.
And it's another moment of course it works out. If you're KC, right?
It does feel personal.
Oh,
doesn't
my
it? Oh,
goodness.
it's gone. Okay, it's gone.
Moist, it's been fun, but you can't stop this train right now. It's rolling through.
I'm watching all of this, and my mind keeps going back to game 2. 1 second left. What this series could have been. But that one went against Moist Esports. They lost it in the overtime. We saw what they
That
did
one
in
and the
the
rest.
next 2 games. Yeah, it just feels... I mean, not this game notwithstanding, but when everything was on a knife edge, KC won. Like, they've had the ice when it was required.
As they justifiably have been known to do, and there was a reason they were #1 in Europe for a long time. They're a tough team to beat, and it takes some inspired players to make sure that happens.
Trying to find anything here for Moist Esports, but
It's
basically are offering them nothing. They've got eyes set elsewhere.
that is the right way to say it. Literally nothing. It's not even like table scraps of look, we double committed and we have an island. It's just no. This ball is going nowhere that you want it to. You have no options. It's that type of field coverage. It's insane.
I kind of forgot this map had a blue side of the field. That's the way that this game has gone. But it is KC that move on. Moist Esports have not booked their spot just yet. They will have to beat spectators tomorrow. They go from enemies of KC to their biggest fans. Hogan Mode and Moist Esports, the final 2 teams in contention. And the storyline is, Hogan Mode have to win the entire event.
Oh, they're gonna score it. They just were not willing to let this one go without one more goal explosion.
I know the phrase is don't kick someone whilst they're down, but I don't know. That was more of a leg drop whilst they were down. That was the kicking happened 3 or 4 goals ago.
Just one more, just to make sure, right?
They might not be done just yet, guys. We need to make sure of it. They could get up.
No, I'm pretty sure that Moist Esports towel is thoroughly wrung out, left to dry. There's nothing left there. That was
yeah. That was message sent from KC. Not BDS, not Vitality. Tomorrow it's going to be us. I mean, they've got a long way to go as well. KC, not a team not used to winning, and now they've got to do what is it? 5 series tomorrow if they want to grab their first regional win.
Yeah,
of the split.
5 because they'd have to win the bracket reset. Yes, so
that's a rough position. I mean, you say that. That's what Hogan Mode got to do.
Now that's the question. I wonder if KCorp wants to play BDS and knock them out and kind of get that vengeance, or if they just want to get Vitality out of the way.
Nah, if I know this team, they'll want to beat Vitality twice. I feel like they won't see it as the same.
That's why they're great competitors. I'd be like, I want to beat Vitality once.
Yep. All right, who's lowest on this? I want to play this team, and I want to get, the easiest run I possibly can. But that is not the cloth that this team has cut from. They've made it through, and we'll be seeing them tomorrow.
You guys thought Moist. Wow, what a mistake you guys made there on your predictions.
We're not all as good as you, Leaf. You are the new Oracle. I hereby give you the right to change your Twitter name to the Oracle.
You're so
Nah, I can't.
I don't care to do that, actually.
I'm too humble for that. No, there's our top 4 now as we take a look. Team BDS and Vitality sitting up in that upper bracket still with their second lives. That'll be, of course, tomorrow. Well, it'll all be tomorrow. Same with KCorp and Hogan Mode. Look at that, Growli. Hogan Mode, KCorp, Vitality, BDS.
All
what a top
things
4
are how they should be, right? Hogan Mode, KCorp, BDS, Vitality. Your top 4 teams in Europe, right?
It feels like a bit of a throwback because we were saying at the top of the show, like, oh, isn't it actually quite nice to have an established top 5 in EU? It feels familiar and normal and regular. And then suddenly Hogan Mode just come in, like, just burst off the scene going, bro, and we didn't know what to do with them.
We have Scrub in top 4 again. This is wonderful.
Beautiful thing.
I love this. It's to me, this is familiar. I can just go back to the good old days. This is great too for the teammates. So, I mean, for Growli and Rezi, I believe, this is their first top 4 ever. What a phenomenal showing for them. I think that's just super cool to continue to see new players get in their spot call.
They'd never had a Game 7 in the RLCS until today.
That too, yes.
They won not only a clean Game 7, a topsy-turvy Game 7, which is the hardest sort of Game 7 to win. So a huge shout out to Hogan Mode. I think they're the best story. But you mentioned us predicting Moist, and I think KCorp stamped their authority back on EU and back on that top 5 Leaf. It was a great performance from them. I'm a little bit disappointed by Moist, but, they've probably done enough for the major, unless...
That's hard. Well, let's start talking about that because things still are a little up in the air in terms of that, Growli, when it comes to the scenarios for spring here. Because the points, there's 2 teams left kind of vying for that spot. Moist is sitting there, but Hogan Mode's alive.
Yeah, I mean, you got Vitality there at the top. That was obvious. You got BDS and KCorp. They're close, but they're pretty safe. Liquid there at 4, sitting pretty good as well. But that last spot, the 5 spot, as always, is contested in a way. It is not as close as it normally is with like maybe 1 or 2 teams here. But Hogan Mode is the only team that can do it to take that spot away from Moist. Hogan Mode has to win out this entire thing. That means winning the lower semi, the lower final, the first grand final series, win the bracket reset, and then win the tiebreaker against Moist to make major. That is what Hogan Mode has to do right now. And it is, I will say, entirely possible. At this point, I'm a believer. I don't doubt these boys, but it is a long road ahead of them.
Oh, Oracle Leaf, should we believe that Hogan Mode can make the Wonder Run and make the major?
I'm gonna outsource to chat. Just spam bro if you think they're doing this. So, I want to see it right now because no, I believe they got this. Bro. We got Scrub Killa winning this. The whole regionals is.
I really want to nail this one in. This means that they have to beat KCorp, the loser of BDS Vitality, and then the winner of BDS Vitality twice. Just to get to a tiebreaker of Moist. You have to go through the top 3. That is insane from Hogan Mode. It would be, no doubt, the best run we've ever seen.
It's insane that they're even in this position to begin with. So at this point, any expectation should be thrown out the window. And chat, I see you. You think it's happening as well. It'll be tomorrow. It'll be exciting. But let's understand what's going on in the greater scheme of things here as well. Cole, when it comes to Worlds, what's the situation?
I mean, thanks to today, KCorp can be relieved that they have clinched the main portion of the World Championship, so they won't have to worry about that early, nervy, scary wildcard section. Team Liquid and Vitality have at least wildcard, and Oxygen and Moist, they think they're relatively safe. They're looking pretty good, but as I've seen from Moist, things can turn quickly. BDS are getting there. G1, I think, the scariest probably, because they're going to be at home watching on. Apart from, as you mentioned, Hogan Mode. I dread to think what they have to do if they do make the major to then make Worlds. But if they can make the major, Growli, then surely they can do it.
Well, listen, I mean, if let's just say they make it through this regional, they make the major, we will have the same exact conversation, I'm sure, in some way, shape, or form. In fact, D-Rex informed me right now, they would have to make the grand final at the major, and it gives them a chance. So we would have the same conversation with Hogan Mode, and let's just take it one step at a time. They've got KCorp in front of them, so Hogan Mode, they have a long road ahead of them, but that's what makes it exciting.
They do. We'll see tomorrow if they crush on through the double elimination and broke it. It's all theirs. It's theirs. Let's. It could be yours. Some tickets to hang out with us in major at the major in Boston, 8th to 9th. Of course, the event is 6th to 9th, but we want you there hanging out with us, 8th to 9th. Exclamation point tickets in the chat, or go over to rl.gg/spring tickets live. Corelli, you're friends with a guy named Bayer. What's he saying about this one?
Please let it die. But he is saying buy the tickets. You always got to buy the tickets. You always need to check them out. Boston's going to be a lot of fun. It's the last major of the year. So if you're not going to go, then you're going to have to go to Germany. So if you don't go there, then I don't know what you're doing. Then you're not a real fan.
We're not friends with them. We're not friends with them anymore. That's why I'm breaking up with you. Okay, Cole, we're standing firm on this.
Are we?
You're only cool if you're there, right?
Sure. Okay. I feel like you've brought me into your meanness, but I guess I can't say no. So yeah, you better come to one of these events, you viewers.
Oh, that's a mean mug. Yeah, don't make him angry. That's for sure. Get your tickets. Show up and have fun. Let's take a look at tomorrow, because again, we do have 4 teams vying to win this regional right now. Team BDS, Vitality, KCorp, and Hogan Mode. An incredible, miraculous run has to happen for that last team there, but we will start off with Team BDS and Team Vitality. Of course, Vitality may be showing that they can have a couple speed bumps along the way. We'll see if they can get a third one. It's a coveted position to be in, to be able to try and get 3 regionals in a split. So maybe Vitality does it, or maybe we have the miraculous run from Hogan Mode. It could also be BDS or KCorp, actually. I mean, there's 4 teams.
Nah.
It's funny because all the press is going towards Hogan Mode. Meanwhile, Vitality's about to just beat the entire split, and which would be the most impressive thing I've ever seen. So for Europe in this split in particular, so many fun storylines here to follow.
Absolutely, and that'll be tomorrow. So before we head out, I always like to get some final thoughts in case there's some sort of wisdom you like to share. Cole, and then Corelli, if you want to let us know.
I'll just double down on what Corelli said. Team Vitality potentially about to win all 3 regionals in a split. KCorp couldn't do it last time. Maybe Team Vitality can do this time, and you'll find out tomorrow.
I echo that. I'm
you
excited.
Echo your own echo.
I'm an echo. I feel the same way. Vitality is very exciting. Maybe BDS also makes another run. Reminder, last year they had a really good spring split, went to that spring major, and then absolutely tanked out. So maybe trying to make amends from last year. Otherwise, Hogan Mode's going to be a lot of fun to watch here tomorrow.
That's all the words we have to share today, and all the Rocket League we have to share today as well. We do have Championship Sunday tomorrow for the European Invitational, where 4 teams vie for that crown. I really hope to see you tomorrow. It'll be really fun hanging out, so come join us.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to feeling lonely, hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening! It actually happened! Fortune favors Liquid!
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable!
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side.